Is this working? Is this working? It is. May have to adjust the levels slightly because there's been no audio test. And we will have guests joining us momentarily. But we're going to let it rock and roll. And we'll just make changes as we have to. How you guys doing? Sounds pretty solid, says Jordan Combra, but I'm also talking very softly. So we'll see how it sounds later when people get excited and heated and we have heated tactical gamer moments. Tactical espionage action, heated tactical moments.
Are we having heated tactical moments?
Probably around this way. Maybe, I don't know. I set this up for Aidan and then we'll swap around. Do what you gotta do with that, yeah.
What's up, everybody? Hang on. We got the third.
Oh my
here.
god.
The mean beam. Give it a shot. Hang on. Oh, that was weak.
That was a little
That was an omen. That was like failing to crack the bottle on the ship.
Did the thing fall in? Okay, I thought for a second it had like it had broken up and fallen in. That would have been a really bad metaphor. That would have been like stream ending. Like, well, been 6 months, but that was the sign we needed to not go any further.
What the hell is Penny's Big Breakaway?
Penny's Big Breakaway is a momentum-based movement tech platformer that I bought a little while ago, but have not actually started playing yet.
It's not the Penguin Dreamcast game that has like the racist caricatures in it.
It is not the Penguin Dreamcast game that has the racist caricatures in it. I'm not familiar with this title.
I'll pull it up. I gotta find it. But first I gotta plug my phone in because it's about to die.
Oh yeah, the wire. Go ahead and grab it.
I've scrambled in from work, so you'll have to all forgive me.
Began preparing our order at 30 minutes ago, and it still says prep.
Yep.
Estimated delivery 5 to 20 minutes.
Oh yeah, 30 minutes ago?
Oh well, no, the number keeps changing.
Now. Oh, gotcha. Cool. Awesome. I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah.
My catchphrase at work is that. But no, I mean, Domino's is my go-to now for it's my go-to of what used to be the big three. Okay, I have lots of opinions on pizza, but we're referring to like what was the triangle, like the Fire Emblem triangle of Domino's, Pizza Hut, and Papa John's. So Domino's is my main go-to now, but I've had to call corporate several times, and I'm not a guy that does that sort of thing, but it's like, oh my gosh, it was like a year ago I ordered from them and it took them 2 hours to get my food, and when they got it to me, it was like, how do I describe this? I wish I had the picture still. It was like the middle of the pizza, it wasn't. It didn't exist. It wasn't there. It's like there was no like cheese or sauce or anything in the middle, and it was completely cold. And I tried to call the store, and as soon as I started being like, hey, y'all got my order wrong, they hung up on me and blocked my number. So I was like, what? What the hell? So I was like, I called corporate. I was like, can I get a free pizza? To their credit, I think they were expecting me to be like really angry. Like, we're so sorry. We're investigating right now. We're getting it set up. We're here. We're giving you the thing. Don't worry. We're gonna try to. And I'm just like, I just want my like a refund, I was gonna try to get it from the store, but they won't answer me anymore.
That person has had a really bad day before you called.
Oh, I'm sure. The only other time that I'm aware of a restaurant has blocked me was there was one time I called a local Mexican restaurant to place an order, and they just couldn't hear me for some reason, or maybe it wasn't picking up. I don't know. I was just like, hello, and then they grumbled something in Spanish and hung up, and then every time I called afterwards, they hung up on me instantly. So I was like, I'm not getting a chicken quesadilla today.
You've had some experiences.
I have, being 30 years old, you kind of accumulate experiences in this bitch of an earth.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
It'd be like that. Kind of like today. It was a minor experience, but an experience nonetheless. I work with a lady who I think she's like, I think she's 62, 63 years old, something like that. And her, I'm going to assume it's just work attire, not natural attire, but her work attire is exclusively what is the cheapest shirt I can find at Walmart. And she's told me this before, right? Because she's come in with like teenage gamer shirts before. Like, you know, those shit ones. But today I walk in and she's like wearing Naruto. I'm like, I did not bring it up, and I don't know that I have the courage to do so, but it was there. I missed this day. You're getting it wrong. Sure, whatever. Today's 11/11, 14th anniversary of Skyrim. Everybody, pray to Todd Howard tonight. I told a friend what today was, and they're like, I'm downloading it right now.
Well, they also just put out the anniversary edition of Fallout 4, everybody's favorite game. So I saw one video of the main town going crazy and having the tower from Abu Dhabi in the center of it. But what else is going on with this dog
I got
shit?
no clue. I haven't bothered because
Good.
who cares?
Good. You're
right?
good.
Not me.
I'm glad. I'm glad to hear you haven't bothered. I'm proud of you.
Well, there's nothing left to do. I did it all when I did my last Fallout 4 run. I was like, I have a...
Wait, so that game doesn't have infinite quests in it?
Anyway.
Because you keep having the fucking Skyrim dream.
I do have the Skyrim dream, but I don't act on the Skyrim dream, okay?
Yeah.
I had the Skyrim dream this week or last week. I don't remember when, but I had it. If you don't know what I'm talking about, guys,
I don't know that it's as common a phenomenon as the Bionicle
I don't think
dream.
it's established. I think it's just like... It's happened to me like 5 times, and I acted on it the first like 2 times.
Audio's pretty hot, someone said. All right, I'll knock it down a little bit. That's what I was afraid was going to happen. I told you, we got some tactical, heated gamer moments.
Well, yeah, but you said, like, you were talking about turn-based mode. Maybe not. I don't know. Again, I'm winding down from work. But anyway, no, it's a Bethesda dream. It's not necessarily Skyrim. It's any of the Bethesda games. It's you're sleeping, you're honk shoo me meing, and all of a sudden you dream that you're playing something made by Bethesda, and you're having the best time in the world, and then you wake up and you're like, what the hell was wrong with me? But sometimes you don't have that wisdom. Sometimes you don't have 30 years of experience combating the demons of Bethesda. So sometimes you're like, yeah, you know what? I could go for another Skyrim run. And then you boot it up, and you tell yourself you're not going to be a stealth archer, and then you grab the stuff to start being a stealth archer. You get to level 11, you go, all right, I'll play some more tomorrow, and then you don't.
Sour.
Sour? What is that?
Well, I know what Hold on. How about now? Any better? Any better on that?
Sorry, I'll talk once I get the main beam down me.
If not, we'll do the classic unplug and replug and see if that helps at all. Jordan Combra with a $100 donation for Joey's refund plus pain and suffering on behalf of restaurant name redacted. Lo siento.
Lo siento.
Lo siento.
Excellent. I don't know. That's the thing. Ever since I moved, I really don't get Domino's as much anymore. Because before it was like, well, I can get it delivered to my house. But I haven't gotten it delivered to this new house. So it's like, well, the possibility hasn't entered my brain yet. It's why I don't use like Grubhub or any of that crap, right? Not just because it had that atrocious commercial years ago. It's because it's like, if I haven't seen it happen yet, then it can't happen. And so it's like the moment you do it once and the floodgates open, then I'm going to start doing it. And I've been able to restrain myself. It also doesn't hurt that there's a pizza place pretty close that's got much better pizza.
There's that too.
I need to go to eye doctor. I need to get new glasses. I'm like having a hard time even reading chat from here. It's no good. I really need. I need to do it. I need to do it before I go on my trip because King Harkinian doesn't wear glasses. I'm meeting up with a friend who it's a group of us going, and I really only know one of the people, but I'm familiar with one, and the other one, it's a girlfriend of theirs. And I was just kind of joking about like dressing up as King Harkinian, right? Because I was like, I bet this wouldn't be that tough to do, which turned into them like messaging me being like, yeah, we're getting the fabric ready to make your outfit. So I'm locked in now. But he doesn't wear glasses, so I need to get contacts ASAP.
Sound any better, Dean, or not? Let me know. I see also Thomas Davis said audio is great. I'll listen to it myself in a second because I don't trust chat to be correct about these things. I trust Diego, trust Dean a little bit more because he does audio and music. Like, he works in music.
That's true. But at the end of the day, you can only trust your own brain goblins,
This
right?
This is true.
Plus,
he knows what he's talking about.
When I move over there, it's going to be different.
We'll set that again.
Okay.
But him saying it was sour made me concerned that there's like a connection issue. So that's less levels, and that's more like, do I need to unplug and replug the mixer, or because sometimes OBS says it's pulling from a source,
right?
Like in the menu, but it actually isn't. It's actually
awesome.
Pulling from like the laptop's internal mic, or something ridiculous.
I love it when technology lies.
Yep.
Isn't that cool? Isn't this thing that we've created to be like infallible just so fallible because we are fallible and we created it? Isn't that awesome?
This is what we were just talking about in the Tron Legacy and Tron Ares discussion
Yeah, exactly.
that we recorded that'll be coming out soon. I was joking, trying to use a little funny adjective. Audio is sour, it's spicy, it's a little nasty, a little furry. Okay,
A little
sure.
furry. Oh my
All right.
God. Oh jeez.
A little furry. Just a smidge. Just a smidge furry.
Just a bit.
I think that can be said of both of us, just a smidge.
I remember years ago having like a roundtable discussion where like there were a few of us and it was like, what's too furry for all of us? And it turns out everybody's different. It turns out
Dangerously cheesy.
It turns out, like anything in life, a lot of things are not black and white.
The app tracker is so busted, and I don't want this pizza to show up and have nobody be there to get it.
Right.
So I'm gonna call the store and figure out what's going on.
Okay.
I'll be right back. Music is too hot. I'll turn the music down.
They're gonna call you or you're gonna call them and you're gonna be like, what pizza are you talking about? We don't do pizza anymore. We sell Funko Pops.
Not anymore.
Not anymore. We sell Funko Pops for exactly 1 year from now. All right, everybody, what's poppin'? I took my best friend to see Tron Ares in IMAX, and we had thoughts.
Oh, you did?
It says JG over here. I'm reading chat.
I was like, holy shit, you went to see it again?
No, I didn't.
And I was like, hey, best friend. I thought I was.
Wait a minute. No, I was reading JG. Yeah, well, we went and saw it because Jacob texted me and was like, hey, let's go see Tron Ares. I just saw it the other day and I have thoughts. And I was like, And then I did. And our thoughts are coming out in a new video sometime. Who knows when? I won't dare make any assumptions as to when that's going to come out because who knows? Everything's up for debate in this world. Everything's up in the air. But what's everybody been up to? I, as of 2 days ago, just got done playing Dredge. That is a game that I've described to my friends as it's a good thing that it is a good game because even if it was a bad game, it's poised for me to like it because it's got everything I like. It's got fishing, it's got the ocean, and it's got Eldritch Horror. But luckily for me, the game is good. Dredge is awesome. It's so fun. It's a fun game. Like, it's a fun actual game to play, but the little, like, insanity effects that happen around, a little story that gets told, everything, it's chef's kiss. I'm probably going to try to get the platinum eventually, but I might save it for a replay. Who knows? Got it in all the DLC. Good time. Short time. Not a big game. I've been playing a lot of big games, and it's really nice to be able to finish something in like a week of playing. Have they answered?
Gang, I think Domino's might genuinely just be that busy because I'm still on hold.
Oh boy. Well, it's a good thing I got my energy drink.
Joey's gonna be on that sofa, and you're gonna be next to me where he is right now. Okay. But while I'm fucking with this, if you want to sit where I am. Sure. But you don't have to spend a second getting set up. There's also a glass of water in the refrigerator, and you have that there.
He's currently wrestling with the operators to get our food delivered.
Theoretically.
Theoretically.
Who knows?
Joey, did you play Sonic Cross Worlds? No, not yet. I'm waiting for it to get a little bit cheaper or for a friend to get it. I'm hoping when it gets a little cheaper, I can say, hey guys, it's on sale, play with me. But we'll see. I really want to. Game looks really fun.
What time is it? It's 6:08?
Yeah.
That's not too bad. All things considered.
Sure.
For for us getting started, for our hard out being 9.
Yeah, I thought you were talking to somebody at
No,
first,
no.
so I was like, what's this
I'm
power
still on
play?
hold.
Yeah,
still
no,
on
I
hold.
hear they're trying to sell you on a product right now, aren't they? Don't you love that?
Oh no, there's just a gap in the hold loop.
You're this close to giving in and downloading a Hoyo game any day now. Okay, well, which one?
Which one? So hold on, Hoyoverse. Those are the Genshin.
Those are the Genshin,
just wanna make
ZZZ,
sure.
and the
Because there's
train
also
one.
the Korean thing that does like the shooting games
What,
with the butts.
The
What are
butt
they
jiggle
called?
game, that's Nikkei.
Nikkei games.
That's
okay,
Nikkei.
thank you. All right.
I'm very glad I got out of Genshin. I was very tempted with ZZZ, but I held off because I just did, and I'm glad I did.
I think.
But the turn-based one still, every time somebody
Star
posts
Rail,
something
yeah.
about it, I'm like, Star Rail still looks pretty good.
I think that.
If I was going to get into any of them again, it'd be Star Rail. Oh, shall I move?
Let's swap around.
Alrighty.
Since I was like, I'm gonna be on hold so long. I was like, I think I'm just gonna sit here
Yeah, I mean, that's fair.
until they actually come.
Don't want to make this fall over.
It's all right. It can always be picked back up. It's not a big deal.
It's not. Yours is.
There's also more. There's more coasters. There's tons of coasters.
More?
There's a remote sitting on top of a coaster. It doesn't need to be there.
What? Let me shuffle on over.
How's it going, gang?
How's it going?
I'm getting to a threshold where I'm thinking about starting Final Fantasy Tactics while I'm on hold with Domino's. I'm gonna do a channel update while I'm on the phone with Domino's, and then like I'm gonna be in the middle of talking about
Did
what
you
have I been doing for the last 8 months, and then they're gonna pick up, and I'm just gonna run away.
did you pay beforehand for this? That's
Yes,
the
I
real
did.
question. That is a damn
Tragedy.
shame.
Tragedy.
You hate this. I think actually that story I was describing earlier about. Oh no, never mind. See, you turned it differently, so I thought it was real. But I think I was telling a story beforehand about a bad Domino's experience I had, and that was actually the last time that I paid online beforehand. Ever since then, I've been like, I'll pay when it's in my
I was
hands.
literally advertising the tracker, is what it was doing just there.
Of course. Of course.
Now it says estimated delivery time is 0 to 5 minutes, but it still says that it's being prepped, so who knows what to do.
It's interesting. Makes me think of that screenshot I saw where somebody was like, I'm feeling frisky and just going to order a drink from Domino's, and it is like, your Pepsi is in the oven. It's like, I hope it's not.
Dang.
Let me get the chat pulled up on my phone.
Somebody just made a joke about a line that will be in Tron 4, and then in parentheses, Tron 4 will never come out. That's correct. There will never be another one.
Hello.
But you said that about the last one.
This is true. I also said that about the last one.
So, sometimes we're wrong.
Okay, gang, tell me how audio sounds now that Joey's on a different microphone and Aiden's here. Aiden, how are
Hey,
you
everybody.
doing?
How's it
I'm
going?
great. I was telling Spencer on my way here that I feel like I am running around like a chicken with my head cut off, but we're fine. We're good. I'm stationary for the time being.
I'll calm down a little bit soon, kind of.
Well, yeah. So I went from.
How much? I was gonna say you don't have to share your whole life story right now if you don't want to. But what's if you?
Oh,
if,
just
whatever,
like
whatever
life?
No, I was going whatever you're comfortable saying.
Yeah.
You started to say I've been, and I was like, well, hold on.
Pretend
Yeah,
that
yeah,
Twitch
yeah.
chat
Remember
is,
remember
your
we're live.
therapist.
Right.
Start from the beginning.
No, so I'm almost done with grad school. Almost like a real counselor, which is nuts. I don't remember. I'm married.
Mm-hmm. We covered that.
Okay,
That happened
we
a while
covered
ago,
that.
yeah.
Great.
That happened a while ago.
I have a whole husband now.
Woo!
I think the last time we did a stream at the beginning of this year, there was all three of us. Someone said
Okay.
congrats on the engagement, and you were like, we are married now.
Yep.
But that was like that was like a couple months.
I
after
did.
that.
I did get married.
Yeah.
We bought a house, and we're trying to get in that, and almost done with grad school, and have 3 job offers, only accepting 2.
Reasonable.
Which is crazy to me. Imposter syndrome goes hard. But apparently I'm decent enough to be like, 3 people want to hire me. What else? I feel like that's most of my life updates. We're sending out a 3 birds, 1 stone announcement because we never sent out anything for getting married.
Yeah.
And now, so we're going to send out a, hey, we got married. Hey, we bought a house. Hey, Aidan is graduating announcement.
Doing a
It's up to you to decide which of those is the most important.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, and I've been not here, which is why we obviously haven't been streaming. No excuse for excuses for not streaming where I've been, other than we streamed the Nintendo Switch 2 Direct. Joshua and I did. If you want to just like keep that here, you put it on the floor.
I mean, just stick it in
my
my lap.
You know what you could do? You could put it right here.
Oh, I could. Womp.
Sneaky.
Oof. It's not a stream if I'm not popping my bones.
I think I popped all of mine on the car right here.
Halloween just ended, but you still have to remind the skeleton who's boss.
Halloween just ended, but I use that ghost cup year round. Everyone was like, "Oh, you're so festive," and I was like, "No, I just live like this."
My friend made me a Bigfoot cutout a few years ago, and I was insistent that I was going to bring it out this year, and I didn't do it. But the main reason was I was like, well, then it looks like I'm decorating, and then it'll attract trick-or-treaters, and no one will be at the house.
With a pizza place.
Wow.
Okay. Maybe this is the same Domino's that I had to experience. Maybe that guy got transferred to this one.
Hey, gang, how does Joey sound now that he's over at the other mic?
Oh, yeah. Hey,
we kind of adjusted that before, but I mean, how does everybody sound? Aidan's here now. Joey's in a different mic. How does this all sound? Also, I'm pretty sure, Joey, when I checked this before, pretty sure you were not going to be fallow in terms of your color.
Oh,
yeah?
really?
They shifted again since last time.
Oh.
But it's not too bad. It's not as bad as it used to be.
I'm not as pale as I could be. Not as sallow, not as sickly, necessarily.
You want to like maybe put your, I don't know, how do you want to handle this?
I got in a position where everything is there, so I'm going to try to sit like this until my legs
I wish I didn't have to like the way that this is, it's like, blocking your face.
Yeah, it's not blocking my screen, though, so.
Hello. Oh my god.
Oh my gosh, it's real. It's real. It's not an AI worker.
Check, order the tracker and the app isn't working. I want to know if it's actually...
Oh, goodness.
It's a very nice way of putting it. It's not working, and not immediately like, I think you guys are full of shit. We're all going to find out in real time if I get fed or not.
I will say, it's wild that I can just like say shit to clients. And like...
What do you mean?
Like... Let me think of a good example. Okay, so today it was like right at the end of the session. We'd already like booked next appointment, so we're just like chatting as we're kind of walking out.
Uh-huh.
We were talking about like concerts, and she's like, going to one is how it came up, and like the fact that I'm just like sitting chilling talking about concerts with someone who is like viewing me as a professional is kind of wild.
They're so understaffed that the driver was the one who picked up the phone and said, "Yeah, I can be there in about 10 minutes."
Oh my god!
Wow.
They're going somewhere else first, but yeah. So his comment was, "I'm on my way out the door."
Woof. How do you
Okay, all right, cool.
How does that work? Because he doesn't have a corporate phone, that's for sure. He doesn't have, like,
Well, he probably was in the store to pick up more pizzas.
I called
Maybe.
And he just answered the phone in the store.
Probably.
Yeah.
Wild.
Ugh, shame. But hey, maybe we'll get fed. Who knows?
Somebody didn't come to work tonight would be my guess.
Yeah. Other update I didn't even think about giving until now is that I like spoke at a conference for like
You did, yes.
professors and shit.
That was cool. That's cool that you did that.
Awesome.
I gave a presentation to people who are supposed to be teaching me. That was crazy.
But yeah. Oh yeah. I thought that I would give like a channel update before you guys got here, but as ever, setup took a few minutes longer than I would have wanted. But here now, whatever. And not really like a ton to say about my situation. Just that we are. I'm not living here these days, obviously. I'm here right now. I'm in and out of town periodically. We did shoot a new short Let's Play. You weren't in it.
Okay.
We did shoot a new short Let's Play over the summer. Myself, Joey, and Joshua that's sitting around.
Yeah, we did.
Done
Certainly did.
Haven't done anything with that yet, but it'll exist at some point. So, like, stuff still has been happening in the background. But I am... basically, I have 3 things that I do with my life. And that are like work and then 2 hobbies. I mean, I do other things, obviously, but in terms of things that eat up hours in my life, I have my job, which takes up a lot of my time. I'm very busy. I have this, And as mentioned on the last stream that we did, the Monster Hunter Wild stream, I'm trying to write a book. The job and the book take up the vast majority of my time. So I really haven't had much time to work on YouTube stuff recently. I have been chipping away at stuff in the background. I have been making like highlight compilations and from our streams and from some of our Let's Plays and stuff like that. But I mean, it's taking a really, really long time. I started work on a highlight compilation of my and Joey's Shadow Generations playthrough. The project file says I started it in January. I didn't finish it until like last month or month before last. Now, granted, it wasn't like I was working on it every week.
Right.
I did finish the majority of the work on it way earlier in the year, but then just didn't polish it off until relatively recently. My thinking has been, and this is a selfish thing, because you guys will watch the content if I put it out, and if there's only, 300, 400 views or whatever, you guys are enjoying it, and that's fine, and I have a consistent stream of revenue from an actual job. Everybody here has an actual job. This is a side thing. So while we will be divvying up that $100 that Jordan Combra donated earlier in the stream, and I do also take a percentage of our Patreon revenue and give it to these guys as well. I don't really chop up the ad revenue because the ad revenue is so tiny that it's honestly just like the amount you guys would get for the amount of work that I would have to do to like figure out how to, like, it would be pointless.
Yeah.
But I want to be able to, like, not that I was ever a huge YouTuber, but I was a little bit bigger back in the day. And in my head, I was like, what if I made one more real push on like main channel videos and compilations and really pushed it so that I could see if I could actually drive some traffic for a change. Difficult for a lot of reasons. I'm pretty sure I'm shadow banned on Twitter. Which I don't think I ever said anything bad about the current owner, so I don't know how that happened, but it happened somehow. I mean, let's be clear. I've said bad things about him, just not on
Twitter.
Just not on his website. Maybe I
Oh my god, we're calling it Twitter, Jacob. It's X.
I probably used the word Twitter in a tweet, or I said tweet, and that's probably what got me shadow banned.
What are you supposed to call them now?
I was gonna say,
posts. They're just posts.
That's stupid.
Yeah, I know.
Facebook has posts.
I know, right?
Yeah, everywhere.
That's a
else has
Columbo
posts.
thing.
Blue
you
Sky
don't
has skeets.
reblog a tweet. You tweet a tweet.
You tweet a tweet.
You retweet a tweet. But frankly, I just haven't been able to put together the time, the mental wherewithal, or even just the like, oh, this is good enough to make more video essays. I've been trying to make a video that's kind of about Xbox, but mostly about like the broader state of the industry for months. I've done some work on it. I've written some stuff for it. On one hand, the fact that it keeps getting delayed is good because I keep getting more material.
It's the gift that keeps on giving.
That 30% margin number that came out recently from a Bloomberg article that said Microsoft's gaming division is expected to hit a 30% margin, which is absurd. Now, to be fair, I haven't read the full Bloomberg article because it's behind a Bloomberg paywall, and like, when you hear margin, that could be like before, like, disregarding marketing costs, disregarding CEO bonus, like profit margin isn't necessarily straight. There's all kinds of things that don't get counted in that.
Right.
So hard to say exactly how hard that figure is to hit, but probably pretty hard.
Yeah.
But that's what happens when you spend $69 billion to buy Activision Blizzard King. You are no longer a tiny part of Microsoft that, can operate and do its thing, and you'll bring in a little money, and if you don't this quarter, it's not a big deal.
Right.
When you spend $69 billion of Microsoft's money, suddenly
You gotta do stuff.
the game changes.
Yeah.
But anyway, I wanted to get main channel stuff going again before I started releasing stuff here on Research Runs again. But now it's taken me like a year, and that's not entirely fair to you guys. There are other problems. For example, the come on, Jacob. The Uncharted 4 playthrough. Next 2 episodes of those are the ones where the footage all got blown up.
Cool.
I'd have to reconstruct them from scratch.
Cool.
That's why there hasn't been an episode of that in like a year and a half. I haven't had the time. Final Fantasy VII, not as much of an excuse. I actually have the next several episodes of that cut and ready to go, and we finished shooting the whole Let's Play like back in earlier this year, or maybe like December of last year. I don't remember. I was waiting, like I said, to start releasing those when I started releasing main channel content again. But I keep saying I'm going to release more main channel content. It keeps not happening. That's not fair to you guys. So I think we're going to get back to releasing one video on research runs a week or streaming once a week. Probably won't do a video and stream because I need the gaps, or else I'm never going to be able to keep up. So Final Fantasy VII Remake will resume soon. This is not necessarily going to be a full playthrough of Final Fantasy Tactics that we're starting today. We'll play a little bit of it. I've created a bunch of save states so that we can breeze through the beginning of this game way faster than we should be able to.
Okay.
For reasons that I'll show off, a huge percentage of this game takes place in menus. This game is absolute LP poison. I have gamed the system. We're going to make it a fun to LP.
Great.
Also, but like this will maybe one stream, maybe 2 streams, not sure. Also, we have been discussing, and hopefully will happen. We will hopefully be streaming in the immediate future, the 3 of us. I don't know, maybe you and me and Joshua, if Joey isn't available, and Joshua, because Joshua will be in town a little bit, for Thanksgiving and Christmas. Undertale.
Wow.
Which Aidan and I produced half a Let's Play of 8 years ago.
Has it been 8 years?
I don't actually know how long ago.
Okay.
It was probably that long ago.
It's been a long time since it came out.
I
so.
think it was pre me like moving for college.
Yes, that's why I said it was like it's like 8 or 7 years.
Yeah,
ago or something like
probably. 'Cause that was.
It can be
Yeah,
measured
it
in
was 8
major
years.
life
Oh my
events.
god.
that. Yeah. We did like half of that, and obviously at this point there's a good chunk of Deltarune out. Joey and I played the original chapter of Deltarune the first night it came out, and we kept meaning to get back around to it.
Yes, I still want to. I still have held off. I don't know anything.
I have not, obviously, but that's fine. I'm glad you've held off, and we will do that. But I was like, you know what? Before we do that, why not do the much shorter, easier game to beat? The one that I kept Aidan hanging on for 8 years. So we intend to stream Undertale in the immediate future.
Context sensitive ask, how concerned with FF Tactics spoilers should I be in this stream? I'm going to go ahead and answer, not much, because I haven't played it, and this stream is doubling as Jacob's teaching me how to play the game.
No spoilers.
So,
we're just playing it.
Because I have it now.
I'm gonna talk a little bit about the nonsense continuity of the setting of Ivalice, but that does not involve spoilers. I will not be spoiling Final Fantasy Tactics. We'll be playing from the beginning linearly. When I say I'm save scumming, I mean I'm save scumming around, oops, all my characters are 10 levels above they should be for this story mission, so I can beat the fight in 5 minutes. We're not skipping content. We're not like jumping to the end of the game or anything like that. My intent is to beat Chapter 1 tonight with the 2.5 hours we'll have if we start right now, but I'm not sure if that's going to happen. But that pizza's probably going to be here soon.
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
I'm going to go next door so when it arrives, it's not just like, sitting fallow on the front porch.
Appreciate it.
But I'll be back in a few minutes.
Trying to think if there's been anything interesting happen to me lately. I got a fence. That's cool.
Hell yeah.
But whatever.
Love fences.
Is something that's like stupid that I'm happy about, but I'm happy about is I saw and caught a fireball on camera, which is space debris burning up in the atmosphere.
Okay. I thought you meant
Not like
not
a,
that.
Not that. No, well, it's presumably a fireball. I can't prove what I saw in the sky was that, but it was. I heard. My back porch, we've been, for some reason, ever since we got the fence, now raccoons and possums are like, hell yeah, let's chill back here.
Hell yeah.
And they make a lot of noise at night. And
Love
I
that.
just have to get on the backdoor camera just to see if, like, I just want to make sure that nobody's, like, attacking the cat or something.
Right, yeah.
But there was one night, it was like it wasn't 3 in the morning. I remember exactly. It was 12:40 a.m.
Perfect.
I was awoken from clattering because there were 3 fat fucking raccoons on the back porch knocking shit around. And I'm groggy and like looking at my phone like, what's going on? I'm like, oh, it's just the raccoons or whatever. And they go out of frame. And then like, as I'm like about to put my phone away, all of a sudden my window lights up. I'm like, what? And I looked at the camera and sure enough, like big bright, like, lasting like 3 seconds, fireball just goes overhead.
Whoa.
And I remember I woke up the next morning. I was like, did I dream that? Was that real? And sure enough, it was awesome.
Still
It was
on the
cool.
camera?
Fancy. Yeah, on camera. I'll show you later.
The coolest thing I ever got on my camera when I had it at my old apartment was like, I had it sitting. It was on the inside for reasons that make sense. It was looking out the front window where it could see the door.
Yeah.
But where it was sitting was on like a little table that I had in front of that window that my cat would frequently sit on. So like 9 out of 10 notifications that I got from that camera were just like Bean sitting in the window.
Yeah.
But there was one of them where, in addition to Bean sitting in the window, like the mail lady had come to like put the mail in the slots or whatever. And as she was walking by the window, she like wiggled her fingers on the window and was like, "Hello, kitty." It was just very sweet interaction.
Oh, that's awesome.
So I stuck a sticky note in the window that was like, "Kitty's name is Bean. She says hi."
That's great.
Yep.
My dog also, he sits on top of the couch so he can look out the front window.
Excellent. Yeah.
And eventually our mail lady saw that he existed, so she started leaving treats in the mailbox for him.
That's so cute.
It's awesome.
That's so
we've let her meet him a few times when she's come over. We just let him out.
Yeah.
It's good stuff. Animals are cool. We love them.
Bean can be cool, especially with adults, because adults like know how to approach animals. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Whereas like children, I do not let Bean around. Not that I have a ton of opportunity to anyway, because kids.
Yeah.
But so we had neighbors at an apartment that like had a young child who was obsessed with like looking at Bean through the window. And I talked to that child's parents one time and I was like, I love that he looks through the window at her, like no worries about that ever.
Yeah.
But I won't bring her out to meet small child because she would tear him to pieces.
Yes.
She's kind of a bitch, but we love that about her. She's my little dumpster kitty, my little Taco Bell Bean burrito.
Yeah, that's the thing is like my dog, he's a little standoffish, but he's never snapped at anybody before. I genuinely don't
Bean will
think,
swing on a bitch. Like, absolutely.
well, I don't think Nick has it in him, but like, I still don't like people just coming up to him because that's like,
Yeah.
there was a time when there was like an event in town that was dog friendly. We were walking him by, and like little girl, like 4 or 5 years old, just comes stomping at him.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I'm afraid that it's like, well, he's gonna like defend himself, and then
Right.
I'm gonna get in trouble.
All right.
We're talking about pet behavior.
Oh yeah.
Now that we have Sprout is a much friendlier kitty, but he's such a scaredy cat. Like, he would never start a fight the way that Bean would, but he's maximum baby.
Yeah.
And so if you come at him sideways, he's just running away. Which you would think Spencer would have desensitized him from, but that is not the case. He's just scaredy cat maxing.
One last check with the audience, please. Especially because I was just gone and it was just you two talking for a second. Is volume okay on everybody? I guess I should probably open the game and we can compare against that as well.
The game.
Against the main menu music. Oh, hey. There's menu music from Final Fantasy Tactics. That's crazy.
Wow.
Crazy.
Oh, I don't want that right now.
Darn.
We'll hear that.
We'll
hear that in a few minutes.
I miss the PlayStation 4 having themes, and they took it away for PlayStation 5, and we're like, well, you can change your background, but it doesn't change the music, and it
They
sucks.
took it away through Nintendo.
Stupid.
I can't, well, because I think they were really like, Wii U did bad. Got to simplify. Also, like the Wii U had a legitimately increased, like the boot time took longer because of
Yeah.
because of all the Mii's that dropped in.
That's
It
true.
took a really long time for that system to boot.
Stupid. It's stupid.
Hey, look, there's the theme we were just
Yep.
just playing on iTunes.
Oh my gosh. I was the collector of themes for PlayStation 4. I prided myself on basically every theme that was ever free I had in my library. And the crazy thing was only like, I don't know, there was like 5 out of the dozens that were like worth anything. But some of them were really good. They took them away.
No theme for you.
No theme for me. Now I just have to take screenshots in games and make it my wallpaper. Currently, my screenshot is concept art from the Metal Slug anthology game of some girl catching a fish because I was playing Dredge.
Hell
and I'm
yeah.
like, I'm in my fishing arc. But I guess I never really left my fishing arc, huh?
Alrighty. Game audio is going to duck when we talk, because I set that up a couple times ago when we did this. Game's maybe a little quiet. FF12 theme was free and cool, and full of butts.
It
remember that
was.
theme?
I remember that.
It was
It
bootylicious.
Hell
was.
yeah.
It was a good one.
Priorities in order.
That was, it was a theme of the Ariat village, where all the Vieira live. The Vieira
Yes.
are literally extremely tall bunny women.
Hell yeah.
And they
And the
are...
theme lets you know that.
They are caked up.
Excellent.
Thighs massive.
Hell
Cake,
yeah.
tubular.
Excellent.
It was a good theme.
And it's like, and I mean, it's right there on the theme. Like you
Excellent.
turn on your PS4 and you see ass. It's such an amazing musical theme, and it's like I can't use this if anybody else is gonna be in my vicinity.
Because it's funny because it's like the art's just good. Like the art,
Oh, it's
it was a
fantastic
it was an awesome theme. But it's like, but the horny is just a little bit too high for it to be normal.
I bet I can find
Or
that.
not normal, but for it to be socially acceptable.
Right.
You know, too. And I played games in the living room for years. So it's
Right.
Like, I can't be doing that.
Yeah.
It's like there were whole genres of games I couldn't play. It's like I'm not gonna play any of the like Vocaloid rhythm games. I'm not gonna
Yeah.
have like anime girl dancing on my screen. Are you crazy? I live in the South.
Yeah, here it is. Here's the art.
Be sure to show the
Those
audience.
sure are asses right there.
And we like that.
And we like that. We said in Evilise they used to have beautiful women, and then they all went extinct. What happened to them? We used to have
happened?
Vieira used to have the Banga, and they're all gone. What happened to them? Nobody knows.
No, my
Good art. It's good art.
It's
Good art.
My go-to theme was a game I never even played. I've never been interested in any of the Atelier games, but there was one had a good theme. It was dark blue. It was good art, good music. I really liked it. Don't know anything about the game, but I'm like, it put it on my radar. I still think about that. Still think about it.
Anyway.
So what is the about section? Is this
So-
just telling you the difference between...
Yes, there are two versions of this game. So Final Fantasy Tactics released originally in 1997 on the PlayStation. A little after the... Oh, okay. Sorry, you were yawning. You did this.
I had a shiver, and then I
I
also
thought you were going like,
started
oh no,
yawning.
game from before I was born. Ooh.
What year did you say?
1997.
Damn, that is before I was born. Crazy.
That hurts.
So yeah. So there are two versions of the game here. One of them is basically approximately the exact way that the game existed in 1997, with the exception of the localization. While not as infamously bad as the original localization of Final Fantasy VII into English,
Okay.
the localization of this game was not good. Because no game localization was good in the mid-90s.
Okay.
It just wasn't. They were all bad. It was only like a year or two after this that people were like, oh, we can make money off of these. And they started giving real time to the localizing staff and had communication back and forth. Because the guy who localized FF7 and a different guy who localized this, they basically had a spreadsheet with all of the text in the game out of context and no communication with the Japanese staff. And in some cases, there were character limitations based on what the original Japanese called for. They couldn't create a new dialogue box if they needed something extra.
Right.
Those types of tools were all created for Final Fantasy games, at least starting with FF8.
Okay.
Which was localized by Alexander O. Smith, who's a guy who I'll talk about a lot in the course of talking about the Final Fantasy series, who has localized a number of their games, including Vagrant Story, FF10, FF12. FF12 is the game I single out as the Japanese game with a localization of such a high quality you could play it and believe that it was written in English first.
Okay.
So basically, this is the original 1997 game, but using the 2007 PSP localization, which a lot of people don't like, and they're stupid.
Okay.
The PSP version was bad for a couple of reasons. It had abysmal slowdown. The original PlayStation version ran at 60 frames per second. The PSP version absolutely did not, and it stuttered constantly.
This game had slowdown?
On PSP.
That's rough.
On PlayStation, it ran at 60 frames per second. PSP, slowdown. Also, some people just didn't. Some people thought that the whatchamacallit? Come on, Jacob. Some people thought the localization was too purple, too flowery. I love it. The current version that we're going to be playing, which is the really spruced up version, uses a slightly reworked version of the 2007 script and has full voice acting.
Okay.
The graphics are spruced up a little bit, it's widescreen, and there are a number of balancing and UI changes. I won't go over all of them because there's too many, and I don't know all of them, actually. Yeah, okay, so Ninja Bunny said in the PSP translation, they'd say, like, by the great Saint King's mighty beard, and in the PS1 translation, they'd just be like, oh, God. This is a little bit of an exaggeration, because I think the script of the PSP version is beautiful, and that makes it sound a little silly. But Ninja Bunny is correct in terms of, like, what we were getting from it, basically. So we will be playing the new version. Frankly, not as spruced up as the recent re-release of Tactics Ogre, which is another game written and directed by Yasumi Matsuno, writer and director of this game, of Vagrant Story, of Final Fantasy XII, but then he kind of disappeared. He is one of my favorite video game writers, period. And I like him as a director, but he is obsessed with systems-heavy numbers in his games. Okay. He makes RPGs for today. If you play a turn-based role-playing game, you're doing it as an exercise of, like, collective storytelling with your friends, Critical Role style, right?
Yeah, sure.
He made RPGs under the assumption of people who play RPGs are the people who played turn-based games or tabletop games in the 80s because they were in the math decathlon.
I see.
There are so many things under the hood with this game that I am not even going to attempt to explain. That is part of why I have created the save files that I have created, so we can just blast past a lot of the headier stuff.
And ruled
Excellent.
by the two-headed lion.
Did you click something, or is this
I did
the
not.
menu?
This is also a staple of Yasumi Matsuno games. Is if you sit on the menu, there are 2 or 3 videos that will play.
Wow.
That are often critical to understanding the story.
Excellent.
As opposed to the Yoko Taro approach of, what if I spoiled the entire game?
That's also a good method. That's also a really good method. I love when Nier opens with a line of dialogue from smack dab the middle of the video game at the dramatic turning point.
Or shows character who makes like a horrific transformation at like the 60-70% mark. And it's just like, oh.
He's a genius.
No one else does it like him.
Was telling Spencer about watching Korra with you and the freaking like disc menu having the mechs in it.
Yeah.
And he was
That was crazy because you kept telling me, you're like, don't look.
Right.
Do not look at the screen. I'm like, okay.
He was
fine.
like, that's nuts. That was such a crazy reveal because he's seen Korra, but he refuses to watch Airbender, which is fucking
That's very
tragic.
crazy.
That's very fun.
That's insane.
Well, so he saw Korra like when it was like
When it was
coming
airing.
out.
Okay, yeah.
Sure, but still.
And we've started book 1 dozens of times. And that's an exaggeration, but we've started it a couple different times.
Book 1's a little slow.
It is slow.
Book 1's a little slow. It's a little silly.
He's very much like, this would be great to watch with you if it was nostalgic for me, but it's not because I've never seen it.
No,
and I'm just like,
I genuinely think that, like, as an adult, if you've never seen it before, original Avatar: The Last Airbender doesn't become like, like, cause you're like, oh, people like it because it's a show that they remember from their childhood.
Yeah, it takes a while
Right.
before you go, yeah.
It doesn't become a show until like halfway through.
well, you should give him that argument because he doesn't buy it from me.
I think the moment that show becomes, is the exact moment is in the Blue Spirit. After Aang saves Zuko, and he's sitting in the tree and he's talking about, back then I had a friend from the Fire Nation and we did all this stuff together. We were really close.
Yeah,
He's
I don't think
long
we've
dead
made it
now.
that far.
Do you think if we had been alive back then, do you think we could have been friends too? And there's just like a 10-second pause.
Yep.
And then Zuko tries to shoot him and Aang runs away.
Yeah.
And I think that's the moment where you're like, oh, this is
It's got some sauce.
okay, hold on. This is like a good show.
Yeah.
Because that's also following the storm,
Yep.
where you find out Zuko's backstory. See, look, yet another video is now playing.
Another one.
crazy.
This is like a movie trailer. I have not watched it in this version. In the original PlayStation version, at the end of it, they had a super low resolution. They just like stole the format that you used to see, like bottom of movie posters, bottom of trailers, with literally the Motion Picture Association of America logo in the corner.
I agree with Sheila. Everyone make Spencer watch Avatar with me, please.
We'll try our best. Okay, yeah, it does not do it in this version. Does not do the Motion Picture Association of America thing at the bottom. But yeah, the one of the best scenes. Oh no, okay. But really low resolution down at the bottom with the MPAA logo in the corner.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
But anyway.
Jordan Combra asked an important question earlier. Would you consider Texas the South culturally?
I think it depends on which part of Texas.
Texas is its own country.
It is.
Austin,
I don't mean that like they're so
does not
different.
count.
I mean like it's bigger than half of Europe.
Well,
on its
it
own.
is, yeah. But it's like I think it's like it is like an offshoot. It's like a subclass of the South. You know what I mean? I think Texas and the South are allies, but
So
it's a little different.
from minute one, before anything happens, what's going on here? So, I have to pick a date and put it in, and it changes my zodiac sign. What does this mean? I'll explain later, but you can bone yourself on this screen.
In the original.
In the original.
Really?
Yes.
I am Arazlam JD.
Whack of them to make Aries peak. I assume that's why you picked it.
No, I just put a random number in because we're gonna
Oh.
load, and that isn't even a date.
Okay.
But that's not gonna last more than 2 battles.
With the War of the Lions? No? It was a bitter war of succession that rent the land of Ivalice in two. Here we first find mention of Delita Hyrule, the hero who would draw the curtain on this dark act of our history.
The deleter, Jacob. I didn't know we were playing Metroid.
Good lord.
Great renown.
You are not gonna put that smack on Delita, one of the greatest characters in the history of video games.
As we well know, what the eye sees is oftentimes a mere fragment of the truth.
Line goes hard.
There was another young man, Ramza Beowulf, the youngest son of House Beowulf, famed for producing leaders of men. There is no official record of the role he played on history's stage. However, according to the Jirai papers, which had long lain concealed in church archives, this forgotten young man was in fact the true hero. The church maintains he was a heretic of the highest order, an inciter of unrest, who blasphemed the gods and profaned the godly. Which of these two accounts is to be believed?
See if I can get this to not be right in your face.
Bro, it's fine. I can see the TV.
So they can see you.
Oh, what?
Yeah.
Oh my god, I forgot the camera. I didn't know I was being watched. Oh my god, scary.
Maybe let's see a little bit more of your face this
It's
way.
like the police state.
Yeah, you can. You can see better now.
If he's now too quiet, gang, tell me.
Say words.
Oh, wait, did Pizza Man ever arrive?
I'm waiting to get a text from my mother. She is now here, so she said,
Okay.
"Yeah, I'll take care of it."
Cool.
The pizza man.
I want to see Joey's mouth.
Pizza time.
So in the original version of the game, this was the only PS1 FMV. Obviously did not look like this. The
Right.
War of the Lions version also created a number of new cutscenes. This is a totally new cutscene, though, for this version of the game. Completely new. Another item of note that I think is very interesting is that this game's soundtrack was not redone for this remaster, which is a little disappointing because, you know, why not? Why couldn't I? You know, why would I say no to the option of having a fully orchestrated soundtrack of this if I could get it? However, this The samples used for this game are so perfect and so timeless that it is also one of the few games from this time period I can say confidently doesn't need it. Also Vagrant Story, which is the game this team made after this.
Cool.
Textures go crazy.
I say this is an interesting style.
Yeah.
It reminds me kind of like what Disney was pretending they were doing with Wish.
With Wish, yeah. They were exactly what they were pretending to do. I got a little bit of scuttlebutt on that movie. It's wild.
Got a what?
I got a little industry scuttlebutt on that movie.
Oh yeah?
Of things reworked midway through.
Gotcha. All I know is I was on a cruise when it was out, and that was like the one where it's like, go inside the theater on the boat and you can watch it for free.
And you were like, no, or did you go see
I
it?
did,
Oh, okay.
because my mother was like, I want to see
Yeah.
a movie.
I mean, you know, if you could see it for free, why not?
It
But
was the two of us and one other person in there, and I think he left midway through.
I know very little about Wish.
It sucks. Next.
It's probably why I
Next
know
slide.
very little about it.
The ending is really funny of it, though.
Oh, yeah. It's very amusing.
It's very funny. It's without getting. I mean, who cares about spoilers? But without getting into many details, because I genuinely don't remember them. It's like, oh my! It's like this person is like, oh my gosh, this guy is bad. We need to. He's done a thing. Let's reverse it. Oh, we can't reverse it. Well, I guess he's damned. Anyway.
That we might know salvation.
My Switch is starting to go to sleep because I hadn't hit a button for that
Lady
whole
of
cutscene.
It is time. I'll not be much longer, Agrius.
So this is a problem.
These are AI generated names.
No. For me, for most LPers, it's like, oh, there's voice acting. Thank God I can LP this game. For me, it's like, there's voice acting. Why would I LP it?
Your escort has already arrived.
I love workshopping character voices.
Please, heed the good lady's words, Highness. You must hurry.
Whoa, dynamic.
Still in here,
camera
are
shot.
you? It's been the better part of an hour.
Gafgarian, you forget yourself, sir.
That's a
You
name.
are in the presence of the princess.
Mayhap bowed heads would less offend, but you would do well to waste less time on idle pleasantries.
I see even the noble Order of the Northern Sky cannot rid itself of vulgar knaves.
A guard captain in these rain-sodden hinterlands ought not to expect chivalry. We are in the employ of the Order, not of it. Our pay does not cover trite courtesies to the likes of you.
Govern your tongue. Enough.
Girls.
Let us be on our way.
The Father watch over you, child.
And you, Elder.
Milady, the enemy is upon us.
Duke Altana's men?
Duke Onktler.
We are paid for this. Time to earn our keep. What is it, Ramza? You above getting paid to do a job?
I'm a knight no longer. Just another sellsword.
Right then. To battle.
This dude's voice sounds mad familiar. I need to Google this.
There's definitely some there's some folks in this you might know.
What was his
Video
name?
game
Gaff
actors.
what? How do you spell it?
Gafgarian. You'll see it again in a second.
Two
He's
Fs.
gonna talk again. We will hear Ben Starr in about an hour.
Awesome. Let's go.
Actually, it probably won't even be that long.
They bear the crest of the Black Lion. Duke Goltana must be mad.
You there, wench. It is useless to resist. Surrender the princess. If not, well, I would hate to see anything happen to that pretty face of yours.
A head on a sword. These swords of Goltana lack wits one and all.
In that case, we should be able to handle this without you, Gafgarian.
Mayhap you could, but there's no money to be made in that. Ramza, With me.
Okay, I do not recognize his voice from anything. It seems like he did this, he did a voice and metaphor, and before that it was just like random TV shows.
I just got a text from my mother which reads, "No pizza yet."
Tragic!
I can be here in 10 minutes is what the guy said, right?
Yeah.
Kill them here, and you'll have played into Duke Goltana's hands. We need only put them to rout.
I feel bad for that dude. I think he's having a night.
It's not his fault.
I'm not upset with him.
Right.
Yeah, no, it's not his fault. It's society's fault.
This game has a lot to say about society, by the way.
It's my favorite kind of game. As long as it says what I want it to say.
Dean says,
about
can never get
society."
over British accents in these FF games. It always sounds like someone trying to do a British accent. Well, I hate to break it to you, but these are all British actors.
And
It's the same studio that does the acting for Final Fantasy XIV. So,
I was gonna say, I think I just heard the British accent and went, is he from the I don't know, what is that? The Xenoblade. That's what I was trying to think.
So,
what the hell did he just do to
in
him?
this tutorial fight, you literally only control Ramza. The rest of the team is all controlled by a computer, and they've added a handy-dandy hold down a button to fast forward option.
Yay.
So we're just gonna blast through this. This is your, basic grid-based tactics game, like a Fire Emblem, like, any number of other games in the genre. The Yasumi Matsuno, who is the director and writer of this game, and basically his entire creative team were headhunted from Quest, where they had developed the Ogre Battle and Tactics Ogre series. They had some creative differences with the management at Quest. Hironobu Sakaguchi wanted to make a Tactics Final Fantasy game, and he basically poached Yasumi Matsuno, and Yasumi Matsuno brought everybody else with him.
Sick.
Including his character designer, his composer, every single
All of
person.
They're all in. It's
They're
just like
all
Smash
they're all
Brothers.
in, and a lot of them are still at Square. Yasumi Matsuno is not. He now runs basically a writing company where he does like contract writing work essentially. I think the last game that he actually directed was a very small download-only 3DS game called Crimson Shroud, which is pretty cool. Very small little episodic. Rather, it would have been episodic if they'd kept doing it, but it's presented as like episode 1 of a larger story that never got made.
Okay.
How could this be?
What?
Oh my god,
Oh
these
my
guys are getting
gosh.
so many parries for the tutorial fight. Yeah, you can't parry that.
What are the numbers beside everybody? His went down just now.
Don't worry about it.
Awesome.
I will explain
It makes me
stuff.
think of that text message that's like, what's going on with the stock market? Don't worry, babe. Okay. Yay.
I will explain numbers in the next in the first real fight.
Okay. Unhand me.
No. Lady Ovelia.
This way.
Oh.
Hurry up. And try making a little less noise.
I'll not take orders from you.
You've quite a mouth on you, princess.
Ooh.
Hold there!
I think not. If you're wrong, blame yourself or the father.
This cannot be.
Delita. He lives. But why does he serve under the banner of Duke Goltana? I do not understand.
So we've got a lot of names being thrown around. We got a complex situation. Don't worry, the game does not expect you to understand all of it yet.
Okay.
Because we are about to flash back into a totally different scenario.
Perfect.
Which will ease us into that a bit more.
Hyrule first appear 1 year before the outbreak of the War of the Lions. The loss of the 50 Years' War saw Ivalice paying enormous reparations and ceding vast swathes of land to Ordalia, the victors. Knights and sellswords returned from the front to find their homes razed and loved ones slain. Compounding their woes, they were denied pay for their service and stripped of their livelihoods. This ill treatment led many to abandon their fealty to the crown and the nobility. Once loyal soldiers became rogues and traitors, donning the thief's cloak and plotting treason. It was a time of great unrest for Ivalice,
Murder and theft were commonplace. Many were the young adventurer and mage who stepped forward to counter this threat. Of these, the city of Garland, too, saw its share. It was there that our tale began, a year earlier.
The Meek. Can't spell Academy regular. Have to
Nope.
be cool.
I can't do it. It's impossible.
Another Wayne was struck last night on its way to Egros.
Wayne?
The Corpse Brigade again.
Is that a boat?
It's long past the hour for
I believe
drills.
like a line, like a supply line.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Oh, okay.
But I could be wrong about that.
What do you suppose this is about?
I could hazard a guess.
Oh? Do tell.
I think Duke Larg is coming to Garland.
Duke Larg? Why?
Wayne is a wagon or a
Not just the
cart.
Duke.
Thank you.
Oh.
The Marquis Elmdor the Limbury, too.
I use my context cues.
That's the first I've heard of it. This has not the sound of a state visit.
All of Ivalice is in turmoil. The Order's supposed to be keeping things under control, but the fact is, they number too few.
And they mean to bolster their numbers with us.
All right, everybody, fall in. The Order of the Northern Sky has an assignment for its Knight's Apprentice. As I'm sure you're already aware, the number of brigands roaming Galleon is on the rise. Among them, the Corpse Brigade, a seditious lot with a grudge against the very crown they had served. Rogues such as they must be dealt with. The Order has been commanded to undertake an operation to eliminate the brigade. An operation of a grand scale. We will not be acting alone. The Order will be joined by, among others, His Excellency Duke Larg's Royal Guard. This will leave Egros Castle undermanned. Your task will be to proceed there and support us from the rear by bolstering its defenses. Remember, you represent the Academy itself.
I don't like it. I don't like it's how it's spelled.
Otherwise, your actions.
Well, you won't be seeing it much longer, so it's fine. Don't worry about it.
In game or like in real life?
Well, I mean, in game you won't be seeing it much longer.
Okay.
But I think you need to get over it. It's my opinion.
Damn.
I think it's fun and cool to spell things funny because
It
it's
would
old.
seem the time to take up arms is already upon you.
FromSoft calling them jails.
I've just
G-O-A-Ls.
received word that a band of thieves, routed by our knights, flees here to Garland.
That's pronounced normal.
Where the
That's still
bustling
pronounced
streets will only aid their escape.
I actually know the real one was with Shadow of the Erdtree, where they spelled Shadow in the old way, S-C-A-D-U.
Classic.
So everybody's like Scadu fragments, and it's like, no, that's supposed to be
Say
Shadow.
that. Spell it again.
S-C-A-D-U.
Dismissed.
Yeah, that's.
I
know.
dislike that.
Yeah, it's messed up.
Let's be on our way.
It's not giving me tutorials because I've already done all of this, so some things that would pop up and explain things periodically are not going to appear.
So now it's your job.
I would say at this point, if you guys have questions, ask, and I'll answer questions as we're moving forward here. So,
I'm going to be asking questions mechanically because I'll be honest, like I'm like interested in this, but I'm not interested in the genre. But I'm already kind of like, this game's kind of cool already.
So
maybe I need to just fight through it.
There's a million things to talk about because Yasumi Matsuno's a bit different from your average video game writer who was like, I wanted to make movies or comic books and I couldn't, so I slumped into this. Because that's I'm not trying to be condescending, but in terms of quality of games writing in Japan, it's usually lower rung. It's near like your light novels and stuff. Yasumi Matsuno used to be an international reporter for a newspaper.
Really?
I mean, I don't know how much he traveled abroad, but he covered the international desk on a Tokyo newspaper. And he is a history buff, and there's all kinds of stuff that have inspired his various different games. One of the big elements that comes up a lot in this, which we already see with just the opening prologue, is the discovery of the Dead Sea Scrolls, and the rewriting separately of kind of what we understood about the Gnostics. The Gnostics were an early branch of the Christian church, had some, let's just say, out there ideas compared to what would be considered canon Christianity. There were a lot of these kinds of schools that popped up early on. after the death of Jesus Christ and before the Roman Empire became a Christian state, and said, you guys got to sort this out and decide what's real and what isn't.
Okay.
And for most of history, our understanding of what the Gnostics believed was basically based on what turned out to be a smear campaign by the Catholic Church to say they thought X, Y, and Z things. I mean, some of it was real.
Yeah.
But records were discovered just last century that were like, actually, here's some of their original texts. Here's some of what they believed that was lost to time. And it was like, oh, this is an entire way of thinking and a religion, a people group that the historical record was just wrong about for centuries. And so these elements, among other things, inspired our intro, which is everybody knows the story of this war and this dude, Delita, who was a big hero. However, nobody knows about this other dude named Ramza, who was also really important. Recently discovered these papers tucked away that had never been published before. Are they real? Are they not? Who knows?
Who knows?
It's a pretty funny thing because we don't even know the real
Who
history.
they are yet.
And we're already being told it's the fake history, and we're going to tell you the real history.
Yeah.
So there are a bunch of numbers here that I'll talk about some more once we get out of the first fight.
Sure.
Let's see. Gonna be you.
Oh, I just whacked.
Say again?
I just whacked the mic, but I hit the back of
I'm
it,
sure it's
not
fine.
the front. So
I'm sure it's totally fine.
Sorry about that.
It's interesting that they're all uniquely named instead of just Soldier 1, Soldier 2, because
Yep.
I can tell that obviously not every one of these people are important.
No,
That's what
these guys,
you think.
These guys are, in fact, just generic soldiers. Though, it's worth noting that you can rename them if you want to.
Oh, that changes things.
I will not be doing that. I like the auto-generated names. I like that these are people who showed up
I'm
and
going to
joined my
name
group
them
and
after
they have their own
characters from
lives.
Donkey Kong.
Say again?
So I'm going to name them after characters from Donkey Kong.
Of course.
This is it. Our luck's turned for the better. All right,
Moppet. I've always loved the word Moppet.
Yep.
It's great.
make quick work of them. And don't be leaving no squealers behind.
All enemies in this game also have randomly generated names, by the way.
Cool.
Excellent.
So if we, after Delita takes his turn. This guy's Edmund. And that would probably be different if we played this fight again. Some enemies that we encounter, are, they're going to be characters who have names.
Uh-huh.
But for the most part, they have randomly generated names.
Careful, Ramza. Remember, the well-aimed thrust pierces the mail.
Don't patronize me, Delita. We Beowulfs know our way around the battlefield.
Beowulf, was it? Heir to the noble house, Beowulf, I'd wager. Looks like we have ourselves some apprentices from the academy. Well, highborn moppets are still moppets.
I know that's right.
Lay down your arms or die clutching them. None will mourn your passing.
Damn.
Is that right? You're in far over your little heads.
Now,
they be
I have
cooking.
to be careful about using the fast forward feature because if like a character starts talking and I'm still holding it down, I could just like miss their dialogue. So, the camera will adjust automatically on its own, but you'll note that right now I'm doing this and I'm pivoting around. There's also a button that you can hold down somewhere. Where is it? All right, I gotta back out of this first. Hold on.
Is it tactical view or?
Oh, Jesus, come on. Oh my God. There we go. It lets you see the battlefield like this.
Okay.
I think they could have done more to spruce up the camera on this. They were trying to show off with the PlayStation, look, we got 3D environments here, but I can't do a small adjustment. I push the stick as lightly as I can, and it rotates all the way 90 degrees. There are some maps where there's just spots that you can't get a good angle on and see what's happening. And I don't care for that one bit.
It
But
just
anyway.
be like that. I've just learned that from YouTube that twinks is a word that YouTube doesn't like.
Oh, yeah?
It's enough for if it's in a message, I have to approve it because YouTube's like, I don't know about this.
So I will explain some mechanical stuff as we're going here, but my objective really is to get through this really fast, especially because right now we have almost nothing to work with here. Our units don't have much to do. We only have 2 classes available to us right now. We have squires and we have chemists. Squires
That's
are your
so strange.
Your absolute basic combat class.
Yep.
They got swords and they got some basic abilities, and your chemists, who I have right now, while they do carry a knife, I could I could go and attack a knife with a guy with this dagger if I wanted to. The main thing the chemists can do is they can use items. Every unit can't necessarily use items by default.
Okay.
But we'll get to that in a second. This is kind of the bread and butter of this game, is the job system, which obviously is in a lot of Final Fantasies. The big gimmick in Final Fantasy V was mixing and matching classes. That's what makes that game kind of like a beloved classic, and this builds into that. Where basically, I'll go ahead and explain this right now because it's simple.
Mhm.
Depending on what class you are currently playing as, this top slot right here where it says items will be whatever the ability category for that class is.
Okay.
So I'm playing as a white mage, that will be white magic. If I'm
Okay.
playing as a chemist, that will be items.
Okay.
This is command abilities for any other job that I want, as long as I've mastered them. So I could change this chemist to another class, and any items that he has the ability to use right now that's limited to potions and eye drops, I would be able to use, even if this dude was a knight or a black mage or whatever else.
Okay.
Similarly, this category right here is for basically reprisals. So if somebody hits me, what happens?
Okay.
Do I counterattack? Does my evasion go up? Whatever else. And different classes will let me get different abilities. We'll break into that system a little bit more as we go on. But some classes also have basically.
Was that it?
That's,
Was he like,
yes.
yay, I did it! Yippee!
He did that,
Is that
because
level up?
he did that because he leveled up.
That's awesome. I love that.
So Squires, under their fundamentals, right now I have Rush, which is a low damage attack but has a chance of knocking an enemy back a space.
Okay.
And I have Throw Stone. Throw Stone does 6 damage, not as great as hitting somebody with a sword, but something important happens when I throw this stone. If we watch Our Lady afterwards, 10 experience and 13 job points, which are basically the experience we use to buy abilities for that job.
Okay.
So, for example, this
And
character
that
right
also
here,
seems to have knocked the other person back.
it did, yes. That's it.
Okay.
That's just because it crit.
Oh.
If an attack crits, they always get knocked back a space.
Okay.
So we just got really lucky on that one. That was not a great demonstration of Throw Stone.
I think that was an excellent demonstration.
If we get more job points, we can purchase more abilities for these characters. So, for example, I got 300 job points for Francis here. I could buy Focus, which takes a turn, but will just increase her attack power for the rest of the battle, right? It's your basic leveling system. You can get very hands-on with it. Is the main thing to kind of understand about it.
Okay. Well, I'm learning a lot about what YouTube does and doesn't like. Apparently, the word violence is enough to
Is
to
everybody
be held.
experimenting and saying
I don't think
mean
they are.
words?
Well, they're being super horny right now.
Oh, okay. What are they being horny about?
About Twinks and Ramza.
Good.
But violence
He
is
gets less twinky as the game goes on, but he's pretty twinky at the beginning.
violence is considered not a restricted, but held for a review word, and twerk off is as well, I believe. I'm just assuming. It could be any word in these sentences, but I'm just picking what I'm assuming is. Okay, so I've got a question about XP and leveling and
Yes.
whatnot.
Go right ahead. Please ask anything, because it's going to be easier than me remembering what to talk about.
Okay, well, this is just these are questions specifically for my brain goblins.
Actually, one thing before you ask that question. I'm just
Yes.
going to demonstrate one thing while I have this chemist's turn up.
Yeah.
So some classes have innate abilities. If I get a really high amount of EXP for Addison here, I could make this an ability he has all the time, even if he's playing as another class.
Okay.
But chemists have an innate ability, which isn't just that they can use items, they can throw items.
Okay.
Oh.
So
that's how you
anywhere
would-
in here is my range that I could toss a potion to heal somebody instantaneously.
Okay.
That's pretty cool.
Or whatever else I need to do, including Phoenix Downs, right? Anyway,
Okay.
sorry, Joey, what's your question about
No,
leveling?
I was gonna. So, outside of key battles, is there any Is there other ways of training?
Yes.
Are there repeatable battles? Are there things
There
like
are
that?
random battles on the world map, and I don't know if it was in the original version of the game, but in this version of the game, you can literally go to like a wilderness tile on the map and just say search for battle.
Okay.
And it'll just give you a battle.
Okay, that's good. I just wanted to know because there are some games that are like this that they have a limited amount of battles, and then that kind of changes the whole game of how you need to plan things out. But if it's got random battles, then okay, that'll be fine to experiment.
Not a problem here. In the original game, I think you could just like wander around on the map if you wanted a battle. In this game, like I said, you can you can just walk around until you find a battle. So just a second ago there, I threw a potion to Ramza even though Ramza didn't really need it.
Yes.
Joey, do you remember the problem with Final Fantasy II's leveling system?
Is 2 the one where you can just beat up your teammates to
Your
XP?
defense goes up depending on when you get hit. Your attack goes up based on hitting. So you can attacking your teammates is the most efficient way to level up. Well, Joey, boy howdy, do I have some news for you.
Oh no! Oh my god. Alright. This is more news for Price, because he abused the hell out of that
Now, it doesn't
system.
matter as much late game, but early game, legitimately, one of the best ways to level is there's only one enemy on the map, leave them alone.
Just
Who
beat
cares?
the
I'm just
ever-loving
gonna
shit out of
I'm
your
gonna throw
teammates.
stones because I get EXP, but they don't do a lot of damage.
Oh.
And typically throwing stones is just basically there so you have a ranged option if you can't hit.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay.
That is not really anything you're going to be doing long term in the game, but it is useful early game. So he just leveled up from throwing a potion to her that she didn't really need.
Okay. I guess my other question is, okay, I got 2 questions. One, permadeath, yes or no, for no-nonsense characters. Okay.
Yes.
I imagine
if a character gets KO'd, you have 3 turns to get to them. See the hearts over these enemies?
Yes.
One of them just, quote, disappeared forever because 3 turns passed since they died. And now they've turned into this crystal, which will automatically give Ramza these abilities. When enemies die, they can leave behind 3 things. A treasure chest with a random consumable item in it, a blue crystal, which will automatically heal you to full, including MP, or a yellow crystal, which is much rarer. I can't believe we got one on this fight. I could choose to get a full HP and MP restore on Ramza right now if I wanted, or I can have him automatically learn potion and antidote and re-equip for free.
Okay.
Which are all, chemist abilities.
Cool.
Even though he's a squire right now. I think it's because we killed a chemist is the reason that we were able to get those abilities there. We're getting really unlucky with these enemies, like, just constantly parrying our guys, which is making this go a little longer than it reasonably should, but that's fine.
It's just showing what the average experience would be, because...
Absolutely.
You know what you're doing, but
Absolutely.
at this point in the game, folks like me would not.
Why persist in such folly? Honest work would see them die old in bed. Yet they choose instead this early grave.
Alright, Ninja Bunny is helping me out on numbers for stones. See, Ninja Bunny, you said most stones do 1 damage. I think they might have been buffed in this version. Because, like, I know in Tactics Ogre, stone is basically useless. It always does 1 damage. In this game, I'm consistently getting... like 5 to 10 damage from stone throws. Well, actually, I say that. We're gonna see me get like 30s with stone throws in a minute because this is nonsense that I do.
Attained the distinguished title of Knight Gallant, approached the hour of his death.
So after we flashed back, we have yet another flashback here.
Oh my gosh.
To
even further back?
Maybe a year or so ago from what we were just seeing.
Okay.
The Order has struck a great blow. Limbri is ours once more. 'Tis but a matter of time ere the Ordalians withdraw from Seltenia. All goes as planned, Lord Father. Be not troubled.
The envoy dispatched to treat with Advocate Lenario returned this
What's
night.
that name? Dicestard?
That's Dicestard.
That's awesome.
And that is Ben Starr, by the way.
Okay.
Good. Very good. Then the war will die with me.
Father.
There now, Alma. Do you want my last memory to be of your tears?
Whack.
Where is that Ramza? He should be here at your side.
Yeah, that wasn't a good thing. That wasn't a good thing to be one of the last things you say to your daughter.
Yeah.
Zalbag, Dystag, you are dear to me. But Ramza is no less so. Though he be not the issue of the womb that bore you, my sons, still my blood courses through his veins. Watch after him.
Lord Father!
You forget yourself, Ramza.
You have come. Good. Let me look upon your face once more.
Lord Father.
How long has it been? You've grown into a fine young man. I would hear of your studies. You've been at the academy since spring, is it? Hear me, Ramza. For generations, we Beowulfs have stood foremost of those who serve the crown. Ours is the soul of the night. Become a knight worthy of your name. Tolerate no injustice. Stray not from the true path. You will know the path you must walk. A Beowulf can walk no other.
I will not fail you, Father.
Your friend, Delita. He is a good boy. He is low-born, but he can serve you well. I've made arrangements for him to enter the academy. You should have seen the look on the headmaster's face. In the years ahead, you will need someone whom you can trust. You could do far worse than Delita.
As you say, Father.
Take care of your sister. And show these brothers of yours what it is. What it is to be a knight.
The vibes of the game and the vibes of chat right now are so different.
So...
They're so different.
Also, okay, newest thing about that I don't understand from YouTube is one Shillowflower said Gladiolus is more daddy. That was held for me to review.
Oh boy. Alrighty, so gang.
Oh, I got to take a phone call real quick. I'll be back in just a second.
Go take a phone call then. That's fine. Ooh. I'll take this opportunity to talk to Aidan for a second.
Yeah.
Talk to Aidan about a couple of things.
Hey.
So, we'll use this opportunity to talk about story stuff. We'll talk about gameplay stuff when you get back.
Okay.
So, we got a few pieces on the board right now, and I think this game does a pretty decent job of explaining itself. One thing that I really think is noteworthy about Yasumi Matsuno's writing is he does short but very dense cutscenes. His cutscenes tend to have a lot of information in them very quickly.
Okay.
The main thing here that throws people sometimes is how much we're jumping around in time.
Yeah.
And in the War of the Lions version, where there was this, it's kind of the same thing where you have kids in high school reading Shakespeare. Maybe not so much now because kids are illiterate now.
Oh my God.
But there are people who okay, I get it, I can understand Shakespeare, I've learned it. There are other people who are like, I don't really follow this, but they hear it performed, and with the emotion, with the context, with the acting, they're like, okay, now I can piece together what's happening.
Right.
They've simplified the script a little bit in this, and I think the voice acting also helps to clarify what's going on in some scenes. But that previous scene there, if you're not keeping track of all of the moving pieces, an event happened in this world called the 50 Years' War, which we're going to read a little bit more about in a second here.
Okay.
At the end of that war, Ivalice was out of money. They didn't pay off a lot. They didn't pay a lot of their returning soldiers. They just whacked them all, fired them all, which is why now there is mass brigandry, economic turmoil in the country.
Okay.
Because the government has no money, and a bunch of soldiers just got back and they said they can't pay them. Basically the same thing that happened with pirates during the golden age of piracy. It was we can't pay these privateers anymore. Well, that sucks because I got a boat and guns.
Right.
The scene we just saw there is in the twilight hours of the war.
Okay.
And Ramza's father, the head of House Beowulf, who leads one of the two main orders of knights that were prosecuting the war on Ivalice's behalf. He was talking with his sons about how the negotiations are ending. Things are coming to a close. Good, then the war will die with me. He did not live to see that the country has been thrown into turmoil by the Corpse Brigade.
Okay.
So there are a number of little localization things with this game that are interesting. For example, the Corpse Brigade is a name that comes from the PSP version of the game. I believe in the original PlayStation 1 game, they were like the Dead Men or like the Death Patrol or something like that. There is, I think, a little reference to that in here, or I could be wrong. I'm not remembering all the details of this correctly. But if we go by this town that we're in now, we have a couple of options here. We have an outfitter, which is a store, a tavern, which is where you get side quests, among other things, and the Warriors Guild, which is where you get new recruits.
Okay.
We're going to head into the tavern first real quick.
Make yourself at home. It's just
because we have rumors. This is where you don't need to read these to understand the immediate what Ramza is doing.
Okay.
But if you want to understand why,
okay.
You kind of have to read these.
I love a why.
Brigandry is on the rise across the land. Galleon is by no means spared. Wains are struck and pillaged. High-ranking officials taken at sword point. Most of the incidents these past 6 months are believed to be the work of a company of felons and former sellswords known as the Corpse Brigade. It is oft said that the only good brigand is a dead brigand, and the Order of the Northern Sky would like naught more than to see the brigade make corpses for true. But as yet, it is all the knighthood can do to keep the outlaws in check. What's going on with the King of Evil East right now? King Ordania III has been a subject of his health has been a subject of concern since his collapse at the birthday celebration for Prince Orinus. The Board of Chamberlains has since announced that the king has regained consciousness and his fever is broken, but will yet require no less than 3 weeks of quietude and bed rest in order to recover. Many speculate that it will be some months before the king resumes his official duties. However, Queen Leveria, I believe is how you pronounce her name, they barely ever say her name out loud, and this game only just got voice acting, and her retainers have long been in charge of most affairs of state, and thus few problems are anticipated during the king's absence. And then I believe this might be the longest rumor in the game, which is what happened during the 50 Years' War.
Good. That's not a rumor, my man.
So we don't need to read...
It's a 5-paragraph essay.
So we don't need to read all of this. But this is basically the entire history of Ivalice and Ordalia, which are the two main belligerents in this war, why they went to war, which kings were responsible for what, the allegiances involved. Most of this is backstory. Very little of it ever comes up, other than maybe understanding the line of succession in Ivalice and understanding who the good guys and bad guys were in this war. This was mostly, and to say good guys and bad guys, I don't mean the countries, because this is a classic Middle Ages war where was this really good for anybody? Was this really very helpful for anybody that this war happened? Basically, this country, Zelmonia, has its ruler as, I believe, a cousin of the Ivalicean leadership, and they ask, "Hey, Ivalice, can you come and help us out with Ordalia's not we don't like them. They're ruling over. They've annexed our territory. Can you come help us out?" And a big war happens, 50 years long, just as was the style at the time.
Okay.
All sorts of stuff happens. Anybody who wants to read this, I highly recommend going ahead and reading it, but just for the sake of our time tonight, we're not going to read all of it. Black Death comes along, as it is wont to do. Yeah. 2 military orders worthy of particular mention in this conflict are the Order of the Northern Sky, led by the young Barnabeth Beowulf, who would later claim the title...
Young Barnabeth, that's awesome.
Who would later claim the title of Knight Gallant.
Okay.
And that of the Southern Sky, led by Sidolphus Orlandu, who is this game's Cid, known as the Thunder God. After countless victories at home, these 2 orders have been poised to advance into Ordalia. However, the protracted conflict had begun to take its toll on domestic morale. Peasant uprisings and revolts throughout Ivalice and Ordalia forced both countries to send their troops home to pacify their own citizens, resulting in another stalemate. Dinamda IV is a king of Ivalice. It was Dinamda IV's sudden death by malady that broke the stalemate, though some claim that he was murdered. His successor, Ordania III, was ill-suited to the throne and left the governing of Ivalice to his queen and his retainers. This is the dude who just collapsed at his son's birthday party.
Okay.
Took over in the waning hours of the war. Without Dinamda IV's leadership, the armies of Ivalice had little prayer of preventing Valery VI's successor, Prince Leonard, from defeating the troops stationed in Zelmonia and advancing into Ivalice proper. Despite the valiant efforts of the northern and southern orders, Ivalice failed to repel Prince Leonard's invasion of Zeltenia. Ivalice's leaders soon began looking for a peaceful alternative. In the end, both states agreed that prolonging the war would be mutually detrimental, and a pact was signed allowing each nation to return to addressing domestic strife. An equal peace in name, it was in reality a defeat for Ivalice. The economy of Ivalice was brought to the very brink of ruin as it struggled to pay reparations to its former enemies and to repay the loans taken from neighboring states to fund its war effort. Soldiers returning from the front found themselves without pay, and entire orders of knights were summarily discharged from service. swelling ranks of the unemployed did little to relieve the people's distrust of the crown and the nobility. So that is where we find ourselves now. Sidolphus Orlandu is the leader of the Southern Knights, and Barnabas Beowulf was the leader of the Northern Sky Knights. Ramza's father, along with Alma, Zalbag, and Dystarg, are his 4 children.
Okay. These are names.
Alma and Ramza are his youngest children, and their mother is... they are both born from a common woman.
Okay.
The other 2 are born from a noble mother from Barnabas' actual wife.
Okay.
Barnabas treated his kids very well. We could observe that even in that scene.
Yeah.
He almost seemed like he's more fond of Ramza than he was of his 2 adult sons who were actually helping to prosecute the war. He was like, oh, you 16-year-old kid.
Fine, young man.
You show your brothers what it means to be a true knight.
Okay, so I was like, surely I'm not interpreting that correctly, but that was in fact what he said.
He did say that.
Bet.
He did say that. Now, we don't know what that means because we don't know these characters yet, but it is interesting.
It is interesting.
It is interesting.
Come back soon.
I use that word a lot because that's a polite way of saying, damn, that's crazy.
So, we have our characters. And now it's time to talk about some numbers.
Yeah.
So
the most intimidating part of this game for me.
Down at the bottom of Ramza's character, little portrait down there at the bottom, it says Squire, which is his current, class. Level 2, which is his level 2 Squire. The level 1 at the top is his overall character class. Your overall, your whole character level, is your stats increase, your HP, your MP, whatever, will go up every time you level. Your class level has to do with unlocking other classes. To keep it really simple. These are all the classes in the game.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, no. Oh, there's so much.
If we pull up the job progress menu, this
my
flowchart makes it
God.
really simple.
It makes it really simple.
So right now I can be a squire or a chemist, and because Ramza is a level 2 squire, he's also unlocked the ability to be an archer and a knight. If I went and made him a level 2 chemist, he could be a white mage and a black mage. So basically, some of these, like whatever this class is, you gotta be level 5.
My God.
On 4 other things.
You gotta be
to
crazy
be able to be
with
that.
it.
This guy, you gotta be level 4 archer, level 5 something else, level 2 something else to be able to be whatever this is.
So you can't just be a level 4 and then a level 5 and then a that thing. You also have to be the other.
Anything that is.
Whatever that is.
You also have to be the level 2 thing to be able to have.
So we gotta get to that.
Crazy.
How do we do that? I don't know. But anyway, so there's a lot going on here. It looks intimidating up front. It's actually not as crazy as you might think it is. You'll level up and you'll get access to new characters. So, like right now, or new classes that is. Right now, Ramza only has. Oops, my bad. Switched his class. My bad. Right now, Ramza only has one of these abilities, which is Chant. I can sacrifice his HP to give it to somebody else. Ramza's Squire has a couple of extra abilities because he is Ramza.
Gotcha.
There's a couple of things that are unique to him, including this. Special ability that can only be learned when an enemy unit uses it on one of your allies. I'll just go ahead and tell you what that is because it's really stupid. It's the Ultima spell, which only the final boss casts.
Cool. Wait, then how do you use it if the final boss is the one casting it?
You have Ramza switch to this class for the final boss.
And then he can learn it
and then he gets it and he can use it for that one fight.
Awesome.
Unless it's different in this game.
Okay.
But I'm pretty sure that's how it worked in the original, I'm pretty sure. But anyway, over here we can see he has 204 job points. So I can buy Throw Stone. And
the leveling tool.
I could buy Rush if I wanted to, but I don't. We can also get Counter Tackle, which is when he gets attacked, he has a percentage chance of counterattacking with Rush, which does less damage than a normal attack, but it's a counterattack. You can do a little return to sender damage.
Okay.
There's a few other things we can get here, and this is absolutely crucial. This is why every single character should be a squire until they get this. In fact, I shouldn't have even gotten the other one. I should have gotten this. JP Boost just increases the amount of job experience and job points you get. Anytime you do anything.
Yeah.
You just get more. You should get this immediately over anything else.
Okay.
You should have every character be a squire if only to get this. Because this is one of the, support abilities. And basically, that just goes in this slot. Whatever I want. It doesn't agnostic of class, right? So you could get that ability and then change them to whatever else and just keep using JP boost. Now, there are other things that are obviously better for, like, combat. This is re-equip. It will let Ramza change his equipment in the middle of battle.
Yeah, that's cool.
If we go and look at some other things that we can get here. Equip axes. So pretty much all equipment is, like, specific to classes, right? Like, only archers can use crossbows and bows.
Okay.
Only a ninja can use ninja swords, right?
Okay.
But if I buy this support ability, if I buy the crossbows support ability, then any class could use a crossbow. I could go and play as a knight or a thief or a black mage, and if I sacrificed my support class, if I sacrifice my support category to have use crossbows, then any class can use crossbows.
Okay.
Here, it's in this one. Right here, right? So I can put that on any class, and now any job in the whole game could use a crossbow if I wanted to. Concentration is an archer passive ability. Ignores target's physical evasion to ensure that physical attacks always hit. What else has got? Chemist. I can get throw items, so that any class can throw an item whenever they want. Right now, like, a chemist just has that as a default ability. But if I buy that, then I could be a black mage shooting thunder spells, but I could also chuck a potion halfway across the map if I want to. Knights are the only classes that can equip heavy armor, which gives you a massive HP increase.
Okay.
But you can buy this ability, and suddenly any class can equip heavy armor. Same goes for shields and swords. There are a couple of classes that can do shields and swords, but some classes can't. Mages are not supposed to be able to use a sword.
Okay.
But I could get this, and a mage could use a sword if I wanted to do that.
Right. And all it takes is that highly valuable slot is being taken up. Right?
Yes, that's correct.
Also, Jacob, we have a donation.
We have a donation. Oh, we do?
We do have a donation.
JG with a $2 donation saying, Yowie Nation. With whatever's going on in chat that I'm not reading.
Yeah.
We were very engaged during the chat's Yowie conversation during Alan Wake, so I feel like I've put in my time on this particular subject.
Oh, it's been going, and I've just been keeping up with it, but I'm like when you're at a sporting event and you look up at the box and there's just somebody like staring out from above. It's like I'm not participating, but I am watching. So
still no pizza.
Oh my
God.
I'm sorry, gang.
I'm glad I was like chilling. If I had come over and was like hungry, I would probably be grumpy right now.
Damn, that's crazy that you say that.
She's not bringing pizza.
No, I know. No, I was saying I had breakfast.
because you're starving.
I haven't had lunch, so I'm not cranky though, so we're good. The mean bean is powering me up for some reason.
Caffeine is an appetite suppressant.
Oh, look at that. I'm almost out though, so we'll see how much longer I'm suppressed.
So, here with the chemist, we have to get job points to be able to buy all of these abilities. I'm using the D-pad on the Pro Controller, which is shit. That's why it keeps going left and right on accident, switching jobs. So right now, this character happens to start out with Phoenix Down and Potion already learned.
Do they make items, or do you have to acquire them?
Say again?
Does the chemist make items, or
they pull from your inventory.
Okay.
But they don't cost JP, so they don't cost MP. And something that's a unique quirk of this game is that magic spells take a couple of turns to charge up.
Really?
Yes. So potions and any item happens instantaneously. It happens that turn. Magic spells take a couple of turns before they happen. I'll demonstrate that later. Okay. Now, there is another number that we have to discuss.
Okay.
And this is a number you have to deal with at the beginning of the game, and we're going to skip around it. Which is the bravery and faith number underneath every character's MP.
You told me a bit about it the other day.
I can also hit a button to display them on each character. So basically, bravery and faith are how this character deals with physical and magical stuff. The higher your bravery is, the more damage you do with physical attacks, but also the more damage you take from physical attacks. Faith is the same thing, but with magic. Higher it is, the more magic damage you can take, but the more magic damage you can do. Now here's the thing. At the beginning of the game, they may just give you bad units. Ramza always has 70 in both categories to make sure that you can use him for whatever. Most of these other guys have low numbers. For example, Addison here, 45 and 50?
Bad? Garbage?
Terrible.
Terrible.
Awful. Now, if this dude had, let's say, 70 faith, and 45 bravery, then I'd say he's a mage, he's always going to be a mage, and he's just not going to hit people physically, and he'll take less damage if he gets hit physically.
Okay, but as he is right now, we need to put him on the guillotine.
Yes, we do. We need to do exactly that.
Jest. Oh no! No!
But he was
this game
level
does
2!
this! No, it's the Chow Garden all over again. No! That sucks. Oh.
This guy also pretty bad. You basically want you want to get numbers. You want to have at least one number in the 60s.
Okay.
Or else you probably don't even want to bother. And it's better to just deal with this now. Now, I'm not taking these dudes' equipment away because it doesn't matter.
But you would normally.
If they had anything good.
This is so funny because when I did this on my save file originally, they were all like, I enjoyed our time together, but if this is the way we have to go, I understand. Or like, you know, if a change has to be made, I get it. These dudes are being super emotional.
I gave you my very best. And
They are.
And Joey, this is where the gacha rolling happens. We go into the Warriors Guild, and they've got soldiers here that we can buy for, I think it's like $1,000 a pop to have them join our group.
6470. That seems pretty good.
6470 is actually fantastic. Ophelia, she's in the group.
Get in here.
Right away, right off the bat. She's fantastic.
She's happy. She's like, yippee!
She is. The rest of these, ooh, 70 faith, 58 bravery. That's fucking great.
All right.
That's Kino.
Is 70 cap? I'm sure you said that, and I just didn't
70.
hear.
Technically, the cap is 100.
Oh, okay.
You don't want it to be 100 though, for a reason I'll explain in a second.
Great.
6947. That's another mage. Why not? Or this bravery 6853. That's also pretty good. She's just only ever going to be a physical attacker.
let me know if you.
Now this doesn't really matter because I'm going to load a save, and
Yes.
where I've already formed the team. But if you want to get really sweaty about your gacha rolling,
Which I do.
every time you back out,
Oh, it changes every time.
changes every time.
Oh my god.
So you can just come back
Oh
in
my
and
God.
you can do this until you get someone with a 72, which is the highest I've seen for somebody in this screen. It may be possible to be higher, but you can just do this forever until you get what you want.
Oh shit. All right. Well, this is good and bad for me.
We got crazy good right there at the beginning, but we are going to leave this. Also, really quickly, run by the store.
Okay.
You know, buy stuff, obviously. One thing you want to get right away that we can't get just yet, we'll be able to get it after the first battle, is battle boots. They cost $1,000, but they just increase your movement by 1. And they go in the accessory slot, which anybody can pick, basically.
Cool.
It's like your clothing, your hats, your weapons are going to be dictated by class. Accessories are agnostic. You can get battle boots right away. It's honestly worth it. They're kind of expensive, but especially if you do a lot of random encounters, you'll be drowning in money, so it's fine.
Excellent.
And also, you can buy your items. Eventually, you're just gonna want to have 99 potions, but right now I don't have them. I'm not made of money, so we'll get 15, and we'll also buy a couple of Phoenix Downs just in case.
So that's how you get somebody that has fallen and is in the 3 stages of like I'm dead.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Phoenix Down is what always gets up KO'd party members in any final
Is
phase.
there any way? Well, yeah, but is there any other way? Just because this system is different.
White Mage can cast Revive.
Okay.
And that's it.
All right.
You're gonna have to get good at assessing. I need to be able to get my guy over there. It's gonna take me 3 turns to get him there, or I'm not gonna be able to get there in 3 turns, and I gotta restart this, or I better kill everybody on the enemy team in 3 turns.
Okay.
Because if you have a character that's down but they haven't died yet, and you finish the fight, they're fine.
Then it's okay.
If they're KO'd and you finish the fight before their 3 turns elapse, you're fine.
Okay. Also, MP in fights.
Yes. Starts full.
Starts full every time.
Yes.
Okay. Awesome.
You cannot
Very cool.
buy ethers. That's selling. That's selling. Yeah, you cannot buy ethers. Maybe you can later. I don't know. I don't remember.
So as per usual, they're very valuable.
Yes. You're gonna just have to manage your mage's MP. There are abilities you can get of like gain MP every step you take. That's a passive ability you can get. You can get, like, I think Time Mage has just have all MP costs as their support ability that you can unlock for like 500 JP, and then you can just take that to any other class.
Okay.
So these are all things that you can build out. Also, the fitting menu. This is, I just want you to tell me what the best equipment is for this character, right? You just press the plus button and it tells you what optimal fitting is, or alternatively, you just open this menu and you can just immediately comparison shop. Optimize is not always great. Sometimes it will, like, because it doesn't know what to prioritize.
Right.
So, like, it might prioritize equipment that gives you higher health when you actually want equipment that gives you higher MP. Or it might prioritize a sword that does 1 more damage when maybe you actually want to buy a sword that gives you 15% more chance to parry, right? So you can't always rely on optimal fitting, but it is a way to simplify this significantly. Also, new to this version of the game, extensive tutorials.
Oh my goodness.
So
oh my goodness.
Basically, any system you want to know about is in here.
Cool.
Including the Zodiac system, which does not matter at the beginning of the game, but will eventually. This is where I don't like Matsuno games, is he is so systems heavy. They get so top heavy. There is so much to worry about on a battle by battle, second by second basis that it gets tedious. Early game, this does not matter. Late game, you're going to be fighting an enemy and you will go, why am I doing no damage and he's killing me in 1 hit? And the answer will be your Zodiac compatibility.
That is so dumb.
Every character in the game has a birthday, and every character's birthday gives them a Zodiac sign. Is it not going to show up in here right now? Is it in here? Where is it? Maybe it's not in here yet. Maybe it's not added right away.
What is it?
The list of Zodiac signs. I don't think... Yeah, it's not in here. Oh, no, maybe it's under Advanced. Let's have a look.
Advanced.
Zodiac Affinities?
There it is. Here we go.
Oh my god.
So, Aries shares positive affinity with Leo and Sagittarius. Aries shares negative affinity with Cancer and Capricorn. Best affinity with Libra, unless one or both of the units is a creature, in which case the affinity is negative instead.
What do you mean? That's so stupid.
Positive affinity means anything that you do to that unit will just be better. So if I'm an Aries white mage and I cast heal on a Leo party member, it will do more healing than normal. If I am an Aries archer and I shoot a Sagittarius enemy, it will do more damage than if I shot a Capricorn. If I shoot a Capricorn with that crossbow, it will do significantly reduced damage.
Significantly.
Again, it scales more as the game goes on. Early game, it's not noticeable. As the numbers get bigger, the deficits get more noticeable. In the first chapter of the game, this doesn't matter. Especially in this new version, they have done rebalancing, like, a lot, and they've made Chapter 1 way smoother to get through than it used to be.
It's just so you don't get locked out,
Just so you don't get completely stonewalled by the game. Later on, these will become important to keep track of. Early game doesn't really matter. I think this is too much. In Tactics Ogre, there's an elemental affinity. There's like 6 elements, and it's like if you're this element, if you're fire, you do better against water, but you're weak against ice or whatever. I don't even remember them. I'd have to constantly go and look at the triangle.
Chat is very interested in what Scorpios are, just for the record. You should scroll down to Scorpio.
Positive affinity with Cancer and Pisces, negative with Leo and Aquarius, and best affinity with Tartarus, unless your pet is a Tartarus, in which case you have negative affinity with.
Unless you're what?
It said one or both use a creature, so I said unless your dog is a Tartarus, then you're...
I gotcha. So Scorpios...
Taurus, I said Tartarus. Taurus.
Scorpios in chat, I am a Taurus.
Well, you guys aren't creatures.
Exactly.
I'm a gremlin.
So we're best affinity.
Woo. Oh my god, guys.
Pizza?
Pizza time?
He pulled up.
Oh.
My mother called. Manager said new driver and quite a few stops, still in his car. Then she texts, he came and drove away. Now checking...
What?
Now checking the car to see if he gave your food to somebody else at the end of the driveway. Still on the phone with manager. The epic.
I love Domino's. So Domino's sponsored this channel.
This is crazy. Also, is there like an event happening tonight that I'm unaware of?
They said they're short staffed. I think 2 people didn't come into work tonight.
It's National Skyrim Day, so everybody's celebrating.
That, yes. So again, extensive tutorials here to explain pretty much anything you probably want to know.
And I guess it's also Veterans Day, but
in-game achievement system.
Yeah.
Up here we have these are basic. This is because this is the same team that did FF16. They didn't bring over active time lore, but they brought over a lot of their other sensibilities from 16.
Okay.
We have an extensive encyclopedia.
Okay.
With every character we've met, including Arislam, who's the historian who's narrating the game.
What's good?
Modern-day scholar of medieval evolution history who teaches at the National Academy in Valentia. Arislam is also known as an archaeologist and theologian. Many remember him for the controversy he sparked with his interpretation of the Durai Papers. He since penned such classic works as The Enigmatic War of the Lions, The True Saint Ajora, and the Durai Papers, 400 Years of Truth. And up there in the corner, you'll notice that's him. When we open up the encyclopedia, he talks to us.
Within lie many historical records.
Wow.
And also, if we go to stratagems for battle, the dude who runs the academy that Ramza and Delita were learning at talks to us.
With knowledge comes clarity.
Excellent.
He is also in this encyclopedia.
What would you wish to know?
He's the coolest and strongest and most bestest
Good
scholar.
temper and clear lectures have won him favor among students, so he's also known to be rather long-winded. Commissioned as chief aide-de-camp during the 50 Years' War, he served only one tour of duty, giving him very little actual experience. We've also got locales that we know about, and terms. So, all the stuff that I was explaining earlier, in here, if you want to know about it. The main thing to know about, other than the Corpse Brigade, which we've already learned plenty about, is that there are two offshoots of the royal family who are very significant. Duke Goltana and Duke Larg. Each of them is the head of one of the orders of knights.
Okay.
Duke Larg is the head of the Order of Northern Knights, which is led by the Beowulfs. Goltana leads the Order of Southern Knights, which is led by Sidolphus Orlandu, the Thunder God.
Okay.
These are the two main orders of knights in Ivalice. This dude is cousin to the king. This dude is brother to the queen. This will matter later.
Okay.
It will be very important.
Okay.
We also have the State of the Realm, which, Joey, you'll recognize this screen from Final Fantasy 16.
Oh, yes. This screen.
Take a broad view.
That will give us, basically, as the game goes on, tell us where all of our important characters are and what they're up to. Basically, just to keep in mind,
I'm sure
what's
it's
the
better
layout.
utilized than this one.
You are always welcome.
And we also have, if you want to watch old cutscenes, you can.
Cool.
Now, there's something that's a little curious here. You guys may remember that when Avelia was kidnapped in the initial scene, the princess was kidnapped by Delita. He punched her in the gut, threw her on the chocobo, and ran away, right?
Right.
And he said, Agrias ran out and said, "Hold there," and he went, "I think not."
Yeah.
If you're disappointed, blame yourself or the father, or something like that. He said.
Yeah.
So this is an example of people getting too caught up in the original script. In the original script, he said a quote hard line that means something kind of different. He originally said, "Tough, blame yourself or God," which is basically chalk it up to bad luck.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's cool, though.
However, the PSP War of the Lions has additional cutscenes that don't play by default in this game. And I thought when I was originally watching a Let's Play of this when it first came out, oh, they got rid of all those cutscenes? No, they didn't. They're in this menu.
Wow.
It's because they haven't done them up. They're from the PSP, so they're all like 720p. But they've redubbed them with the new cast.
No.
Okay.
Lady Ophelia.
This way. Be quick. And try making less noise.
I'll not take orders from you!
You've quite a mouth on you, princess. Forgive me. It is your birth and faith that wrong you, not I.
Lady Ophelia. Hold there!
Do my eyes deceive me?
Oh my god, it's here, guys. Oh my god, it's arrived.
Is it truly him?
I see it. I can see it with my eyes.
Lady Ophelia.
Delita. He lives. But why does he serve under the banner of Duke Goltana? I do not understand.
Boys, where is our hunger level at? Do we want to maybe throw these in the oven for 15, 20 minutes?
Whatevs.
I mean, we've waited this long, but...
Alright, give it just a second.
Let us trace
They're not ice cold, but they can definitely be warm.
Okay.
I licked them all to make sure to check their temperature.
Of course, of
Excellent.
course.
we'll back up for a second because somebody asked if I match Taurus, and I think I am quintessential Taurus. I am stubborn as hell, and I love to be cozy. Earth signs are all about comfort, and Taurus specifically is just like hella stubborn, and that's me.
See, I don't know anything about this stuff.
I feel like I match Taurus pretty fucking well.
I am a Taurus, so.
Are you?
Yeah.
I knew that. We've talked about this before, I'm sure.
That's fine. I've got.
Do you feel like you match those descriptors?
What are they?
Stubborn. Like, stubborn and valuing comfort were also typically depicted as loyal.
Okay. Stubborn. Probably, maybe. I'm not sure. Value and comfort, 100%.
Yeah.
I do that. I do that thing. I go out of my way to be comfortable if I can. Which sucks. Well, temperature-wise, it also sucks. I'm taking it from a more literal approach, but both philosophically, I also do that. I often will, like, set up scenarios in which things are just naturally easier for me.
Yeah. And then the loyalty piece also is very typical of Taurus.
So.
It's the driver's first night.
Oh my god.
Oh, that sucks.
Rough time.
Obviously, the context of that seems changed a little bit in the PSP animated cutscene that we just watched.
A little, yeah.
He doesn't say the line to Agrias, he says it to Avelia. He says, "Forgive me, 'tis your birth and your faith that wrong you, not I." That line is by far superior, even to the version in this updated thing where he talks to Agrias from the back of the Chocobo, because that line is basically telling us everything the game is going to be about.
Okay.
Cool.
I'll be waiting.
But anyway, so all the PSP cutscenes are in here. They're just buried in this menu.
So, under events. So basically, if you really want the full experience, just after you do like a main story thing, go and watch the other version.
Yeah. Now, obviously, you're not necessarily going to know where they are unless you know the PSP version, and you're like, "Oh, I know. I know what that is."
Jacob has opened a Word doc with notes in what order he needs to open his save files.
I don't think I have a save file. I don't think I have a save file for this. I think we're just gonna go.
That's crazy. That goes hard.
We're not gonna get as far as I wanted to tonight. I don't think we're gonna beat Chapter 1, even if I go turbo mode, but that's okay.
I still can't believe that this is the driver's first night, man. That's rough. I'm still thinking about that, but also like
I wonder. So someone in there.
It's been several hours. I don't think it's all his fault, though.
Someone in there said that they're supposed to have him go with someone on his first day. So I wonder if this is like his first for real night, or if this is just his first night by himself.
Well, maybe it's not the case here, but like I have noticed a trend with our local pizza places specifically of them. I can't remember the last time I interacted with one where it felt like there was enough people working there.
Yeah.
So I really would not be surprised if they just pulled this guy off the street and threw him into the deep end and said deal with it. I've seen it happen before.
Driver on the stream, says Circo Duck. Yeah, just like the commentary for Brother Bear by the characters Rutten 2.
Looks like
Hell
he's
yeah.
still alive. What do we do with him?
What do you think we do with him?
Right then. Your luck's run out, knave. If ever you had any.
Blast! One of the Order's patrols.
The Corpse Brigade. And they've a hostage in their midst.
So this might seem like a meaningless choice because they both say let's fight the guy. However, one of these just makes the fight harder. One of these, the one that says we must rescue their captive, means that if the hostage is KO'd, you lose the fight. However, even if he gets KO'd, he is a story critical character, so it doesn't matter. It's just Ramza's mentality of, oh no, he caught a grievous blow, we've lost.
Okay.
So pick our first duty is to defeat the brigade.
First duty is to defeat the brigade. The enemy stands before us. Attack!
You would stand by and watch as they kill an innocent?
I hadn't planned on giving them the chance.
Oh, maybe Delita's gonna judge us a little bit, though.
I would have saved him myself had it come to it.
Maybe Delita's gonna judge us very slightly for this choice, but who cares? Doesn't matter.
Reinforcements. And none too soon. My turn.
Does he control himself?
Yeah, he controls himself.
He just killed that guy.
Yeah, he is a special unit for this fight. He's a guest. Delete is also a guest. He controls himself just like in the previous fight.
Okay, so obviously
she does not have any abilities. So I just got her, but that's okay. God, her bravery's 78. That's so crazy. Or did I have her before? Is she one of the ones that I pulled?
I don't think so. I don't think we saw 78. She must be default.
I don't know how that happened. I should not have gotten that as a default.
Someone asked if you get 5 brave for saying you're gonna rescue the guy instead.
Oh, is that something? I don't know.
They're asking.
I don't know.
Okay.
Says they think that, so I don't know. Who knows?
I have no idea.
It's a very systems-heavy game. I'm sure there's shenanigans.
So I mentioned something about like you don't want the numbers to get too high sometimes. I don't really understand how you get the bravery stats to go up permanently. There are like spells you can cast to like get them to go up on like a battle-by-battle basis, right?
Yeah.
However, if a character's bravery becomes too low, they will abandon your group because they are now a loathsome, low-down coward.
Wow.
And if their faith gets too high, they will leave because they need to go and walk the earth and go on a spiritual journey.
That's awesome.
I don't think that's really a problem with like leveling your characters up, but like if you try to gas a mage over 95 faith during a battle, if you don't then lower it by the ending of the battle, the mage will leave.
That's sick. That's like it's like Disco Elysium where you get your stats too high and it's like, well, actually you don't have control of this anymore. The stat dictates what you do.
Yeah. That is one game that Spencer and I have talked a lot about me doing a playthrough of, like with him.
Disco Elysium.
Yeah.
I need to just play it sometime. If I can just get a computer, I can just play it because it's free on the computer on archive.org. Anybody that's interested, one of the creators was like, "This is a mess. Here you go, guys. It's for free now."
That's pretty cool.
I don't know if it's the original version or the one with voice acting, but hopefully it's the one with voice acting.
So, by the way, something that was not in the original... Well, it wasn't the original game, but this is one of the big things that was changed in this game was just general UI improvements. Okay. You could view the turn order in the original game, but it was a chore to do. Now you can see it over in the... You can see it on the side all the time, and you can hold down a button to flip through it to see basically until infinity.
Okay.
This will become important later when you start like casting spells that take several turns to go. Because, like, for example, I might... Let's say that Ramza was a black mage, and I wanted to cast fire on this wolf. Fire would take 3 turns to cast, so the wolf would move by the time the spell goes off. There are 2 things you can do when you cast a spell. You can target the tile or the unit. You can target the tile if you're confident about where they're going to be.
Okay.
If you target the unit, the spell will follow them. However, magic spells hit a couple of tiles. They hit a center tile and then one up, down, left, right, right?
Okay.
So if they move and go stand next to one of your guys and attack them, your guy's going to get hit too.
Ooh.
Okay.
Anyway.
Also, I'm just assuming from watching this, but it's like on your turn, you can move and you have an action.
Yes, that's correct.
That's it?
Yep, you can move and you can take 1 action.
Okay.
She critted with that knife. Sometimes the characters have lines when it's their turn and I'm blasting through them. So that sounds very funny.
I'll be fine. It is for the Marquis's safety, I fear.
The Marquis? The Marquis Elmdor de Limbri was here.
The very same. And to whom do I owe my gratitude?
We are Knight's Apprentice from the Academy at Garland. We may be able to help you. But first, I would hear more.
I'm gonna start using that in session instead of tell me more.
But first, I would hear more.
I would hear more.
I would hear more.
Let me hear more about that.
Then they pour their heart out and you go, damn, that's crazy. Time's up, though.
Excellency, the Marquis.
No, I don't say damn, that's crazy. I said that's interesting. We covered that already.
You're right.
I can't say damn, that's crazy in session.
Ooh, he just tried to pull a little fast one on us there. It's like, I'm a knight. Well, actually, I'm a knight apprentice. Like you guys.
A fellow knight in training, then. I am Ramza Beowulf, and this is Delita Hyrule, my trusted friend.
Beowulf? You're not of the Beowulfs of the Order of the Northern Sky, are you? What fantastic luck! A blessing in the midst of disaster.
What?
That's a good delivery.
The Order can help me rescue the Marquis. It must.
The Marquis is held captive.
The Corpse Brigade captured him, yes, but he still lives. We must act quickly. Should he be killed, I will lose everything. You simply must help me, please.
I love these little animations. They're great.
Who's to say your Marquis is to be killed anyway? The Corpse Brigade would not take a man alive save there were value in keeping him so. Of that, you can be sure.
There's little we alone can do against their main host in any case. If the Marquis has been taken hostage, Egros will be in an uproar. You can be sure of that, too.
Then before all else, we will report into Egros. Are we agreed?
Agreed. We'll start there.
Egros is a city to the northwest.
Lead the way.
Was his what was the number? I don't know if it was his faith or his bravery. The new guy.
This is him. This is his character sheet.
I dyslexed it. I thought it was 95. I was like, whoa!
He's going on a journey.
So Egros is both where Duke Larg is based and also where House Beowulf is based. That's where we're headed. That's where we've been reassigned to go and defend it in the midst of the Corpse Brigade hunt that the actual knightly orders are up to.
I hear you were decorated.
We have another donation.
I saw that. JG said, "You ever see a Kingdom Hearts with this in it?" Which is a reference to the dude who stole a bunch of copies of Kingdom Hearts 3 and then tried to sell them on Facebook Marketplace a couple weeks before the game came out. That we were talking about just the other day.
Yeah, literally the other day when we met up.
They sing your praise from
What
on
a
high.
hero. We need more people like him.
Honor to our name, my brother, and to me.
I am glad.
Oh? You would not seem it.
I am. Forgive me. Your words do me far more honor than I have done you. No doubt word has already reached you, but the Marquis de Limbre's carriage was waylaid, and the Marquis taken. What have you in mind to do?
I have already asked Zalbarg to dispatch a squad in pursuit. These brigands must eventually come forth to demand ransom. That is, assuming the Marquis yet lives.
I beg of you, Count Beowulf, lend me 100 men that I might hunt the Horsens down.
Ooh, strong language.
Please, my lord.
The pizza did arrive. We put it in the oven.
Yeah, to warm it up a little bit because it had been in a car for 40 minutes.
Yeah.
I said that a squad is to be dispatched. You are not a man of Galleon. Leave her affairs to those of us who are.
But, my lord...
Do not assume to beg favors of me. Let me remind you, Argath, lest you forget your place. You are but another sword, not yet even knighted.
Oh, poor guy.
The two of you will remain here at Egros and serve among the castle guard. You needn't worry. Danger is not like to visit these walls.
But I need to kill.
I need to kill.
I need experience. I need job points. Whoops.
They do need to. They're young men. They're young bucks. They gotta kill.
Was once respected as highly as House Beowulf, you know? At least, until my grandfather was captured during the war, after his fortress was overrun. In hopes of saving his own hide, he divulged intelligence about our forces. Positions, numbers, supply routes, whatever it took, he rendered up to the enemy. He turned traitor, thinking to buy his freedom with the lives of his friends. But his freedom scarce outlived his honor. He was not a dozen paces out of the gate when the dagger found his back, killed by some common squire, no more a knight than I. One of his supposed comrades spread word of his misdeeds. My lord father would have none of it, of course. But he was the only one. Our bannerman deserted us. Our reputation ruined.
Damn, that's crazy.
8 damage.
I had best remember my place. Your lord brother has no reason to lend ear to pleas from the likes of me.
Delita!
Tidra!
Alma! Zalbarg!
They might as well be speaking another language.
I know.
These are the names that the Japanese man wrote, and he was like, what sounds like a good European
Ramza,
name?
you've come home.
I mean, again, I've watched like half of all of Gundam, so it's like
I love
I'm
these
used to
names.
it.
I love
I like
Zolbag.
it.
It's fantastic.
I'm used to some bad names.
been
Which
some-
these aren't necessarily bad, they're just weird.
I heard about Garland. They say you made short work of those brigands. Now you've truly the right to call yourself a Beowulf.
Thank you, Lord Brother.
You certainly haven't changed. Gods forbid you show a bit of cheer on being praised. And
He's
you,
just like me.
Deleter, do not think word of your deeds escapes our ears. Your sister's been so full of pride I quite fear she might burst.
Worry not, my seams have held. Glad to see you looking so well, Delita.
And are you? Have you settled in at school?
Yes, the others have all been quite kind to me.
Would that we could speak at greater leisure, but there are duties that require my attendance. Rogues do not catch themselves.
I understand. Good luck.
I don't know what's going on with the architecture in this place, but it's cool.
Pretty cool.
Oh, we received a note of ransom from the Corpse Brigade.
What?
Something about it sits unwell with me. They are anarchists, to be sure, bent on bringing down the aristocracy. But they fancy themselves righteous, and prey only on the nobility and those in our employ. Indeed, when they took hostages in the past, they demanded only in exchange for their captured brethren. Would such as they truly kidnap the Marquis for want of coin?
Why wouldn't they? They're naught but common footpads. What would they know of honor?
One of the men I dispatched to watch them has not returned. I suspect he learned something of import and was caught for it. However, there are those who do not think some mere spy worth a search party's efforts.
Where was he last known to be?
In Dorta, the merchant city east of Galleon. Guarding a castle grows dreadfully dull. Wouldn't you agree?
Forgive us, Tetra. It seems we must be leaving sooner than we had planned.
Don't worry about me. Just take care of yourself.
I will. Mind your studies. I'll be back before you've even noticed I'm gone. Let's be on our way.
Tetra puts on a brave face, but the truth is not as honeyed as her words.
What do you mean?
She has a hard time of it at school. The others tease her for being lowborn. Forgive me. I shouldn't have said anything. I'm sure you have worries enough of your own. Tetra will be all right. I'm here to look after her.
Then there is naught to worry about. But mind your own limits. You can't be responsible for everything.
Says the brother who never fails to do any and all that is expected of him. Unless you forget, I'm no less a Beowulf than you. It'll take more than a few mean-spirited school peers to get the better of me. But please, don't lose sight of yourself, Ramza. You needn't let your life be ruled by the fact you were born a Beowulf.
Now you're starting to sound like Mother.
Ramza.
So this is stuff that we can intuit from some of the text in the cutscenes, but if we were to dive into the biography stuff, it would say explicitly that Delita and Tetra's parents were basically farmers who worked on land owned by the Beowulfs, and their parents were killed by the Black Death during the war. And they were unofficially adopted by Ramza's father, basically, because they were the same age as Ramza and Alma were kind of the companions for them.
Can I ask you
Sure, go ahead.
a question that relates to the book?
Sure.
Isn't that the fake story that August gives?
Yeah, kind of. Kind of. That's normal, though. That's normal, though. That's just a thing that happens.
It's just a trope. It's just a thing. It's real.
It's a thing that happens. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
I was like, that sounds awfully familiar.
All right. So here's the thing. Oh shit! No, this isn't right. This isn't the right one. Hold on. Hold on.
Making preparations.
Oh shit! Don't tell me I overwrote it. That would be pretty bad. Hold on a second. Because I just left that save file. I just abandoned that save file forever that we were on. So hold on. I'll find it. It's this one. Ah, shit. Okay, I think I overwrote a save file that had this random fight beaten. There's just like a mandatory monster fight here that does not matter. And I think I accidentally overwrote the save.
No.
Wow.
Oh, it's this one that I just made. I didn't hit save, but it's in chapter. No, is that not right? Oh yeah, no, that's one I just loaded. Right, okay, I know where that is. All right, I accidentally overwrote a save that would have saved this one random fight here, but that's fine. So, playing the one random encounter that I can get here, my party now looks like this.
Okay, we got some.
Whoa.
So this is what's bad about this game at the beginning is that Squire and Chemist are very uninteresting to play, but now we have a Black Mage, a Time Mage, an Archer, a Knight, a Mystic, another Knight, a Monk, a White Mage, and a Thief.
I love Time Mage's hat. That's awesome.
Oh yeah, this is the classic Time Mage look. The classic.
Let's go. Classic. What
so
a dorky outfit.
Yes,
I
and you
love
can
it.
see
I
like a
love her.
full breakdown on like everything that a class can do by going into this menu, and you click on the left stick, you can get all the details on them. So I've now got quite a few abilities, and random encounters scale. Standard fights do not. I think this fight does scale because it's with random monsters, but
it's you can, with a little bit of determination, you can be overleveled for standard encounters.
Yes.
Okay.
And in this game, you can skip random encounters. In this version of the game.
Yeah.
That's one of the changes they made. So technically, if you want to, you can get to the point where you can just obliterate standard fights. And I will just try to get through this fight as fast as possible, since I have I meant to skip this, but looks like I screwed up somehow.
That's fine. You can show us some new abilities, some new things.
This is true.
Just try and stop me. Here I go. Ready.
So from this menu, it looks like you can theoretically have 50 people stored, and you can
have up to 50 people, which is stupid for this game because you can never deploy more than 5. There is, or like 5 or 6, I think. There is an argument to build this game as a one-party game. I think that's not a fun, number one, not a fun way to play the game, and number two, once the Zodiac compatibility stuff starts to actually matter, you are going to need to be like, okay, I can't use this team because they're just not going to be able to do anything.
Right.
Okay.
But there is an argument for just having 5 dudes who are really awesome. Another thing you could do if you're really sweaty about this is to give Ramza the Zodiac compatibility you want, and then at the beginning, roll to get the right compatibility of a really high faith person as your healer, and then like get all your fighters to be the compatibility that's like matched with that healer, and then your healer can just super heal everybody.
That's so stupid. I love it.
To a dull watch in Castle Garrett's, Argath.
And some of us are not so quick to jape in danger's face.
Arms had something else to say, but who cares? He just said, let's go fight.
Need to kill.
Enough of this. To battle. Something like that. Something to that effect. But yeah, so unfortunately, the way that this game works, very impressive for the PlayStation 1, but the grid-based battle system, sometimes when there's stuff on screen, it makes it a little hard to see what you're doing. I should have changed a couple of Ramza's things here. I made a couple of mistakes because I forgot how certain leveling stuff worked in this game, but it's fine.
Yippee!
I'll do some very light rebuilding just to show you guys how some stuff can work once we actually get through this fight. I'm gonna blind this dude.
It's so interesting that it takes multiple turns for mages to do stuff. That's crazy.
Yeah, so right now you see Letitia here. If I try to use a spell, it's going to jump to 7 in the turn order. So that bomb would move.
Right.
So I would not probably be able to target it. Now, if I want to get really sweaty, I can guess maybe that bomb's gonna go and attack Ramza, and I could cast my Blizzard spell here, maybe. And if the bomb stops here, I might hit him.
Okay.
But that's pretty sweaty to do. We're gonna do it.
But we're gonna do it anyway.
We're gonna gamba.
So not really a huge, like, it doesn't really matter if I make that dude blind or not, but again, it is, if you don't take an action on a given turn, you are leaving experience points on the table, basically.
Oh, dang.
Later on, when, like, you know, if you don't have ethers and, you know, MP is a big concern, you might just run out of MP and your mage is suddenly useless for the rest of the fight, then maybe not a good idea to just be firing a spell willy-nilly every single turn. But early game, probably just go ahead and use them, their spells. So, Knight's special abilities are mostly to affect the enemy in some way. So, for example, I just used an ability called Rend Power, which doesn't do damage, but Ramza just literally reduces that enemy's attack power.
Okay.
You can also get things like Rend Weapon, Rend Shield, which is if it successfully lands, you just break that character's weapon. So if there's an enemy that's just constantly parrying you with their shield, get a knight up on top of them and just destroy their shield.
Cool.
Archer has an ability called Aim, which is basically you'll do additional damage, but instead of attacking on this exact turn, it goes up in the turn order. So, for example, that bomb has lower health. I could probably kill it if I use Aim to get a little bit more damage on them.
And then each one is like a boost up and versus how much longer it takes.
Yes,
I
that's
saw
correct.
+1, +3. Okay.
So right now, 6 turns ahead would kill. If I really wanted to, wait 5 turns, it would move by then, but I could do 27 damage instead of 15.
Okay.
Honestly, I think, could I? No, I could not kill with a standard attack, so I do need to do Aim. And kill. What's up? What are you chuckling about?
It's just, I have one grandmother who loves to send a message with Siri.
Mm-hmm.
She'll say, "Hey Siri, send Aidan a text message." Oh, stop. Don't do anything.
I'm too powerful. If this, hold on, is that Blizzard gonna hit that enemy?
I wonder if we have anybody that's that's playing loud enough for their devices to hit.
And then
Alexa,
I have,
that will
play
hit.
temporary secretary.
And then
Oh, good luck, Joey.
I have another one who sends text messages that look like this.
Random capitalization, random spaces between letters.
It's watching the way that folks that are older than us text is incredible.
She's also been typing since I got this first text message.
My grandmother's
It's
actually
still-
really good at texting. I'm proud.
That's
of
what
her.
I'm saying. Like, I've got one who I would put her like mid-level.
Mid-level.
Both grandfathers are pretty literate, and then this one, hi space comma space. I have been thinking about calling you all weekend. Note that I've called her every day the last 3 days, and she has not answered. Nana in all caps had been sick. Space comma but no comma between the no space between the comma and the but she is all caps okay now. I capital will be cooking Thanksgiving.
Woo.
And do hope y'all will be with us. This is established. She's in a group text where this is established. Call this week when you have a minute. No spaces between period. There is a period between the word minute and love with no E. So capital L-O-V.
Yeah.
Nana.
I am using, by the way, in case anybody missed it, if anybody's joined late, I am holding down the fast forward button for dear life, so if this looks a little unintelligible, that is a choice that I am making, because I know what's going on.
Apparently also her cat has been sick.
Oh.
And her brain is ready for bed. Night-night.
It's like my superior at work. She'll text, but have a random ellipses.
Ooh,
And you know, our
yeah.
generation ellipses means something different.
Right, yeah. That's something.
But it's like, hey, the door's locked. Can you come unlock it? Be there in a second. ...
Yeah.
It's like, okay.
That's how there's a coworker that Spencer has that's like that. But it'll be one message with like 6 ellipses in it. Like, it's ridiculous.
Alright, even though it's gonna probably damage a friendly, I'm gonna just say unit, and even if this dude moves... Oh wait, no! Actually, no. Her turn action right now is good enough. It is gonna hit Ramza. Sorry, Ramza. But it's gonna kill, so it's fine.
I'm going to assume if Ramza dies in a fight, then it's game over.
If Ramza dies, yes, but you can Phoenix down and back up. You got the 3 turns.
Gotcha.
Once we're clear of the Weald, we should soon reach Daughter.
Yay! You did it. You blizzarded him.
Characters do heal after battles. You don't need to like blow through a bunch of items or whatever to be okay on the next fight. Sorry, I'm gonna make a couple of quick changes because I made a few mistakes when I didn't know what I was doing earlier.
You go right ahead. And also, at the risk of sounding like a fat ass, I'm still gonna say it. You think it's pizza time?
Yeah, absolutely. Hold on.
I'm thinking it's pizza time.
Why don't you just, Joey, do you want to just run next round and get the
I'll
pizza
just
while I'm
go
screwing with these
do
numbers
that,
real quick?
yeah.
Go right ahead.
I'm sorry, everybody. I haven't eaten since.
No, please do. No. You're not being fat.
Like
you're not being
9 this
fat.
morning.
That's why I asked, like, hey, do you want to wait a few more minutes or not? And I'm sure they're good to go by now.
Okay.
So yeah, this is why this game is LP poison, is because you get JP points after every battle. If you got JP boost, you're getting a lot, and you're like, well, back into the menu to buy abilities. And what job was I trying to turn this woman into? What was I working towards here? What was I going to try and buy slow, or was I trying to get 1,000 JP to get Swift Spell? One feature this game could really benefit from is the ability to bookmark. Just like, I want to earmark, this is the ability I'm trying to get. So when I come back next week, I remember what I was saving my experience points for. That is one feature that this game would significantly benefit from.
Me?
Not quite enough on you. Okay.
I thought that was him coming back up, not going down.
No,
I
no,
was
no,
like,
no,
that was
he hadn't
the
left yet.
fastest pizza run.
Can I get anything else here? I can get hesitation. Yes, good. That's what I want. He's gonna miss a cutscene, but that's all right. We're out of time. We only got like a half hour, but we have to stop.
It's fine. It's fine.
Orator. Everybody's an orator, says Ninja Bunny. That question is always easy to me. Orators have guns, and their ability is basically to debate enemies to make them bad at things. To just convince enemies that, actually, you don't believe in God, so you can't use magic anymore. Actually, you don't feel like hitting me that hard.
Oh, man.
Just try to stop me.
We will triumph.
Yeah, that's fine.
Forward. I said I know naught of it.
Do not speak false to me. I know what you've done. Where is Gustav? I will have it from you one way or another.
I don't know.
What of the Marquis? Where have you hidden him? Tell me. I will not ask again. Where are they?
The desert. They're in the desert.
The Sanrat Siege.
Hold!
The Order's swords. My luck turns foul with the weather.
It seems we did well to come here.
Have I not seen that man before?
You know him, Delita?
I have seen his face, I'm sure of it. It was at Egros, just after the war's end.
You'll pardon me my misgivings, but this has not the look of any joyous reunion. To arms!
I'm ready.
I can do this.
I just killed our mics for 2 seconds as pizza was being brought in. They're both gonna get food. I'm gonna keep hitting buttons because I'm not starving. Oh crap.
What?
The small one is the gluten-free one, yes. Uh-oh. This is what I was talking about. You hold down the fast-forward button, and then accidentally dialogue happens. Delito was saying that he recognized that man, Gustav. He used to be a knight in the employ of the Order of the Northern Sky.
Aye. The commander of the Corpse Brigade.
But now, he's high-ranked in something else. So, that dude who just fled the scene is the head of the Corpse Brigade. But we'll deal with that in a minute. Aidan's jamming out a little bit off to the side here. So Ninja Bunny, you remember that whole thing about stones no good? Why is it almost killing the man? Cha! So like I said, I'm too powerful now. They will all die by my hand. They're all just gonna melt. See you later. My characters are too fast, and they are too strong, and these enemies are not scaled. They are simply going to melt instantaneously. Go right ahead. Yeah, go right ahead. And then I'll hop up and hand it to you if you want me to.
No, I can grab it.
Oh, okay. All right.
My shirt to whack the
Sure.
microphone again, and it did anyway.
I wouldn't worry about it too much.
Okay.
Oh wow, you're so proud of yourself. You shot that bow and arrow. He did in fact knock my my monk out, but that's fine. Who do I want to kill more? I guess you are gonna cast a fire spell, so I'll just stop you from casting that.
Cute. Have I told the Kill John Lennon story?
This is the South Park episode.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Except we had just helped a friend move, and I was very tired, and I was in the backseat of Spencer's friend Alan's car. And I could not tell you why, but something was said that activated the member berries in my brain.
You went, kill John Lennon.
But I said it really quietly and just to myself. And I have no idea how they heard me because the windows were down and metal music was blaring. And just to myself, I just went, kill John Lennon. And Spencer, to this day, will just look at me randomly. Kill John
Why are you trying to do that? I just watched that episode, The Tale of Scrody McBooger Balls, with Joshua very recently. The joke there, for anybody who doesn't know this episode of South Park, is Joey, well, look how good my numbers are because I am fighting now, and I'm level 10 fighting enemies that are level 2 or 3.
You're so strong.
That's throw stones. Joey's
14.
unmuted. Can I get up there and hit him? I cannot. I'm just gonna have to throw stones. That's fine.
Throw that rock.
He evaded it.
He's too strong. He's too cool. So the level beside, or the number beside them, what is that? Is that turn order?
That's turn order, yeah.
Okay.
And I can also I can display their name or nothing.
Okay.
I don't care about MP. I'm just gonna use the stronger spell and kill. My speed is so much higher than these guys that I don't even have to wait a turn. That is the thing, is if you can find a way, oh, that dude just took a turn, and then my mage came up. So it's gonna be 10 guys have to go before they get to use a turn again. So I'm just gonna use my spell that takes 10 turns, and they're just gonna die in one hit. Or I'm gonna use the Archer's Aim ability that lasts 10 turns, and I'm just gonna do 100 damage. Have a good night, Shayla. But yeah, so all you missed, Joey, was we got to this town. A guy named Gustav, who used to be a knight in the employ of the Northern Sky, but now Delita knows that he's the head of the Corpse Brigade. We saw him briefly, but he ran away. He was confronting another member of the Corpse Brigade about Where the hell is somebody named Gustav, and what happened to the Marquis?
We know you're of the brigade.
Pasta
There's no use hiding it. Out with it. What have you done with the Marquis? Where are you holding him? You were with your commander, Weegraf, when we came upon you. 'Twould seem he cast you off as a lizard with its tail. Where has he gone? Where is your den? Mayhap a beating would loosen your tongue.
Enough, Argath.
Listen well. A great host, with the Order at its van, prepares a sweeping campaign that will bring to book your Turncloak Brigade. You will die. You will be hunted down to the last and slaughtered like the swine you are, for such is brigandry's reward. But you, pig, are a lucky one. Tell us what we wish to know, and you may yet keep your bacon. So, where is Weegraf?
When you add a guy to the Discord, but then his vibes are off.
I'll not bear your ribald tongue, rogue. Learn to guard it if you'd not have it cut from your throat.
God, that reminds me. One time I got put into a random group message on Facebook, and everybody was just chilling. And some dude comes in, and I swear to God, he's speaking Old English the whole time, ye verily and shit.
You think
And eventually somebody just called him out, and he became super defensive. The vibes turned rancid, and we all just left the group chat.
At the peril
Good times.
of our very lives, yet the moment that the war was ended, you turned us out into the streets. What do you think makes you so special? Birth? Blood? What difference does it make?
You kidnap men for ransom, then dare ask the difference between us?
No. No, the Marquis's kidnapping was no plan of Weegraf's.
What?
Oh.
He would never hold a man for ransom. Such a lowly act. It goes against all we believe in.
Then who was it? Someone kidnapped the Marquis Elmdor de Limbury.
Speak. If not you, then on whom would you pin the deed?
It was Gustav.
Who is Gustav?
Gustav Margrave, Lieutenant Commander of the Dead Men.
So the Corpse Brigade was behind the kidnapping?
The Dead Men was a unit during wartime, from which many of its top-ranking members then formed the Corpse Brigade.
Aristocracy, not to become it.
Okay.
To be treated as equals, as the men of honor we are.
This is one of the things that Delita mentioned that I accidentally fast-forwarded through a minute ago.
Maggots know of honor.
Damn.
That's enough, Argath!
Argath got a temper.
So where is this Gustav?
In the Samrat siege.
Sandrat?
You are not of Galleon. Small wonder you've not heard of them. Sandrats are unique to the Zeklaus Desert, north of Dorta.
Your point being?
Do any villages lie in the
Damn,
desert?
bro, chill.
Villages? No. At least, not anymore. But the Desertmen once built a settlement by an oasis, and its ruins remain.
Then that's where we'll find Gustav and the Marquis.
Aye, like as not.
How can you be so certain?
Asich is a Sandrat's burrow. It's home.
Hmm?
All Argath contributed to that was a lot of punching and kicking.
Yep.
Unfortunately, in this instance, it did work.
What do you want?
Yeah, this is also new to this game, is all these characters are now voiced. This wasn't previously. It's very funny because there's like these sound effects of when they die that are like they're very iconic, and originally they were like
And now they actually say stuff.
Yeah, now they're all voiced. And they'll talk to me when I check on them.
Who the hell is Lil John over here?
Little John. He's my monk and he's jacked.
Oh my god. We need big.
That
John
waist
on the
was
team.
snatched.
Yes?
What? Eh?
Yeah? What is it?
Alright then.
Did one of them say poison?
I think he said
Does one of them have a poison?
Fine.
I don't know.
No, I think it was. Go back to Iran.
What is it?
He said, "What is it? What
Oh.
is it? What is
What if your mum rat on batteries? That's what the British is.
That's how they tell. That's how they talk.
That's
not a microaggression. He's just telling it how it is.
That's the script. That's a synopsis of Black Mirror.
Remind me after we get out of this fight that I should double check town for rumors.
Hey, you have to give me the book.
I do have to give you the book. I'll give that before you leave tonight. His hard out is 9. What's your hard out?
Like the same-ish, probably.
Right. I know, like, because your guys' weekday schedules are a little bit different. Theoretically, like
Mine is all over the place.
No, I know. I was gonna say, Undertale, I kind of want it to be all 3 of us, but theoretically, if we do 1 or 2 more streams of this, if we can't get everybody aligned, maybe you just hop over for a couple of hours one night or something. But I'll get you that book before we leave.
Depending on the night. So, like, today...
Are you getting on? I told you, hoes, I'm not home. Good grief.
Just try to stop me.
Tomorrow I don't have clients. I just have class. I have to go put Christmas lights on Grady's Christmas tree.
We will triumph.
But I don't need to work on the house.
Victory is ours.
All right, this is gonna be really this is gonna go really embarrassing for the Corpse Brigade here.
Hell yeah.
If my previous 2 runs of this are anything to go by.
They mean to finish us this
All
time.
right, that's a topic of discussion for everybody. When is it appropriate to start celebrating Christmas or putting up Christmas lights or indulging in Christmas?
After Thanksgiving.
Thank you.
There's naught for it.
There's a house kind of near here that has a big turkey inflatable standing atop a big Santa inflatable with a sign that says "Wait your turn, fat man."
Hell yeah.
It's good. We need more people like that because
you get a little bit of Christmas celebration there.
You're wrong, Diego, respectfully. All of
right
you are,
now, says Ninja Bunny.
All of you are incorrect.
For
it is fall.
For me, it is post Thanksgiving, but I've laxed up a little bit. I'm like halfway through November. Well, I can deal with it, but like, I mean,
that's what I forgot to do. He had enough JP. I could have bought him better stuff.
Damn.
He's not okay. We're not gonna rinse these guys as well as I thought, but it's okay.
It's like
Argothers are gonna run in here and throw stones and then get his shit pushed in.
Have people seen the outrage of Mariah Carey's new ad?
Oh, what happened with Mariah Carey? What did she do?
She made a tone deaf ad, like advertisement for like it's Christmas season.
What's tone deaf? Like the ad is tone deaf, or is tone deaf a brand?
No, like the ad is tone deaf.
What is? Oh, just because it's not Christmas season yet, or?
Well, no. So the ad is, she's like, it's Christmas season, and then there's like an elf that's like, nope, Christmas is canceled because we're all too poor to afford it, and she's just like, fuck you, and then makes Christmas.
That's a little.
And it's
a little something.
It's a lot, yeah. So.
Sorry, everybody.
They're not fans of Mariah this year. I don't even know. It seemed like it may have been like
she's wiping her tears with her royalties from that one fucking song.
Yeah.
I'm very sorry, everybody, but you all bunched up at this door to go and fight Argath, and black mages don't care about walls, and I have a spell I shouldn't have.
Hell yeah. No, like, my grandmother's apartment building, like, the week of Halloween, they had a decoration outside.
They just that killed 2 of them.
Hell yeah. But it's just like a big sign that's like a countdown to Christmas. It's like, yeah, 54 days till Christmas or whatever. It's like, come on now.
My grandmother called me the week of Halloween and was like, I need you to come take down my Halloween decorations and get out my Christmas tree. And I was like,
People have no respect for Thanksgiving.
She's hosting Thanksgiving, and she wants to be decorated for Christmas. Actually, I'm lying.
Sorry.
She's not hosting Thanksgiving this year. Which, like, me delivering
I
it
just
that
did
way.
the anime thing. I just killed a guy and went, forgive me.
Pick a god and pray.
Me saying it that way makes it sound like it's dramatic that she's not hosting it, but...
And that's that fight.
There is a new, female has entered the fam, and she is hosting.
I see.
It is well no
That's
others
not
have
me.
Is this a rite of passage for her? Is this how she is going to prove her worth to the family?
I'm assuming that that's what she's interpreting it as, whereas the rest of us don't care. It may matter to Grandy. Like, Grandy will absolutely have an opinion on her showing at Thanksgiving this year.
Alrighty, good cutscene coming up.
You've taken leave of your senses, Gustav.
Have I?
That's a
what
good
hope
line.
does your fool revolution hold? Dreams do not fill a man's stomach or make soft the packed earth on which he beds.
You see naught beyond the end of your nose. The crown strays, Gustav. It must be led back onto the path.
And you think yourself the man to do this? More fool you, Wheatgraff.
You have spoken your fill. Then we are done.
Ruh-roh.
Wheatgraff!
The Marquis.
No further. You vermin!
Stay yourself, Argath.
The Marquis is unharmed. You are free to return him to Egros.
Why release him?
The Marquis's abduction was ill done. Such craven methods serve not our ends. Let me walk free, and I will release the Marquis to your care. A fair bargain.
You mock us. You are in no position to bargain.
Bro, will you shut up?
He speaks the truth. Put your backs to that wall. Give me no cause to doubt your sincerity.
Oh.
I feel like Argath's gonna do something dumb.
I don't trust this dude.
He gonna throw a stone.
Let him go, Argath.
He's not over leveled. You can't take guest minority members into random fights, so his stone would only do 5 damage. It's okay.
There is naught to be gained by a quarrel here.
The Marquis is well. He is weak, but he would seem unharmed.
We must see him back to Egros.
New stock available at the Outfitter. Just another thing that they do to make this game a little bit easier to understand this time around.
And you're gonna jaw point the monk man.
Yep. I am gonna do that.
Lil John.
So again, if I want to, and I've got way more money than I should, I can just go ahead and buy everything for everybody. Again, this is not the ideal way to build your characters. You can get a bit more precise than this, but for right now, we're just gonna get everybody the good stuff. Now, not every town in the game sells everything. You'll notice that I got rods and, like, clothes, but I haven't gotten new swords. So different towns sell different things. And this guy only has, like, normal clothing and magic weapons. He doesn't have, like, crossbows and heavy armor and swords. Okay. You gotta go to a different town for that.
I'll wait.
Jacob, are there overworld city walking gameplay or just battles?
There is no overworld city walking gameplay. It is just this. Your overworld is this. Now, later, there's going to be more to do on this map. There's a lot more places to go and things to see.
Mm-hmm.
And there are...
I sure would love to be able to read that.
Yeah, I know, right? Now, there is a kind of a logic to it. I believe this is Ordalia, which is the enemy country that they were at war with for 50 years.
Okay.
So there is, like, these are words. These are letters, but, you know, obviously not English. Some of them are, like, some of their lettering is a little close to English, but, you know, not quite.
What is it?
Yeah, I want him to have... Do I have enough? I want Aura Blast, not Pummel. That's the ranged option for a monk. Monks got some really good stuff on them. They can get Chakra, which is an MP-less HP and MP restore, what Tifa has, inherits in Rebirth. And also, they can get Revive for no MP. A powerful battle cry revives adjacent KO'd units.
Whoa.
Okay.
They can undo status ailments. And they also get Counter, which is basically just that is just the straightforward, I get hit, I hit you. There are plenty of, like, you know, I do, like, a little bit of damage with the tackle or whatever. This is the straightforward use whatever my standard attack command is, I just respond with it. They can also get, if my HP enters critical, I have a random chance of just fully healing. and first strike, which is if an enemy comes up and attacks me, I hit them first.
That's awesome.
That's...
So that's just better counter.
Under normal circumstances, it's the same thing as counter. However, if you crit and knock the enemy away, or you just kill them, you canceled out that guy's turn. As you can see, a lot of JP. On my other save file, I have not bought a lot of the actual abilities for this dude, because I'm saving up for this. Highly recommend if you want to make Ramza totally busted, make him a monk long enough to get at least counter, maybe even first strike. But anyway, you will notice Little John has experience in a lot of other jobs. This isn't because I have played those jobs with him. If there's a chemist in the party and the chemist gets job points, like gets 20 job points, then everybody else who's on the field at that time gets 5 chemist points.
Ooh.
So...
And I'm going to assume the base, like everybody, like every class is the same, where it's like everybody starts as either a squire or a chemist.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Those are the bases all the time.
And I highly recommend playing Squire long enough with any new character to get them JP boost, then play Chemist long enough to get items. Because when you only have one job abilities anyway, why not have items as your sub so you can heal yourself and not have to worry about other people getting to you. There were no new rumors. I don't really need to do anything with these guys. We can keep going. Actually, hold on. Ramza actually could get he could get a new ability. I think I'm gonna get Rend Shield, because there's an enemy coming up here who is very pesky about deflecting attacks. Hopefully it's not gonna matter, because we're just gonna kill him. But if we run into some trouble, maybe I can just break their shield. And in this version of the game, I don't want to fight those guys.
Okay. You're already jacked. You don't need to.
What madness possessed you that you would abandon your posts to traipse about the desert?
Other guys said to.
Silence is not the answer I seek. Speak.
The middle brother.
Be quick with it.
'Twas I forced Ramza to go.
Was that the way of it, Ramza?
But you don't shift blame to your superiors.
Led your better judgment astray?
No. I went of my own choosing. The fault lies not with him.
'Tis Ramza's noble disposition that guides his tongue, my lord. It is not as...
You needn't be false on my behalf, Delita. It was I who chose to disregard orders.
Might I pose a question, Ramza? What purpose do laws serve when even those who would enforce them choose not to pay them heed? Adherence to the rule of law is a knight's solemn duty. It falls upon us as bailiffs to bear the burden of example. Is it your intent to live up to your name? Or to drag it with you through the mire?
Forgive me, Lord Brother.
I believe the point is made, is it not, Dystag? You must not allow the how of it to steal your eyes away from the what. Their rescue of the Marquis was no small feat. It is the way of young men to be impetuous in their haste to do great things. Were we not like them once?
To coddle them is to do them disservice, Your Grace. They must needs learn integrity.
So, you are Count Dystag's younger brother. Rise, son of Galleon. Indeed, you are the very image of Barbeneth. His fire burns in your eyes, I can see it. Such strength and vitality would be wasted atop castle walls.
You should be out there killing.
Be out there killing, racking up kill streaks, calling in hellies.
I will permit you to join in the final stage. Coordinated strikes are to be made on a number of their dens ere long. You will lead one of those assaults.
Very well, Lord Brother.
Not even just participate, we get to lead one? Ooh.
Dean, to answer your question, yes, I absolutely like this style of this script. I think it's beautiful. I think it's far superior to the straightforward localization of the original game, even if it had been like of a higher quality.
I'm enjoying it. I'm liking
not
it.
of your doing.
As long as it's like good,
In
then I like
truth,
it. I feel like this is
serves
good.
Only to show the caliber of man we were dealing with in Gustav.
Gustav was the guy who got stabbed in the
Yeah.
basement who did the kidnapping.
Yep, right in the chest.
Was inevitable. Once the fool went and staged the kidnapping within our very borders. And let us not forget, they did save the Marquis's life. you will now be honor-bound to acquiesce. In the end, your half-brother's deeds have placed us in quite the favorable position.
The king's life hangs by a thread. We must move quickly now.
Indeed, my dear friend. I trust you will not fail me.
So we plotting.
So
like everybody in this game be plotting.
Everybody plotting. Everybody plotting. There's lots of plots in this game. So we don't understand all the circumstances of this world yet, but just to what? What's up?
The last one. Look at the message at the bottom.
That's good. I like that.
It got me. You're absolutely correct. I don't know why that cooked me up as much as it did.
Marinated Octopus says Gustav, more like goose stabbed.
King Wardani III's coronation, new rumor. The capital is rife with condition, excuse me, not coronation. I was like, he's been king for years. What am I talking about? Condition. Remember, it said he collapsed at his son's birthday party.
Yes.
Capital is rife with rumors that the king's condition has taken a sudden turn for the worse, although official word is that he's been steadily improving since his collapse at Prince Aranus' birthday celebration. The look on the faces of his aides tells a different story. If the king should pass without naming a regent for the young prince, a battle between the council and the crown over succession seems inevitable. Many pray for the king's swift recovery, that needless conflict be averted.
Anything else I can help you
Sure,
with?
that'll work.
Farewell.
Does everybody remember what the opening scene of this game was? A princess being kidnapped.
Whoopsie.
So if we swing by, again, our chronicle real quick. I'm cheating. Like, the game will explain all of this much better for us. But
Truth may have
you
many
see this
facets.
blue area? Galeone? So this is just a region of Evilise. It's not a country on its own. This whole thing is Evilise. But there are regions within it that are fiefdoms, right?
Okay.
Overseen by one king, and this place is headed by Duke Larg. That was the guy who was just talking to Stark a second ago. They wanted to kidnap the Marquis, who was visiting from another region. But they said, he was kidnapped in our own borders. That idiot that we were working with didn't understand what to do. But it's fine, because the youngest son of the highest family of knights rescued him. So actually...
We're fine.
So
We're
actually,
chilling. He's honor bound.
Actually, he owes us a favor. So people be scheming because the king is not doing so good these days. So we've got a princess who got kidnapped at the beginning of the game, and we got a
the
prince
beginning of the game that hasn't happened yet.
that's a year in the future, right?
Okay.
Yes. There's at the beginning of the game, we saw a princess being captured. We also saw Ramza saying, "I am a knight no longer, just another mercenary." So something's gonna happen that gets us to that circumstance. But if we were to pop this open again, like this is stuff that you will get as the game goes on. But if we want to cheat, because I do think some people are overwhelmed by all the names and might be a bit lost when stuff happens, is we have Larg, who is the true-born brother of the queen, and we have Goltana, who is descended from King Denamda II, who started the war. So he's like second cousins or whatever, first cousins with the current king.
Okay.
Basically.
Bro's name is really Drux Mauld. Bro's Maulding. Good
And
grief.
we got the queen here, true-born sister of Duke Larg, became queen at 20 years of age and gave birth to 3 sons. First 2 children died shortly after birth, leaving the infant Prince Aranus as the only heir to the throne. The king's ill health has left him distant from affairs of government, making the queen de facto ruler of Evilise. Here's the king, frail, weak-willed, generally ill-suited to his position. Many historians point to his poor leadership as one of the primary factors behind his defeat in the 50 Years' War. Because remember, he took over in the waning years of the war, and they started getting the shit pushed in. The prince isn't in here right now, but the prince is like 2 years old.
You are always welcome.
The one whose birthday party was just celebrated, so he's not really ready to rule. As for how
another couple years and he'll be good to go.
As for how princess gets mixed into this is something that will get explained later, but I'm just gonna go ahead and explain it now.
Okay.
Princess Avelia, who we met earlier, because the queen's first 2 sons died, the king was like, I need an heir. We're in trouble here. So he went and adopted his half-sister, who was significantly, it was like 10 years younger than him or something like that, from another royal line. Adopted her when she was kind of young. She adopted her a couple years ago. I forget the exact timeline on this.
Okay, you said half-sister.
Yes,
king's half-sister?
The king legally adopted his own half-sister.
Okay.
So that there was
just making sure I understand.
So that there was a royal person in position to
take over,
succeed.
Should they not produce an actual heir that lived?
Then the queen actually bore a son who has managed to make it to the age of 2.
Okay.
So the princess is kind of like, they've just kind of got her shoved somewhere out of the way for safekeeping in case something happens to that other kid. If you
For safekeeping.
If you know Game of Thrones, you know classic medieval conflicts.
Mm-hmm.
Two claimants.
That's a problem.
Could be a problem if something happens to that king. Anyway,
Yeah.
but it is 9 o'clock. Joey,
Yes.
you need to get out of here.
I need to get out. Y'all can keep going, but I've got to dip.
That's up to you. If you want to keep going, but you said you also want to get going around this time.
Yeah, I probably should.
That's fine. I think we can save this for another time. I want to at least. I'm not interested in full LPing this game. It's long.
Mhm.
I'd rather people just go and play it. I want to at least get to the ending of chapter 1, and then maybe if people are watching it and enjoying it, if we have time, maybe get a little bit into chapter 2. There's 4 chapters in this game, but chapter 1's really short. It's like functionally a prologue.
Okay.
If we can hang out.
This has served enough as a demo for me to be like, yeah, I'm gonna install this when I get home.
Cool.
I'm not gonna play it yet. I'm gonna wait till we're done streaming because I just started BioShock 2 and I want to finish that first. But
If you like I said, I know we've got maybe like we got Undertale on the docket. Interested in streaming Undertale with you guys. And I know that our schedule may not completely align. So especially because you are going to play this, Joey.
Yeah.
I may make this if Aidan is available an afternoon when you aren't to knock out.
Yeah, go for it.
Chapter 1, but we'll see how that goes.
Okay.
We'll just stay in contact about schedule. What I am going to do is I'm going to put this on break, and I'm going to come back and just hang out with chat for a little bit since I haven't done this in a while.
Okay.
But I'm going to put it on break real quick so you guys can get out of here.
Ski-daddle,
so you can skedaddle.
as they say in the South.
So that's
What do you want?
that's Final Fantasy Tactics: The Ivalice Chronicles so far.
Making preparations.
Yes?
Oh, he's still in the party.
He's still in the party. Yeah, he's still with us.
Get him out of here.
I will let everybody know after the next fight, he will no longer be a guest. He will leave the party due to story reasons. He won't be traveling with us anymore.
So
At which point
strip him of his
you can
goods.
steal all of his stuff.
Hey.
Free equipment, baby.
Let's go.
But yeah, technically speaking, so you can't take guest characters into random encounters, so you can't do much to level them. But technically they do get JP, so like Delita doesn't have throw stone, he doesn't have counter tackle, but I can buy that for him and he'll now have that in the next fight that we go into.
Okay.
I can change their equipment if I want to, so I could give them better swords, but I can't change their job, and I can't grind them because they can only go into story missions. But same thing with Argoth. If I wanted to give him an ability he doesn't have, such as counter tackle, go ahead and do that, and he'll do a little extra damage on the next battle, as long as I remember to actually put slot the ability in. But yeah, that is
Yes?
Need something.
What do you want?
That's the very beginning of Final Fantasy Tactics: The Ivalice Chronicles. Very light touch as an upgrade, honestly, in terms of the visuals. Pretty faithful to how it originally looked. It's not the original sprites. There's a little bit of extra detail to them. It's one of those. It's like a perfect how you remember it looking type upgrade.
We certainly could be dealing with AI upscaled smear graphics.
Yeah.
So thank the stars.
Yeah, I think they did a pretty good job. I think that Tactics Ogre Reborn is the more robust re-release. They reorchestrated the entire soundtrack. There were even more overhauls to the battle system and fixes, and that game was originally a Super Nintendo game that also had like a PlayStation release, but it's completely sprite-based, and you don't have this problem of like, look at our 3D rotating map where you can't see what's going on. Also in this game, you can hold down a button to do that directly overhead view, but you can't play that way. Like, you may have noticed a couple times on the stream I did that. It's like I picked a spot I wanted a unit to move to, and then I had to let go of that button and let the camera shift back before I could hit the button.
That's stupid.
The cursor stayed in the same place, but like in Tactics Ogre Reborn, if you want to, you can press a button to be just looking straight down at the board the whole time. You can't tell where elevation is. But
yeah.
No, that pizza was not great after, it sat in the car for 45 minutes and then it went in our oven to spruce it back up. It was never going to be that good, unfortunately.
Yeah, but it's like, I mean, pizza's pizza,
Yeah.
I will tell you right now, I will not remember.
You can rewatch the stream.
I could,
You can rewatch the stream between then and now. But no, and I can also do a crash course again when we come back.
I think I will remember enough.
Yeah.
But every single character's name? No.
Absolutely. Well, first
no
of all,
shot.
none of these characters' names are characters that we, you don't even know any of these guys' names. Like,
except Lil Jon.
I'm doing more lore explanation than is necessary. Like, all you really need to know right now is Ramza is fighting the Corpse Brigade, and and why they're fighting. That the country's in economic ruin.
Right.
Right. And maybe these guys have a legitimate grievance.
Yeah.
But also there's some scheming going on. Like, I have helped by reading all the rumors and by explaining stuff and jumping to the Chronicle to maybe, like, make sure everybody can keep everything straight. But, like, you will get all of this by the time that it's matters.
Relevant.
Yeah.
Okay.
Unless you don't understand vaguely Old English style of speaking and there's no voice acting, and you just have a hard time keeping track of everything, which was a problem for some people with the PSP release. They've simplified the language, like, very slightly in spots here.
I was gonna say it's been Old English, but it's not been like aside
it's
from
not
the
real
word,
Old English.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's like didn't know what that cart word was, but it's like I didn't
the
really
Wayne.
need to.
Yeah.
Making preparations.
But it's like I got the gist of it.
What is it?
It's fine.
Yeah. But anyway, so that's the beginning of Final Fantasy Tactics Ivalice Chronicles. And now I have to make a new save right here and not overwrite any of our old saves.
Just be sure to write down the save spot.
Yes, because I don't think I had to save. I think the next save I had was 2 fights in the future. So I'm going to save right here. 10, and I'll write that down, and that's where we'll start next time. Alrighty. Yeah. And with that, I'm going to put us on break for a few minutes. We're back to. I told you we'd hear the save load music that's with it to the bottom of the screen there. I'm going to put us on break for a few minutes. I'm going to get these guys out of here, and then I'm going to come back and hang out with you guys for a few minutes. So I'll be back in like maybe 5.
Bye.
All right. It's been fun, folks.
Hey gang, I am very sorry, but I'm gonna need like another 10 minutes. I will be back, but I need another like 10 minutes. Something came up.
other side without grasping it. The real question to be asked.
I came back just in time to see Ninja Bunny say that they have listened to the Reload soundtrack and like it now. One of us. One of us. Now you won't be jump scared when it shows up in this playlist. Can you guys imagine how bad a Pocahontas Cage world would be? Pretty bad. Pretty bad. I hope that Sora gets a team attack called See How I Glitter. It's wrong to want gold and to murder people. Don't you know that if you were just friends with the Native Americans, there wouldn't be any more problems? What's going on? What's happening? So, how many people are even in here at this point? At no point in this stream have I known how many people were watching it. Because my window right now is OBS. My laptop screen is OBS and chat. Like, you know, I can, like, OBS's window is diminished enough for me to just see chat. But it's covering the rest of my browser window. It's got 23 people in here. We're gonna use this poll function, and we're gonna get a definitive answer to this. Do you guys want to just talk, or do you want to talk while I do difficult, high-level random encounters where we can actually see what this game is supposed to look like? Jacob, yes or no, there's a Shadow Man on the stream startup image. There is, in fact, a Shadow Man on the stream startup image. That is concept art from Professor Layton and the Miracle Mask. And I guess for scale, there's just little, like, faint dashes of Shadow Men. You can see those in a couple of different pieces of concept art from that game. I'll flip back to it I guess you guys have been looking at it for forever, so I don't need to flip back to it. You guys just spent the last 10 minutes looking at it. Yeah, I know, Ninja Bunny, that you don't care one way or the other. I'm kind of partial to doing actual battles and chatting at the same time. I am capable of that. I mean, it's turn-based, you know. It's turn-based. I can, you know, I can have a conversation and play these battles at the same time. Because we can just stop and I can talk for 10 minutes between actions if I want to. But if you guys just want to just talk and not worry about it, that's fine by me too. That's up to you guys. Was talking to Aidan and Joey a little bit on their way out. And their schedules just aren't super compatible at this exact moment in time. Aidan is actually, like, Aidan has more availability on weekdays after work than she does on weekends right now. Whereas Joey's mostly more available on weekends than he is after work. Today and Monday are kind of the only days he can do stuff after work. So, when are we going to do streams? When are we going to do Undertale? I don't know. We might be, like I said, because I'd like to at least get to the end of Chapter 1 of this game and maybe get a little bit into Chapter 2. just to show it off. But Joey's going to play it on his own time, so might polish off Chapter 1 with Aidan at some point. And then we'll try and get started on Undertale. No promises on how fast Undertale will go. I'm here in this building, in this house, for a couple weeks. Then I am flying away elsewhere to where Joshua and I are currently living. And then I guess I'll be back for like a week or two around Christmas, but I don't know precisely when. And, yeah. So I don't know when Undertale will get finished. I picked it as a game to try and stream now and at Christmas with the thought of it's not that long. I don't know how many streams it would take. You know, if it was something like tonight where they couldn't get here until 6 and had to leave at 9, we only had 3 hours. You know, we could get through the game relatively fast, except that we wouldn't breeze through dialogue. I would be reading it. I've got character voices for just about everybody in Undertale. Back when Aidan and I tried doing a Let's Play of it 8 years ago, Aidan took most of the female voices and also, you know, started developing voices for him, but it was 8 years ago, so she'd have to start from scratch. But me, you know, I've got every single Undertale and Deltarune character. I've got a voice for him. Been playing Deltarune with Joshua, who never saw Chapter 1 when it came out, or Chapter 2 when it came out, and we started going through it. We beat Chapters 1 and 2, haven't really dug our teeth into 3 yet, but I've got voices for everybody. And I like doing voices for characters. Circo Duck, oh no, uh-oh, 16 left me depressed. And IDK, if I just didn't get it and I'm stupid, or if it was just not very good, but people keep saying it's peak. I don't think it was very good. There are a lot of things that I admire about it, and I discussed this with Night Sky Prince when I came on his show a little while, like a month or two back. And I'll probably actually have some clips from that stream on this channel and on the main channel soon. I was gonna clip the parts where we were talking about Kingdom Hearts and put them on the main channel so that I have a video on the Frustrated Jacob YouTube channel. Oh, I just realized the music hasn't been playing this whole time, has it? Shit. I'm really sorry, guys. I just realized that iTunes Quieter is muted in OBS for some reason on this screen specifically. Over on Game with Webcam, it wasn't muted. But on this screen, it was muted. So you guys haven't been able to hear the last, like, 4 tracks that played. Sorry about that. I'm hard-pressed to call that game bad. There's also, by the way, a discussion of Final Fantasy XVI forthcoming for this channel. It's actually available right now to Patreon supporters. It's not a fresh video. It's snippets from 3 different streams that we've done over the last while, cut together into a continuous discussion of Final Fantasy XVI. And that'll be coming out sometime soon for everybody, but Patreon supporters can see it right now. Along with, what else did I put on Patreon? Another written post. I haven't done any writing in a while on there. I said that I was going to do posts on Final Fantasy VII Remake as we were releasing the playthrough, where I wouldn't have to worry about spoilers and I could just talk candidly about it. I'm just so busy. Even back then when I was focused on YouTube more, I never really got around to it, but I did write another one of those, put that up, and I'm going to try and release hopefully like one of those a month going forward and catch up with where we are in the rest of the game. One of those a month. It'd take me more than a year to get through all chapters of Final Fantasy VII Remake. I guess a little more frequently than once a month. And, but yeah, so there is a discussion of FF16 you can watch right now for $1. $1 or more on our Patreon. But that'll be public eventually. I'm hard-pressed to call it a bad game because there's so much effort on display. It is, in some regards, well-made. But I think that in their desperation for mainstream appeal, they stole from other sources without understanding what they were stealing. This is something that comes up in that discussion. But there are significant elements of that game's cast and world building. Sorry, there's a belch welling up in me. From pizza. My hands is greasy from eating pizza. They're not, I washed my hands. Significant elements of FF16 that are, well, this is the way it was in Game of Thrones, even though in FF16 they aren't doing anything, they're not contributing anything, there's no heavy lifting going on. They don't really belong. They're incongruous elements. I don't think it was bad, but I do think it's a 5 out of 10. I think it's pretty uninteresting. I think its combat has a few interesting ideas and is fun to play, but becomes brain dead very quickly. I think it has possibly the worst supporting cast of a Final Fantasy game. That's right, that's not fair. There's like NES games in this series. The worst supporting cast of a modern era Final Fantasy game. Final Fantasy VII onward, let's say. Though it's worse than 6, that's for sure. So we'll include that. I don't have a robust opinion on 5, but the fact that I know the personalities of the cast of 5 without having even played it, and I couldn't tell you a single character trait Jill possesses, speaks volumes. Are we delving into the Cap and Jacob cinematic universe? What brought that up? Jacob was living in an indeterminate location under witness protection. If that was the case, I wouldn't be doing a very good job of it. You know, being that I'm here doing this with you guys right now. That would be poor witness protecting. It's a good game until the second half. I think the first 10 hours are good, which is not the first half. I think that game is good until you kill Benedicta. And then I think it's not good. I think it's really bad that immediately after Benedicta, we resolve the main character's primary emotional conflict, so he has nothing to do for the rest of the game. And we also immediately after resolving it, find out that his emotional conflict is in fact pointless and based on bad information. It's not good. The disdain is literally bubbling out of me, yeah. In before 10 years from now, and all the kids that grew up with 16 talk about how underrated it is and how it's infinitely better than 12. Well, that's not... than 21, sorry. It's not going to happen. Because kids aren't playing Final Fantasy. The age demographic for Final Fantasy is getting older every year. They are not attracting new users. This is something else that Night Sky Prince and I talked about a little bit. Probably could have gotten into even more, honestly. But that brand is terrible right now. I'm not saying that the games are bad. I'm not saying I don't like it. I'm saying their brand value is in the shitter. It's a patently undesirable product. Wildly mismanaged. No reason it shouldn't be as popular as it used to be. We can throw a lot of blame at the PS3 era. Games taking too long to come out. HD game development is hard. There's no reason there isn't a Final Fantasy Netflix series, except that these dudes think that they should be able to handle everything themselves. We can make that movie ourselves. We're going to make a Final Fantasy 15 movie, and we'll use that as a way to employ our very expensive visual works team for a couple of years to justify their salaries. It's ridiculous. They do not know what they are doing. Captain Jacob as in voices for Undertale? I don't think there's a pirate voice anywhere in Undertale. No pirates in that game. I don't think I'll be whipping out the Captain Jacob voice in there anywhere. I could be wrong, but no, I really don't. There's no pirates. Nobody got a pirate voice in that. Magic collab was the only hit they've had. The Magic collab shows off, number one, how popular the IP is with old people. Old people being, you know, upwards of 25, 30, who have money. And they've done a good job of, actually they've done a poor job of going after this crowd. They've tried to. They sell like luxury goods. There's like, you know, Final Fantasy jewelry and expensive pendants and stuff, and I don't know how well they sell. But the Magic collab shows just how much juice the series does have. And I saw some Magic streamers playing Final Fantasy for the first time, being like, it was pretty good. Saw some really prominent Magic streamer lady streaming FF10. And I tuned in for a little bit of the ending of it, and she was like bawling her eyes out at the ending of 10. And I was too, by the way. I started crying a little bit. I've really 10's been on the mind a lot recently. 10's a good video game. 10 would be a good candidate for a TV show, except that it would be really expensive. You'd have to shoot the whole thing in like Hawaii or the Philippines, or if you could get permission to do like one episode of the Galapagos Islands, if you had the money for it, that'd be so cool. I saw a movie recently called Master and Commander, based on the series of novels. Master and Commander, Far Side of the World. Peak movie, really solid. 2003, so it's right at that era when computer visual effects were getting pretty good, but not good enough they could rely on them, just augment practical effects. And it's a film about sailing men during the Napoleonic Wars, and it was shot some at sea, a lot in the big tank that they made for Titanic with a big ship in it, and the ship was on a gimbal underneath the water so that they could do this with it while guys were in it, so they could rock back and forth realistically. It's only got like 3 action sequences. It's mostly just about life at sea. It's really good. And it's also, I learned, the first non-documentary film that was ever allowed to film at the Galapagos Islands. And I watched it on a plane for the first time. I rewatched it on like a proper TV, so I could really appreciate it. Because on the plane, I was like, I don't understand how they shot this. I can't see the effects. Where is it? Where are the effects? I don't understand how they put this movie together. Watching it on a bigger screen, I can see a few seams here and there, but mostly it's just a really impressively put together movie. But I was on the plane, so I didn't have, Google at my disposal. And I was on the plane, and I was like, that has got to be the actual Galapagos Islands, because there is nowhere else on the planet that looks like that. And it was the Galapagos Islands, which is pretty cool. Is FF in Fortnite yet? No. FF, remember, got its own Fortnite. Cross. FF got First Soldier. FF doesn't go in Fortnite. Cloud is too big for Fortnite. Cross. Cloud's too big for Fortnite. Let me tell you the collab I'd like to see. Helldivers. Helldivers put in Killzone armor and like a single Killzone gun ages ago. And it's kind of a botched collab, but they did the Halo collab recently, which was pretty cool. I think they should do a Final Fantasy VII collab. The armors that you get are the security forces, like trooper armor with the 3 red helmet, right? And something inspired by like the soldier uniform. Not what Cloud wears, but like what the soldier 3rd and 2nd class like enemies wear, right? And you have like that kind of like AK-47U or whatever it's called, like the shorter AK, the gun that the troopers have in Remake, because you don't really have anything with like a wooden stock in Helldivers. So you have that. You probably make the passive ability from the armor something like a Mako infusion. It's like reduced fall damage because soldiers can jump real good. Or maybe just like increased melee damage, because there's a lot of melee weapons in the game, but they're not like super viable. And obviously you can get like not the Buster Sword, but probably like that sword that the 2nd and 3rd classes have. That could be cool. That would be a good collab. And it would be, boutique, not just like, here's Cloud and Fortnite. It's got some actual energy to it. And it's a PlayStation IP, right? Helldivers is a PlayStation game. It's a traditionally PlayStation IP, though both Helldivers and Final Fantasy are on Xbox now. That would be a cool little promotion for FF, I think. Papyrus could be like pirate adjacent. No, my Papyrus is not quite Skeletor, but it's you know. Sans. That was a little too close to the mic. I will capture a human. Don't play Magic, but I thought they did a good job with the art of the collab. Yeah, that's Magic's job, is to do a good job with the art for the collab. FF10 needs to be a Netflix One Piece level budget. Yeah, you would need to be super expensive. You wouldn't do it first. I think you would actually do Tactics first, because that's the one where you would win some Emmys, and it'd be relatively inexpensive to shoot for, like, you know, a big streaming fantasy series. I have more thoughts on this strategy, but I'm not going to share them for free. Square has to call me. They gotta pay me. Did you see the new Predator movie? It's the most video gaming movie of all time. Haven't seen it. It is a solid Russell Crowe performance, Logan. He's pretty good in that movie. It's also got both Jarvises in it. It's got Paul Bettany as the number 2, and he's the voice of Jarvis and then Vision in the Marvel movies. And then the other guy, whose name I forget, who's the like second in command on the boat. He played Jarvis in the Agent Peggy Carter TV show set in the 40s. You know, Howard Stark's manservant who becomes Peggy's like partner in crime and driver. Shows up for 2 seconds in Endgame, which is really cool because I really liked Agent Peggy Carter. I really enjoyed that show. And so when he popped up in Endgame when they were back in the 70s, it really like caught me off guard. It's like, oh my god, they acknowledged it. That show is canon. Cool. Because Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. like very fast became like nebulously canon. Very fast Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. was like totally divorced from what the movies were doing. I saw a Trash Taste Guys video go visit the FF14 team, and one of them said something about Square Enix Polish's praise, and internally I'm like, that's the problem. I think polish is good. I think scale is bad. I think that it just needs to be smaller. I think that Final Fantasy 16, for example, appropriate level of polish. They cut corners and spots, and that's fine. But I think the game should have been like, it was like a 40-hour game. It should have been 20 hours long. It should have been a nail-biting roller coaster instead of a plodding march through hell. What if they did another FF crossover with FF14 again? You can't convince FF14 players to switch to normal FF, and you can't switch normal FF players to switch to 14. It's just not going to happen. The only way they could actually do that is if they made a single-player FF14 game, which I think that setting has the breadth necessary for that. Like, they've talked about doing, hey, if Evilise Chronicles sells well, maybe we'll do another tactics game. If they do another tactics game, they shouldn't set it in Evilise. They should set it in the Eorzean subcontinent. Or they should do, like, Yasumi Matsuno, who wrote and directed Final Fantasy Tactics, actually wrote, 2 storylines for FF14. The Evilise raids, and then the Save the Queen, Bosnian Resistance storyline. And that storyline was basically abandoned because it has to do with like a, you know, condition of the world that is changed after Endwalker. So they actually never got to conclude that storyline. I think you can go make a tactics game that you let Matsuno write it or supervise it narratively, and just conclude what that story was going to be, but write it in such a way where you could just jump in here. And it's just about like a, you know, diverse group of various peoples who have been conquered by the Garlean Empire in this moment after Shadowbringers and Stormblood, where the tide is turning against Garlemald. And you do a tactics game about, because the Garlean Empire is huge, and in Endwalker, the concern is on, you know, particular parts of the world. That's kind of what the point of the Bosnian front was about, was to show that this revolution against them and different colonies rising up is happening everywhere. Go do a storyline about resistance forces fighting a division of the Empire in between Shadowbringers and Endwalker, and like a little bit end Endwalker, right? Like, you have it wrap up around the time that the stuff happens in Endwalker. Or you make that, like, you know, the final, you know, couple of super challenging levels of the game when that stuff happens, that I'm not going to spoil in case there aren't any. There are people in here who haven't played FF14. I have not seen Pluribus yet, and I probably won't watch it. I really love Vince Gillian's stuff, but I'm not really a horror guy. Invasion of the Body Snatchers type storylines really get me. Even more so than other horror films. I like horror every now and then. Like, I really like the first 2 Alien films and, you know, a few others, but not really my genre. I feel like FF could be huge if they leaned into the wacky, colorful anime, Genshin, K-pop, Demon Hunters type thing. Tired of gritty fantasy. They're not going to beat Elden Ring. Just make it fun. This is the thing, is that 16 was, I feel like a game that they wanted to make for a while, and they only got approval because Game of Thrones was so successful. But then the game took 6 years to make, and that became passé. And the new thing was, you know, Zenless Zone Saga. Mistimed. This is another thing I talked about with Night Sky Prince, with Ryan, is like, we look at these FF games are action now as the executives are stupid. They're making action games when the fans want turn-based games, which, first of all, I think the percentage of guys who just want turn-based is... I know that Expedition 33 was just a huge success, but I think that the idea that, like, if they just became turn-based again, the franchise would just explode. I don't think it's true. Though certainly the success of Expedition means... I've always argued they should be making turn-based games. Like, 2 mainline Final Fantasy games should always be in development at the same time, and one of them should be like a big budget action thing, and the other one should be maybe a smaller budget turn-based game. But I think that the action stuff isn't necessarily as much a commercial concern as it is... These dudes have always wanted to make action games, and turn-based was always a concession to how do we make a game of this scale, with this many characters, with this many enemies, a global adventure on the Super Nintendo and the PlayStation. Turn-based, command-based system. I think they always wanted to be making action games, and they always saw turn systems as an impediment, a technical hurdle to be overcome. Other people just like it as a style, you know? I'm not saying that there isn't also a commercial interpretation of maybe we should just make action games because they'll sell better. But I think there is also these developers, I think they just want to be making, action games. What you're saying is that Final Fantasy X World of Tanks would save the series. Yes. Need a shout out the Colossus FF, like time-wise? Oh, length. Yeah, sure. Yeah. Adonis says, hey, can't stick around since I have a night shift for work, but I'm glad to see you guys doing okay. Missed y'all so much. We'll watch. If there's a VOD. Oh, there will be a VOD. There's always a VOD of our streams. A little bit of a channel update at the front. Adonis may already be gone. I don't know. A little bit of a channel update at the front. We'll be doing one or two more tactics streams, so that's not a full playthrough. And we'll be back with Undertale, hopefully sometime soon. And Final Fantasy VII Remake episodes will continue coming out sometime in the near future. You think they'll try to recreate Expedition 33's success with FF18? Depends. It depends on who's making it. Like, I recently saw a chart of somebody who was like, okay, I've done a lot of research. This is where I think everybody's gone. Because there was, again, another restructure at Square of staff shuffled around through business units. If they're doing what I want them to do, which is the FF7 remake team is just going straight into making another game, I want them to just recycle the system from 7 Remake. Make the game faster, get to market faster, save money. Use all of those assets and programming and polish that you have already banked and make another game fast. Make a game of that scale fast, relatively speaking, for AAA games. But that would be 17. I don't know. You asked about 18. Yeah, I don't know. I think at this point they would be fools not to make a turn-based game, to make a smaller budget turn-based game. I think it would be. They're targeting 10 million in sales with every game, and they're not getting it. You know, they're getting 2 to 3 million. FF7 Remake did pretty well, but that's because it was the first COVID game. I think it got a bump because of that. That Rebirth did not. You know, what's the word I'm looking for? Benefit from. I do think that whole series will get a bump when the final part's out. I think there are legitimately people out there who are like, I'm gonna wait for part 3 and then I'll play the whole thing. How many of those are those enough people to make the whole project, you know, like a huge financial uptick? I don't know, but I do think there are those people who are just waiting, which I think is silly because these games are like 40 to 80 hours long. Like it's like saying I'm gonna wait until the whole show is out to watch seasons 1 and 2. Like it's a huge time investment. But if you're just being ethical with your money, you know, waiting until part 3 comes out and then I'll buy part 1 for $20, you know, that's a different matter. Bro, Square has not maintained team structure for more than one FF game. For fuck's sake. It wasn't as bad as the old restructures. This is the good thing, Dean, because I imagine you're not as tapped into this as you used to be. It seems like Business Division 1 pretty much intact, and that's the Kingdom Hearts team and the Final Fantasy VII Remake team. The only big change there is that some leadership left. Yoshinori Kitase and oh no, who's the Motomu Toriyama. Yoshinori Kitase and Motomu Toriyama. They are now in Creative Unit 2, and they're working on... But they've shuffled over, and they're working on something new. My money's on they're finally making that 10 3-quel that they've been threatening to make for 15 years, but we'll see. And Business Unit 3 is also mostly intact. You know. They're still breadwinners. Business Unit 3 worked on the tactics touch-up. Yeah, I don't know how severe it was. It's not nearly as severe as some other restructures that the company has done. Imagine the person out there waiting to start watching Family Guy until after the final season. Yeah. Even though I liked Remake, I played it with PS Plus, I'll wait for part 3 so I can buy a bundle with all of them. Like I said, such a customer does exist. Cool to see Square go full Sega and just only create new assets for their games when absolutely necessary. Just imagine Cloud doing default mad talking animation that's been in Yakuza since Yakuza 1 on the PS2, and it was glorious. Yeah. I don't know if that's a Sega thing. That's an RGG team thing. I don't know about Sega in its entirety. You can make an accusation that Sonic has been bad for 20 years because they refused to recycle stuff between games, like mechanically as well as assets. I really need to mess with this playlist some more. I had a much wider variety of music on this bad boy that is now on its last legs. Let's just move a lot of it over. And I should also just delete a bunch of the FF music that's in here. This playlist is absolutely massive, and there's a lot of stuff in it that isn't FF. But there's so much FF that when I hit shuffle, it's a lot of FF. Joey is gone. Talk smack about Sonic? I see how it is. Joey will talk more smack about Sonic than anybody. Do people want 10-3? No. No. People do not want 10-3, Billy. People do not want 10-3, there's no interest. But they've been teasing 10-3 for 15 years. They've done like 2 novellas and an audio drama that are all setting up the 10-3. Which I hope they never make. It would be such a colossal waste of everybody's time. Everything they're setting up is wildly uninteresting, and they should not make it. It would be a disaster. And I don't just mean artistically, I mean like financially. Like, who knows, maybe the game would be good. It's stupid. They should not make 10-3. Big, big dumb. The point of 10-2, Jordan Combra, was that the CEO changed around that time. Well, it wasn't even it wasn't just the CEO changed. It was the failure of Square Pictures. Square Pictures lost so much money that they had to rethink everything they were doing financially at Square, which is why you got the compilation of Final Fantasy VII to milk as much cash from their most popular IP as possible. And 10-2 was the first time they ever did a straight asset flip. Because they were like, we can make another game for really cheap that will sell a shit zillion units. And frankly, I think they should do more of them. 13-2's a really good game, and it's an asset flip. This is another thing Ryan and I talked about on that stream, was like, I feel like if they had just made 13-2 a totally new... Because I like that game. I haven't played it, but I've watched a lot of it, and I like it. Okay. I think if they had taken all of their narrative concepts for that game, but not called it 13, and just had new characters in it, would have sold way better. It's a really good game. Nobody would have cared that there were recycled enemies from 13, except for people who played 13, who were, by the way, the only ones who played 13 too, and they needed to sell more units than that. I think they should have made a time travel story about a man from the ending of time and a girl who's trying to find her lost sister who's been pulled into the service of a god. And they jump through time trying to solve a mystery. And I think it would have sold at least twice as much as 13-2 did, if it had just been called Final Fantasy 15. Wasn't 10-3 like a stage play? No, it was an audio drama. There were some novellas and an audio drama, but they weren't called 10-3. It was just set up. Set up for 10-3. Set up. They introduced Orin's daughter. Orin's daughter, ladies and gentlemen. Wow. Aren't you interested if she's really his daughter? She says that her mother says, I had a one-night stand with Orin. You're his offspring. And people were like, is that true? She's like, I believe it's true. But is she like Nathan Drake? Is she just lying about her lineage? Fascinating stuff. Play 10-3 and find out. Do you mean if Spirits Within had made $1 billion, we would have gotten Versus 13? Yes, that is true. But they wanted to do everything themselves. Hironobu Sakaguchi wanted to live in Hawaii, so he said, we're going to put a film studio in Hawaii where the rent is astronomical. And we're going to put, I learned this just this last week, from a thread from, make sure I get this dude's name right. I meant to retweet it so that I could find it again easily. I'm going to retweet it right now. I'm going to retweet it right now so that I can always find it again easier. But right now I'm just going to go through my likes. There it is. Jacob Novak, former head, director of business at Square Enix Holdings, which Square Enix Holdings is the small parent company that owns Square Enix. It's a holdings company. It's technically at the head of Square Enix, so... it does run Square Enix, it's just not part of the same entity. It's business mumbo-jumbo, don't worry about it. So he was an American, Jacob Novak, director of business. He worked there from, like... I want to say, like, 04 to 2010, 2012, something like that. I'm probably getting those numbers wrong. But he did a lengthy thread about the current state of Square after they announced they laid off a bunch of their Western staff. And one of the things he mentioned that I didn't know was that the rendering farm for Spirits Within was literally on the roof of the studio in Hawaii, where it's always 85 degrees and humid as balls. If they hadn't been convicted to do that themselves, you know, we have to make this ourselves. We have to handle all of this ourselves. And Hironobu Sakaguchi wants to live in Hawaii, goddammit. Could have theoretically not maybe made billions of dollars, but maybe their margin would have been just a little better. Just a little better. Also, probably... Yes, Dean, exactly. Not even Nintendo make their own movies. Which, by the way... Chris something or other, the head of Illumination. The head of Illumination Entertainment, Chris something or other. Yeah, here, founded by Chris Meledonri. Melanodonri? I don't know. He was on the last Nintendo Direct, you may recall. He talked for like 5 minutes after Shigeru Miyamoto about, and we're so proud to be working on the legacy of Mario with Nintendo. It's what a great brand. Mario's cool. We're so proud to be making this movie. And he talked for like 5 minutes on the Direct, and I think everybody was like, why is this dude here? He's on the board of Nintendo. They put the head of Illumination Studios literally on their board. This is also something I learned from this dude's thread. Jacob guy. Not me, Jacob. The other Jacob. The Jacob Novak. But Square's like, no, we gotta do it ourselves. Don't license. We know what we're doing. I guarantee you they said no to a Kingdom Hearts TV show. The dude who directed the pilot, he said years ago, the KH pilot that was in development in like 03, 04. He said, what was that dude's name? Oh man, I forget this dude's name now. It's been years since I've thought about that pilot. He said that the pilot tested super well, but they decided not to go ahead with it out of respect for the Japanese team. This is messing up. It just played this, didn't it? Or you just played a similar thing. I don't know. Oh, yeah. Oh, no, yeah, it's just messing up. Okay. Weird. I guess this playlist is too long. I guess there's just too much stuff in this playlist, and if I put it on shuffle, it loses its mind. Seth Kearsley. Thank you, Circo Duck. Seth Kearsley, who worked on Mummies Alive. He directed Adam Sandler's 8 Crazy Nights. And he directed the Kingdom Hearts pilot. He said that they didn't move forward with the pilot out of respect for the Japanese team. And I assumed at the time that what they meant by that was they knew that there were sequels in development and they didn't want to step on any toes. I now think Square said no. And Disney could have said yes, because it's their fucking IP. But they knew that Square wasn't happy, and they were like, well, we like this partnership. We'd like to keep making these games. So instead of, like, yoinking this thing from them and probably losing the whole deal, or at least upsetting them and maybe making this testy going forward, we're not going to move forward. I'm now very confident that Square just said, no, please don't do that. And Disney could have, but they didn't, out of respect for the partnership. They're fucking morons. Pardon my French. They're fucking stupid. Kingdom Hearts was the best advertisement Final Fantasy has ever had. I missed the PS1 boat, you know? I was too young for that. I only know Final Fantasy because of Kingdom Hearts. Well, that's not fair. I would have gotten into it by now because I'm such a game mark, and I'm so into games history and retro games. By now, I would have gotten into it without Kingdom Hearts, absolutely, because it's just enough up my alley. But as a, teenager in the mid-2000s, it was like 4 years between major Final Fantasy games, and if you weren't, like, into the compilation of FF7, how are you going to get into this thing? And then they're like, oh, Tetsuya was like, oh, I don't feel like we need the Final Fantasy characters in Kingdom Hearts anymore. Idiot. Maroon. You've got Remake coming out next year. And you release Kingdom Hearts 3 with Disney marketing money behind it. Got posters for this thing plastered all over Comic-Con. Literally Woody the Sheriff on a big banner that says Kingdom Hearts. Billboards, anti-bullying PSAs that are Kingdom Hearts themed. And you don't put Cloud in it? You don't put Tifa in it? Not even Aerith? How about Red? Put Red in it. Why not? Put Red in it. Why not put Red in it? Why not have Kate Sith? Why not? I almost said Kachi, but in Rebirth they say it Kate Sith. Why not have Kate Sith be like Yen Sid's familiar? You didn't bring back the good fairies. Just have Kate Sith, if you don't want to put new content in, just have Kate Sith like working for Yen Sid. Why not? Put Hildebrand in the game. Have Hildebrand be on Traverse Town, right? And he wants to solve the Seven Wonders mysteries. That'd be a funny joke. Literally put the Hildebrand side quest in Kingdom Hearts 3 and have him, he's trying to solve the Seven Wonders of Traverse Town. That would be primo stuff. I don't know if it would actually move people to FF14, but it would be funny. Yeah, Dean, that's not entirely true. Now, Disney isn't doing as well as they used to, obviously, because the kids got TikTok now. The kids got TikTok. And they got the brain rot. And they got Skibbity Toilet. But they're still doing okay. I think their newer IPs have been misses. Like, Wish was a miss. But that's why they're doing sequels to old stuff. And their live-action remakes are actually doing quite well for themselves, even with young people. Their parents are taking, their kids to see them. I think Disney's actually doing okay. They could be doing better. They're not doing a great job of cultivating new stuff. But Moana was huge. Frozen was huge, right? And I know it feels like those were a long time ago, but they're still within the zeitgeist of young people right now. Moana 2 just came out. Made like $1 billion. I'm not making that number up. It's real. It made like $1 billion. It's supposed to be a TV show. $1 billion at the box office. Lilo and Stitch, live action. Supposed to be straight to Disney Plus. $1 billion at the box office. They're doing fine. They're doing just fine. Emmett Selk in Coco World. Yes. Yeah, dude. Oh, I love that. That's a good idea. Or even Sphene. Either one, right? Because they're kind of, because their final deal is basically the same thing. Except one is skewed by kindness and one is skewed by anger, but they're basically like two sides of the same coin. Victor, yeah, Google Kindness is Key campaign for Kingdom Hearts 3. You'll see it. Put Sora on 14 already? Yeah, I've got a good idea for an FF14 raid that's Kingdom Hearts themed. I actually started writing up a script for it a couple of years ago. I didn't get super far. But it has to do with Dynamis. Because it's an underexplored element, It's so key to Endwalker. And then they haven't really done anything with it since then. I'm sure they'll loop back to it, but it's like, that Dynamis is like perfect for Kingdom Hearts characters to have to deal with. Came up with a whole concept. I don't want to get into it too much because it's a little spoilery because it would be post Endwalker. And Dynamis is like a big mystery in Endwalker of how it works and what it does. So if I explained the concept for the raid here, I would blow Endwalker reveals. But suffice to say, Naminé is in it. set at Destiny Islands. Just nominees just from Destiny Islands, along with Sora, Riku, and Kairi. And let's just say Dynamis. Nominee's got Dynamis sensitivity, Dynamis manipulation. I thought it was a pretty cool concept. And then I had some vague ideas for, like, if you did follow-up raids, what you could do with it. Last year, Disney had $3 billion movies. What was the third? Was it Avatar 2? Because last year was Way of Water, right? Am I crazy? Or was that 2 years ago now? God. FF16 is a more accurate parallel to Wish. I don't even know how to break into that. Avatar 2 was 2022? Okay, my bad. Medions show up in different worlds asking your questions. Find some random stuff in each world. That could be fun. In Kingdom Hearts, Medion just shows up. Medion has a quest on each world. I feel like that doesn't really work, because Medion is like... everywhere Medion goes, you know, billions die. That's a spoiler, I guess. But, that could be kind of funny. It could be, well, it would be like, because she's in Kingdom Hearts universe, it would go well, right? Yeah, actually that makes sense. She's going to Disney Worlds. So when she asks her questions, people would actually have answers. And then she would go home and cure depression! It would be good. It'd be like a good ending. Oh my god. Yeah, Medion should absolutely go to every Disney World. Yeah. Sir Godok just said the same thing. Could be post-Endwalker, Medion spreading hope. Yeah. In the world of Kingdom Hearts. That'd be fantastic. Be a jokey version because it's KH. Yeah, exactly. That's excellent. That'd be really funny. Deadpool and Wolverine, Inside Out 2, and Moana. Right, Stitch was last year. You're right. I forgot about Deadpool and Wolverine. Highest grossing R-rated movie of all time. Shows Marvel fatigue isn't a thing. Fatigue for shit movies is a thing. And bad marketing. Because some of those more recent Marvel movies haven't been terrible, but the marketing's been almost universally bad. Like, I heard that Thunderbolts was actually pretty good, but was not marketed well. Because it's like, look at all these characters. And you're like, if you're not super hardcore, you don't know who they are. When really it's a story about Yelena, like, being suicidal. And that was what everybody connected to about it. It was like, oh wow, she's like a really good, interesting character. Probably should have been, like, about her. The trailer should have been about her emotional state. And, like, you know, how do you deal with being depressed in a world where, you know, billions of people died and then came back? But yeah. It's ridiculous to me that Kingdom Hearts isn't still being used as an effective marketing campaign for Final Fantasy. Also, this is something else that Jacob Novak talked about in his thread, is like, it's bizarre that Square did not beat... They weren't the first ones to Genshin Impact. Like, they had the capacity, the focus on the mobile market, the capability, the pedigree. They should have built Genshin Impact. And they're so far behind that they will never get there. But they should have been the guys to have that. But their thinking on what the mobile scene should and should not be was so bass-ackward that they never got there. Thunderbolts was very good. It was also about battling depression. Was that not what I said? Did I say the wrong movie? That was what I meant a second ago if I said the wrong film. But yeah, that was what I was talking about. Like, Thunderbolts, people liked that, but I think the marketing for it was terrible. It's like, you remember Ghost from Ant-Man and the Wasp, don't you? Do I? Did I see that movie? Genuine question. Connecting many dots here. But if Star Wars, Marvel, and KH, could FF benefit from it long term? Hard to say. Because it's getting harder and harder to get young people to play video games. Of any, not just Kingdom Hearts. More young people are playing video games than ever. But they're playing Fortnite, Roblox, Minecraft. Maybe Call of Duty, Grand Theft Auto Online, Among Us, a handful of others. They're playing live service games. It's very interesting. There's more money being spent by consumers on video games than ever. But it's going to a narrower and narrower segment of the market. This is something I talk with Ryan about. This is something I would talk about at length if I make the Xbox video, the industry video that I've been trying to make for months. Genshin also a game that I think some young people are playing, but certainly it's a game where a lot of the money is going. A lot of the consumer money is going. More money is being spent in fewer places than ever. And for young people, there are a lot of people for whom video games are Call of Duty and Madden, or like Halo and Madden, right? And that's how they were 20 years ago, and that's how they'll always be. But back in the day, you got a video game console for Christmas, and you got a random smattering of video games. And you got lucky or unlucky about good games or bad games or games that were with your sensibility. But probably you sampled a lot of stuff because you beat a game back in the day and you were done with it. Nowadays, Fortnite never stops having new stuff, and it's where all of your friends are. Ever since COVID, right? Like, that's where you hang out with your friends. So when you're done with your homework and you want to hang out with your friends, you go to Fortnite. You look at TikTok. Playing even Kingdom Hearts. Let's assume Kingdom Hearts was still like a hot IP releasing games consistently. Kingdom Hearts means downtime away from my friends. And why would I ask my mom to spend $60 to get me a game that I can't play with my friends when Fortnite is right there and it's free and there's new stuff in Fortnite every couple of weeks? It's a genuine problem for like the whole industry, not just individual franchises. As for how much Kingdom Hearts and Final Fantasy will benefit from Marvel and Star Wars, it really is hard to say. I think that Kingdom Hearts 4 doesn't just need like really strong IPs in it. It just needs stronger marketing overall. And it needs to be a stronger game overall. I think that Kingdom Hearts 3 still sold pretty well. Kingdom Hearts 4 is not going to sell as well. This is, again, something I talked about with Ryan at great length on that stream, so I don't want to spend too much time on it, because we talked for like hours about this. Little kids didn't play FF, though, even in the 90s. It was pretty much 12 and up. But I'm saying these are habits that are being built. Teenagers, there are people who are 16 who were 12 during COVID, right? Or, God, they'd be like 11 if they were 16 during COVID, right? There are habits being built here. The Fortnite and Roblox playing child is the Halo and Madden playing child of 25 years ago. They are not customers. Kingdom Hearts isn't just for, you're right about Final Fantasy movie being 12 and up, but Kingdom Hearts was, let's say 7 and up. It was one of the most bought games on the PlayStation 2 because look, looks like I said I disconnected for a second. Am I back now? Am I back now? Should be back now. I'm not saying the kids aren't playing Mario, aren't playing Mario Kart, whatever. Yeah, no, guys, it said I disconnected on my end too. I don't know what happened. Total connection loss for like 2 seconds, and we're back now. I'm not saying the kids aren't playing Mario, aren't playing Mario Kart. Obviously they are. But I'm saying there's a percentage that have Mario merch, go see the Mario movie, that is not necessarily the same percentage as are playing the games. Because all the kids who are playing Mario games are seeing the Mario movie. There is a percentage of kids who engage with Mario the same way that people in like our generation engaged with Mickey Mouse, which was there weren't new Mickey Mouse shorts in front of movies. There weren't Mickey Mouse features. It was just kind of like a face that we knew that was around, Mario just now has that level of brand recognition where kids know him and he's popular, but how engaged are they with the software? My little cousins love Sonic now because of the movies, says Ninja Bunny. That's correct. This is where a Kingdom Hearts TV show is necessary. I think a Kingdom Hearts TV show would do more heavy lifting now than it would have done 20 years ago. Also, we need good Final Fantasy television shows. What would be really good? And this is the one thing that I trust Square to handle internally. Because their FF14 writers are like their only... Well, that's not fair. I think 7 Remake and Rebirth have really good writing. Not the only good writers. But 14 has pretty consistently good writing. Its only main problem is that it's too long-winded. But you get those guys to come up with a basic story that's actually good, that can be told in 2 hours, an hour and a half, then hand it off to real screenwriters. Have Visual Works make the movie, but have real screenwriters write it. Do a Visual Works FF14 movie that's like the Dragon Ball movies, right? It's just like, this is just something that happens. It's not super important. It takes place in between all the other stuff. The Warrior of Light is off doing something. Don't worry about him. It's just the Scions. Just the Scions of the Seventh Dawn having an adventure. That'd make a ton of money from FF14 marks, and you'd probably get some curious just anime fans and Final Fantasy fans who are like, oh, I don't need to know anything about FF14? I'll give it a shot. You would just need to keep the budget under control. I don't know how much Kingsglaive cost, but it probably needs to cost not that much. Like Arcane? For 14, no, I really do think of it more as like doing like anime movies, where, you know, Dragon Ball movies and My Hero Academia movies are like, they'll basically do a movie that's like, hey, here's a really, really high budget, long episode that doesn't affect the status quo of the show and will never be brought up again. It's just, here's a villain and a scenario, and maybe we'll focus on some side characters who don't get a lot of attention normally. And the events of this film will never be spoken of again. The Bleach movies, also a good example. The Full Metal Alchemist movie, back in the day. This was a really common way of doing anime movies until relatively recently. The fact that Demon Slayer is like wrapping up with a series of movies, and I think the Chainsaw Man movie also like continuing the story. I think the One Piece movies were like this. This is the way that anime movies used to be. It's becoming increasingly less these days. Every single Naruto movie, there you go. Arcane is more of just like taking something that didn't really have a material story and making something out of it, which Final Fantasy doesn't really need. That'd be more like if Genshin Impact got a TV show, you know? I assume Genshin Impact doesn't have a story. I know Honkai has a story. I don't know how much, very loosely canon stuff. It's canon, it's just isolated, right? So for example, let's say that in between, I don't know, what's a franchise? I'm gonna pick Star Wars because it's easy. In between, well, there's literally an example. This is Shadows of the Empire. This was a big media blitz in the 90s. Basically, they did a new Star Wars movie without making a new Star Wars movie. Video game, graphic novel, actual novel. And it was a story set in between Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi. And it was about just a crime lord. It was a super dangerous crime lord trying to disrupt the Rebel Alliance's activities. And the gang does a mission to beat him. And it's over and done in the length of a novel/graphic novel, and like theoretically could have been adapted to a TV show. I think there was an audio drama at the time. And it was canon until the Disney reboot. It's still canon to Legends, but just the events don't matter enough for them to ever come up again. It was a big adventure, and you know, you get to see some gaps are filled in. Like you see Luke get a little bit better at doing Jedi and lightsaber stuff, and you see Lando acclimatizing to being part of the Rebel Alliance and kind of filling in Han's role, because Han is obviously absent. But it's not important, right? There's a villain who is introduced at the beginning and defeated by the end. So it's a satisfying beginning, middle, and end arc. Interesting stuff happens along the way, but it's contained. Clone Wars was kind of the same at the start. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I mean, I would say Clone Wars was the same until currently, where now, like, threads from Clone Wars are going to be in the Mandalorian and Grogu feature film. Diego, would the KH show be canon? How are we picturing this? Full retelling, side story? Retelling. Separate continuity. It's the only way to go about it. Just start from the beginning. Redo it. It's the only way for the show to be successful. Kingdom Hearts 1 lends itself super well to TV show. Chain of Memories, not so much. Maybe you would do like a shorter season in between the Kingdom Hearts 1 season and the Kingdom Hearts 2 season. I have thought about this a lot. I think you could do a 20-episode season of Kingdom Hearts 1. Now, nowadays, streaming 20 episodes, big no-no. We spend too much money on these animated shows to do 20 episodes in one go. Are you nuts? Are you crazy? But just do it. Make it not as... It doesn't have to look as good as Arcane, you know? It doesn't have to look as good as Arcane. Like, Phineas and Ferb just released a new 20-episode season. It doesn't have to look as cheap as Phineas and Ferb, but it doesn't need to look Arcane good either. It doesn't need to look Arcane good. It needs to air on Disney Channel. And then you do, like, a reduced length, like, short season. Or maybe you even do, like a TV special, you know? Like, 3 episodes that are played as a movie for Chain of Memories. You just super compress it. Alternatively, you know, you do, like, maybe 10 episodes, 8 episodes, whatever. But no, you do Chain of Memories. I did think about, could you just go straight to Season 2 and make it Kingdom Hearts 2 and make it a mystery because Sora wakes up with amnesia? And could you restructure the story so that Sora, like, when things happen throughout the show, he slowly, like, remembers the events of Chain of Memories? But then, like, you have to skip, like, then but what about Roxas? What about, like, it doesn't work. What you do, again, I've thought about this quite a bit, is middle of Season 2. You do a super compressed 2 episodes that are just days. You just do days right in... Not Season 2, sorry. Season 2 would be Chain of Memories. Season 3, Kingdom Hearts 2, right? Midway through the season, after Axel kidnaps Kairi. It cuts to Kairi and Axel wherever they are, running, you know, on the run. He's got her. And, you know, she's resisting, being belligerent. You know, doesn't have to literally bite him like she does in the manga, but, you know, she's putting up a fight. She's like, why are you even after me? And he's like, I need your help to get my best friends back. And she's like, getting best friends back? I'm intrigued. Who are your best friends? And then with the benefit of having narration from Axel and Kairi asking questions, maybe, you can super compress that. You have a built-in excuse for narration that can just light speed shit from days. And you cover it in 2 episodes. And then you come back, and Axel has tactfully left out the part about how Roxas is Sora's nobody, and he needs to kill Sora to get Roxas back. And Kairi, being, you know, an empathetic, nice person, starts to say, you know what, Axel? I think I understand. What do you need me to do to help? Then Sayax shows up, right? I feel like the Shion plotline wouldn't work in just 2 episodes. That's what I'm saying. You cheat with narration, super compressed. Like, it wouldn't work great, but the Days movie didn't work either. Like, you would have to change it a lot. You know, you'd change it a heck of a lot to make it fit. But, like, you can't do a Days movie. You can't do a Days season. It doesn't work. Now, trust me, I haven't tried writing this, so maybe I'm wrong. Maybe 2 episodes. It absolutely cannot be done. Maybe it's got to be 3 episodes. The main thing is you would just remove the memory shenanigans for Shion. Axel would just remember her. Because that was only ever done to explain why people didn't talk about her in Kingdom Hearts 2, right? Like, yeah, it was sad. Like, we were all sad in 2007 when we played that game, and it's like, oh, he doesn't even remember her. But you can't. You don't need that anymore. It's sadder that he remembers her. It's sadder for us that they don't remember her. But we don't have time for that in a TV show. So just have her remember. He just remembers her. It's fine. He just remembers her. It's okay. There's a Twisted Wonderland anime now. How much do we have? How do we not have a KH anime? Yeah. Yeah. Right? There was another anime a couple years ago that was like kids who were Pokemon trainers, but they like threw out legendary Disney characters or something. But Square's like, no. Gotta do it ourselves if we're gonna do it. Can't do it. Can't be done. Would they just be like Organization 13? Sorry, 14 in this universe? No, Dean, you don't remember your Kingdom Hearts lore, dude. Even when Shion's in the organization, they only call it Organization 13. When she leaves, and everyone's like, whatever, and Roxas is like, how can we not care? Wasn't she one of us? Syax or one of them says, look around, idiot. There's only 13 chairs in this room. It was always called Organization 13. There were only ever 13 members. This is when he drops the imaginary number name reveal, I think, of like, she doesn't matter. She wasn't real. So no, it was always Organization 13. Oh, Dean, she can still be a fake Sora memory implant person. We just don't make everybody in the universe forget about her. We just change how the lore works. It can still be that Sora... Because the problem was that Sora can't wake up because he doesn't have his memories of Kairi because they are in Shion. And then they get the memories out of Shion by killing her, and they go to Sora. The whole, she is a memory being. So when she ceases to exist, no one remembers her, is technically a separate component. Like, Riku Replica had Riku's memories, but that didn't make him a memory being. He was a replica that had memories in him. They were fake. Well, no, they were sampled, right? Because Marluxia says, I merely sampled your memories when he darts through Sora. So presumably Vexen did the same thing when he fought Riku and got his data with which to make Riku Replica. You just drop the thing where everybody forgets about her. You just drop it. Who cares? Doesn't matter. Just drop it. Honestly, I think you could skip Sora's Chain of Memories and just do Riku's. I disagree. Because Namine's too good. You can't not have Namine. My opinion, this may be a controversial take, and I haven't shared this publicly before, but I'm never actually, I'm not delusional enough to think that I'll ever actually get to make this show. So whatever, Square can steal the idea. It's more likely to get them to agree to do like a live action, like Final Fantasy TV show than it is that a Kingdom Hearts show will ever happen. Between Disney and Square, too much disagreement, it'll never materialize. Because Riku and King Mickey magically getting into Castle Oblivion because they found a card to help them is like lore breaking. Because, Riku and King Mickey get stranded in the Realm of Darkness, and then they get back for free. Diz gets stranded in the Realm of Darkness. He gets back. Sora and Riku get stranded in the Realm of Darkness at the ending of Kingdom Hearts 2. They get back. Mickey and Riku can just go in whenever they want in Kingdom Hearts 3 and get back. Aqua's stuck. Because she sucks? No. Season 2, Riku and Mickey are just in the Realm of Darkness. And they find Aqua. And we just go ahead and get that out of the way. That she just exists, and she's here. And we meet her now. And yes, that's right, because Aqua is a woman. That is correct, Dean. We just get her out of the way. And we don't just have Riku going, oh, darkness, Ansem, am I evil? We have Aqua looking at him, going, try it. Try it. I've seen this shit before. This guy I could have killed but didn't, and he's in you. Try me. I hesitated once. Didn't work. We got circled up because this would be stuck in the Realm of Darkness, Aqua, right? Also, personally, I would get rid of the she hasn't aged thing. I would say she's actually been in there for 10 years real time. And she's like, you know, she's pissed. She sacrificed herself thinking she was saving Terra. Her friend was still possessed, she finds out. Worlds have been destroyed forever, and that dark spirit is inside this kid. Mickey, the second I see this kid trying to be evil, we're gonna have to do something about it. And Mickey's the angel on the shoulder, and Aqua's the devil. Now, obviously, Riku will win her over, because he will successfully go through a character arc and defeat Ansem Seeker of Darkness's ghost. And I think that's also when he materializes the Way to Dawn, right? He just gets it. Instead of just randomly having it the next time we see him, he just gets it here. And I think specifically when he manifests that Keyblade, it's also like an externalization of Aqua's like, oh, okay, you're cool. You're cool. I've thought about this storyline a lot. Like how Diz would also be incorporated into it. He would still be in the Realm of Darkness at this time. I also like the idea of there being like a setting here, like a midnight town, which has various Disney characters who survived the destructions of their worlds. Like not a ton of them, but you know, like one or two survivors from some worlds that got blown up. This also lets you bring in some cool Disney IP characters that like you don't want to do a whole world based on them, and maybe they're hanging out down here. But this creates... Again, I'm not going to go into too much detail about it. I've thought about this a ton, and I'm not going to outline my whole concept for this show right now. But suffice to say, Mickey and Riku would make it back to the Realm of Light, and nobody else would. And for reasons that I'm not going to get into, they can't get back until after the events of Kingdom Hearts 2. But Riku having to make a difficult decision at one point at the ending of Season 2, which results in him and Mickey getting out but nobody else, is just yet another thing for him to beat himself up about. And the more things Riku has to be upset about, the better. Make it a live-action Cage Zone, bring in all the live-action remake actors, absolutely. Can women even get that old, says Ninja Bunny? A 28-year-old woman? I don't know. When I learned Lulu was 21, I was destroyed inside. Everyone in 10 is so comically young. Yeah, absolutely. Well, I don't know if you know this, Ninja Bunny, but the original concept for 10 was actually Expedition 33. The original concept for FF10 was this is a world where everybody dies when they turn like 20 or something. And like what kind of society would then develop? And Yuna like worked for a religious organization that was trying to find a cure for this malady, I think. Tidus was a plumber. Don't ask me how that was going to work. We don't know everything about this. But yeah, this is where a lot of the thematic stuff of 10 comes from. You can see like, oh yeah, that connects immediately to what 10 is about. Because 10 is all about this woman who has thought, probably for as long as she is capable of thinking, that she's going to die at 18, right? And that's kind of the whole drama of 10, is this is a woman who thinks that her life is going to be over at this point, and has lived her whole life going, I'm going to die at this point. And then someone comes along who gives her something to live for, and she doesn't know what to do about it, right? Ten does have a high mortality rate, though, even in the final game. That's true. They do kill, like, there's a decent number of supporting characters that eat it in 10. Waka's only 23, yeah. Auron is 35. Auron being 35 is ridiculous. By the way, gang, I've only floated this to Joey and Joshua. I want to float this to you and see what you all think, okay? My fan cast for TV show Auron, live action TV show Auron. Daniel Day Kim. Certainly not 35 years old, but he shouldn't have been 35 to begin with. He's got the action pedigree. You know, he was running around, jumping around and doing kung fu on Hawaii 5-0 for like 15 years. He's Fire Lord Ozai now in the live action Avatar. I think Daniel Day Kim, you know, just the very intense, you know, look that he has about him all the time. I imagine him with the, with the collar up, right? And the glare. His voice doesn't have that register, but that's okay. He's got the presence that he needs. It's not exactly the original sound, but yeah, exactly, the jawline. That was the word I couldn't come to. That jawline with the high collar and those eyes. He has the physical presence. He's a bit older, but he can still do kung fu and stunts and sword fight. Who's jacked? I don't know. I joked to Joey that Johnny Knoxville should be jacked. But that was not a serious fan cast. But yeah, I don't have too many ideas for other members of the FF10 cast, because you'd have to cast like young, hot actors for, Yuna and Tidus, and the show, is getting made some point in the future, so I don't know who you would cast. I also don't know what race you would make Tidus, because, he's a little tan in the original version, but he's blonde. But is it bleach blonde, or is it natural? Do you make him a white guy, and he's like the only white guy in the show, but then is it a white savior narrative? Or do you make it that, like, after the Cataclysm and Sin, like, the racial diaspora of Spira is just, like, there's white people, South Pacific people, Japanese people, and it's just, like, all over the place? I don't know. It's bleached. He has brown hair as a kid, as I remember. You're right. You're right about that. You're correct. That's right. Totally forgot about that. Tidus was designed to be Okinawan, but I think bleached hair. Okay. There you go. Every Final Fantasy show should be a musical? Sure. Why not? I've had, like, gray hairs to be middle school since Ferris says Dean. Yeah, some people just turn gray faster. Jecht is white, but Tidus isn't. Jecht is also pretty tan. Again, why the Johnny Knoxville casting was not a realistic fan cast. Sam Jackson as Tidus, sure. Sydney Sweeney as Yuna. Whatever. Whatever. Who cares? Do whatever. Whatever. I actually thought, let me make sure I get this dude's name right. He's a little too old now. I mean, Tidus is supposed to be 16, but, like, that's playing into those Game of Thrones rules where, like, oh, noble kids, they're supposed to lead soldiers at 14, which isn't, strictly speaking, true for that time period. One second. Make sure I get this dude's name right. Otto Farrant. Otto, O-T-T-O, Farrant, F-A-R-R-A-N-T, who played Alex Rider in the Alex Rider TV show that came out a couple years ago. I thought he would make a really good Ramza. He has the right look, he has the right sound, and he could do action. He's fit. He does a little sword fighting in season 3 of Alex Rider. I felt like he had, like, the exact right presence for Ramza. He was playing a high schooler in that show when he was, he's like my age, and that show came out, I don't know, 4 years ago. So he was playing young there, but I think he's past the threshold where he can't play that young anymore. But you could just say Ramza was 20, and, maybe you could get away with it. But probably not. When Alex Rider came out, I was like, he could be a good live-action Ramza, but I think that ship's probably sailed. Tactics would not make a very good show or a movie or TV show. Well, it definitely wouldn't make a good movie. I think it would make a good TV show. You just have to, there's some concessions. Because Tactics, this is the problem with adapting any video game, is video games are so harshly structured around combat and activities, right? Like, there is so often in Final Fantasy Tactics when Ramza is like, I don't want to fight you. And the bad guys are like, too bad, and then they fight. Because there's got to be a fight. This is a problem with Yasumi Matsuno's games. Well, problem, good thing, maybe not. I talked about this in the Bloodborne streams. That'll come up in the FF16 discussion highlight clip that'll put out sometime soon. That Yasumi Matsuno's games have very short cutscenes, long stretches of gameplay, which is good for if you want to play a video game, but does sometimes lead to structural problems with the stories that he tells. And I think that Final Fantasy Tactics is a little too, like, and then they fight, and then they fight, and then they fight. There are so many plot beats that they went the wrong direction. They fought the wrong person. They were waylaid while doing this thing. You just have to drop stuff. Like there's a whole thing of, like, Ramza later on in this, not to spoil anything, but, like, there's a point where someone's trying to flood a battlefield. Basically to cut off forces from reaching each other. Like, that you would probably just ditch. Like, there's no time for it, you know? A lot of, like, the back and forth of it would just have to go. Like, for example, we just got assigned when we were playing this earlier with Aidan and Joey to, like, go to this place and fight these guys. And while we're not at the castle, something is going to happen. You would just change it to have that thing happen while they're at the castle. You know? There's a lot of stuff like that would get streamlined. Meludia, I think, a character we're about to meet in the next fight in this game. Just lose her. Doesn't do anything. She dies and she makes somebody else sad that she died. You know? But that dude was going to be sad anyway. That dude who's sad about her death, he was going to be sad anyway about other things. I guess it makes him, swear vengeance on Ramza, but again, like, he was going to have reason to be mad at Ramza anyway. The point is, there's a lot of stuff to just file off in FF Tactics. I think it would make a good TV show. You just have to be willing to slice and dice it a bit. But that's fine, because video games are video games, and movies and TV shows are movies and TV shows. You know? Just tighten it up a little bit. That's fine. It's not even saying that Tactics is bad. It's just that the storytelling methods of video games and TV shows and movies are different. They're different. Jacob, just remove women from the show. Au contraire, Victor, we'd be adding more women in. You would give... Number one, you would definitely give Tetra and Alma more screen time. Definitely give both of them more screen time. Avelia would have more screen time. She's on the cover of the game, this version. Originally, this game was meant to have, not to get too far ahead of ourselves, this game originally was meant to have a split campaign. You were supposed to play as Ramza and Delita in, like, equal amounts. And that didn't wind up happening with the final version. There's, like, 1 or 2 battles added in the PSP version where you play as Delita off doing his thing. Similar to how the Laguna sections were supposed to be entire... Like, the Laguna sections in FF8 was supposed to be an entire secondary campaign. You were supposed to spend 50% of that game as Laguna, but it got trimmed down because it was a crazy amount of work to have to put in the game. Game was too long as it was. See, a lot of, like, the... Ramza runs somewhere and kills a guy from Final Fantasy Tactics would be just replaced in a TV show with... What's Delita up to right now? What's he up to? And I think that would make it much more of a TV show. That's my pitch on how you adapt FF Tactics. Also, Agrius. I promise I'm not spoiling Tactics for people who haven't played it before. I'm not going to spoil anything, but just a vague comment. A problem with these types of games is that when story characters join your party, these games are so flexible that, like, if Ramza dies, it's a game over. There are a few other critical characters. If they die, it's a game over. Agrius, who was the knight who we met in the opening sequence, the lady knight who was protecting the princess at the monastery. Agrias will eventually become a full party member. She's one of the most recognizable characters from this game. You've probably seen her around. The three most recognizable characters are Ramza, Delita, and Agrias. Once Agrias joins the party, formally, she stops being a guest, she formally joins the party in Tactics, she effectively leaves the story. Because you could choose to dismiss her. I don't know why you would do that, but the game allows you to. She could die forever. I don't know why you wouldn't restart if she died, but she could. So, like, there are suddenly a very small handful of optional scenes where if she's still in your party, you'll get them. But she effectively leaves the story, when she should be, like, one of the other main characters. They have improved this a little bit in the Evil East Chronicles, the version we were playing today. They didn't add a ton of new cutscenes, but they did add a lot more, hey, if you have this character in this battle, they'll have something to say. I never ended that poll, but that's fine. The chips fell where they did. Well, Victor, I wasn't spoiling because I'm being delicate. Trust me, I've been good. I'm more warning people. Don't worry, I'm not about to spoil something. I'm very good at not spoiling things when I remember to. I'm very good at biting around things and still successfully making my point. Very good. You guys want to see something cool? This is a heated vest. It's got heating coils in it. It's battery powered. I got this as a Christmas gift last year, and then I immediately moved somewhere where it's warm in January and didn't get to use it. But if you're on the eastern seaboard of the US right now, you know basically the entire eastern seaboard. It's very cold here right now. It will stop flashing in a minute. This means it's preheating. Yes, it has to preheat like your oven. But yeah, I got this last year and hadn't even had the opportunity to take it out of its packaging. But I slapped it on today to take my dog for a walk. Pretty good. Pretty slick. Pretty slick. Not over... Even the highest setting is not overpowering on a cold day. And then it has like a medium setting and a low setting as well. Jacob lives in Puerto Rico, confirmed? Absolutely. Living somewhere where it's icy and about 20 outside, those are quite useful. Yeah. It has snowed where I live once in my life. You're in Texas, right? There's parts of Texas where it snows. Like I said earlier in the stream, Texas is like half the size of Europe. It's a big place. That's why they have Buc-ee's. It's why they invented Buc-ee's. Because it's a state the size of multiple countries. Spin the bottle and then start driving in the direction it lands, and 10 hours later, you'll still be in Texas. Snow's pretty awesome, except for when it tries to kill you. I'm not a big snow fan. I think it's pretty, but I don't have much, like, yeah, I gotta get out there and enjoy this snow, dude. It's best enjoyed through a window, and a couple weeks of it a year is all I need. So what else do you guys want to talk about? I'm in no hurry to go anywhere. I do have work tomorrow, but I'm working from home. I don't think I have any meetings until like noon. You know, don't tell my boss that I just said that. But quite frankly, I have been in such a mad sprint for the last month that I'm taking it easy right now. Most of my team is taking it easy. We had October's a really big month for us. wall-to-wall work. Everybody's exhausted. Everybody's kind of taking it easy for a few days. I haven't worked on anything but work the entire month of October. And then the first week of November, also busy the whole time. Sorry, I lost my train of thought there. Yeah, I didn't, like, the entire month of October, I didn't write. I didn't work on YouTube. Didn't do anything but my job. I mean, I also, take breaks every now and then, obviously. Finished Gilmore Girls with my mom, now that I'm back in town. We finished Season 7 when I was here last time. What a ride. I don't hate Season 7 as much as some people. I think there's some good... I think the back half of Season 7 starts to get okay again. Front half of Season 7 of Gilmore Girls is mostly boring. There's a couple of episodes that are so bad they're funny. But my mom and I polished off the revival of Gilmore Girls. Not great, but some really good moments. The Emily stuff's fantastic. All the Emily stuff's great. Rory's more insufferable than she's ever been. The Lorelai and Luke stuff's okay. But yeah, so work's finally slowing down for me a little bit. Hence why we're doing this stream. Hence why I'm going to be hopefully streaming with Joey and Aidan a couple more times in the coming weeks. And, yeah. One thing I fear, Gilmore Girls discourse. Well, I've never been on the Gilmore Girls subreddit. I just watch the show and like it, That's all I do. I just watch it and I enjoy it. I want to go to Buc-ee's so bad that you guys don't even understand. Do you mean you've, never been there? Or just you want to, and you got to get there and get your fix? I got to introduce somebody to Buc-ee's relatively recently. There's a coworker who was, we were at I'm not going to say where we were, but we were in a state that has Buc-ee's, and this person's not from a state that has Buc-ee's. We happened to be driving from one city to another city, happened to be on a route passing a Buc-ee's. And it was pretty funny because this person had taken a red-eye airplane. They had slept 4 hours, had a little bit of food, and we were driving somewhere, and we were like, do you want to get, do you need lunch? Do you want food? And they were like, don't need a meal, just some trail mix. And I was like, boy howdy, do I know the place to get some trail mix? Buc-ee's is spelled. Make sure I get this right, because it's a funny word. Buc-ee's is spelled. Buc-ee's is basically the biggest gas station that you've ever seen. The small ones have 130 gas pumps. The big ones have 200. It's the Beaver you may have seen around. The appeal of Buc-ee's may be confusing on first glance, but we'll start with the basics and work up. Buc-ee's is a gas station that makes one central promise, and then the rest of the business is built around it. Clean bathrooms. Always clean bathrooms. More toilets than you ever seen in a gas station. 24-hour sanitation services. Clean bathrooms. Guaranteed. And you will never have to wait. That's the starting point. And you're thinking about road tripping now. And you're thinking about how good that is. And you're starting to understand. Then you build out from there. Buc-ee's also tend to put their locations about an hour and a half, 2 hours outside of a major city. They started as a Texas business, where again, you can drive 10 hours in Texas and still be in Texas. There are points where it's I'm going to drive between two major cities in Texas, and it's 4 hours and there's nothing. So the idea of Buc-ee's was to put them about an hour and a half, 2 hours outside of a major city. And it's kind of a sign of this is the last thing you're going to see for a while. Or, going the other direction, it's the first sign of you're about to reach civilization again. You can definitely get gas here. You can definitely go to the bathroom here. And also, you can get pretty much anything you might need for this road trip. Coffee, soda, food, fresh baked brisket sandwiches, enchiladas, confections, 700 kinds of jerky, 700 kinds of trail mix. Also, if you realize you forgot a piece of camping equipment, they've got everything you could ever need to go camping right here. You could leave home with no camping equipment, go to Buc-ee's, buy everything you need, and then go to a campsite. It's a very American concept, but when you understand how big the United States of America is, how long you can drive to get from one place to another place, it's basically a Costco in a gas station, like Context Sensitive just said. Imagine a micro Costco in a gas station. Micro being like, it's not small. It's not small. Also, most of them have car washes, and they do a deal where if at the gas pump you say, I want to get a car wash as well, the car wash costs like $16, but if you get the car wash and gas at the same time, it's $1 off every gallon of gas. So if you get 16 gallons of gas, basically a free car wash. And it's like a really high-end car wash, too. And yeah, so you can buy basically anything you want. You can get, like, honest to God, actually pretty good food there. Not like gas station, like good gas station food. Pretty good food. Definitely got a clean bathroom. And like Dean said, they have impeccable brand marketing. Everything's got their little beaver on it. I've got one right here. I've got one right here. I forgot I had one on the shelf here. This is Bucky. This is Bucky the Beaver. There'll be a little statue of him outside a location, and if you go during peak hours, here's their little logo. And if you go during peak hours, you might even see like a Disneyland mascot of this guy wandering around and taking pictures with kids. And adults too. That sounded weird when I said taking pictures with kids. Also, they mostly just sell their own stuff. Like, you can't get Coke there, or Pepsi, which is something you lose out on in gas stations, actually. You know, the gas stations, like, you know, Coke doesn't pay you to put Coke in your gas station. You can find some licensed stuff in a Buc-ee's, but for the most part, it's stuff that they make and control themselves. So 100% of the gross is ours. And, I was gonna say one other thing. Oh yeah, also, they pay way higher than a normal gas station. By the front door of every location, there's just a big chart that says, hey, here's what every single position here pays. And we're always hiring. This is what everybody gets paid. The guys who prep our food, the janitors, all the way up to the, like, branch manager. This is what they're all paid every year. How'd you learn they make all their own stuff? Because everything has a Buc-ee's logo on it. This is the most United States thing I've ever seen? Yeah. But again, you put it in the context of it started out in Texas, and it makes sense. This is urban legend. I don't know if this is true. But there's like an urban legend that the guy who started the business was like, he got on the highway between Dallas and Austin. He drank a full big gulp, and then he got in the car and he drove, and then when he couldn't hold it anymore and he had to go to the bathroom, he got out of the car and he was like, this is where I'm putting the first one. I don't know if that's true, but that's basically what it's designed around. It's definitely a funny American thing. But again, some things that are funny and American make sense in context. Same way that some things that are funny and, you know, I don't know, French probably make sense in context. I wouldn't know and don't care to know. But maybe. He got into urban legend. He got into the beaver suit and couldn't get out, so he haunts all the suits now. Could be true. You don't know. Prove it. Prove it's not true, huh? Anyway, yeah, I told you guys more about my my pitches for Final Fantasy and Kingdom Hearts TV shows than I think I've ever shared online. Because I know it's never going to happen, you know? There was a renegade part of me once that thought, you know, maybe if I write like a successful novel or I work on another TV show, maybe I could get in a room and pitch these guys. But I know it's impossible. And the reason I know it is because every film studio is desperate to make video game shit right now. It's one of the only box office guarantees right now is a high-quality video game adaptation. They're making money hand over foot. Guarantee you people have approached Square, and they said no. There are only two, like, shimmers of hope there. Is that Yoshinori Kitase has said, wow, yeah, we're thinking about maybe doing FF7 media again, because we've met so many Hollywood celebrities who really like Final Fantasy and like Final Fantasy VII, so yeah, we'd think about doing it again, and it's like, you guys do not need to make another Final Fantasy VII movie. That is the last thing you need. You don't need any more FF7. Don't. When the remake trilogy is done, if you want to take all of your Unreal assets and just make a Final Fantasy VII TV show in Unreal, cool. But you don't need to... No. No more FF7. You're good after remake. Let it lie. Also, there was apparently a FF14 TV show in the pitching phase. Which makes sense to me because FF14 is so popular. FF14 is so popular. FF14 is so successful. Makes sense to me you'd want to do an FF14 TV show specifically. But the problem there was that it was going to be live action. Would have been ludicrously expensive. And they were pitching it right when COVID happened. So, like, right before that, streaming services were like, yes, big budget fantasy series. Maybe we'll get lucky and get a Game of Thrones. And then COVID hit and everybody tightened their purse strings and it died. But the guys who were, like, the Hollywood guys who were on the pitching end of that, like, from the studio that was developing it, one of them talked about it, like, a year or two ago publicly. So that gave me a little bit of hope that maybe they would think about it. Now I'm not so sure. This was a really good song in the original Persona 3. I love this version. The new lyrics are amazing. The drop into the lyrics, amazing. This is such a good track, dude. Talking about cross-media. Let's read a little more from that Jacob Novak thread that I was talking about earlier. Retweeted. It's on my Twitter if you want to go and find it, if you got Twitter. Cross-media opportunities. He's talking about a slide deck from basically Square's, like, report. Square's financial report. He's talking about a slide deck talking about diversifying earnings opportunities by strengthening customer contact points. We're in active development of visual adaptation projects utilizing game IPs and publishing IPs aimed at expanding the global fan base of the company's IPs. And they show two things. They show an upcoming anime for Demons of the Shadow Realm, which is a manga that their Manga Wing publishes, and the upcoming live-action adaptation of the first Life is Strange. That's what they got cooking. That's what they got. So Jacob Novak, previous business director for Square, says the following. Cross-media opportunities listed in the midterm update seem half-hearted. Life is Strange is a great IP, but small. I do think a TV show adaptation of the first Life is Strange it's probably going to do really well. Like, if they handle that well, that's a really good TV show. That lends itself well to TV. I feel like that fits with kind of what teen shows are these days. I feel like the Life is Strange show will actually do really well. Core to games marketing is consumer awareness of the brand. Square Enix is, at heart, not a game company, but a company that tells great stories. Square Enix is similar to Disney's own philosophies in this way, yet does not act like Disney in embrace of media and renewal of interest in young persons. I define this as 6 to 26 years of age, none of whom have a deep awareness of Square IP due to its lack of presence in traditional media or places like Roblox, which means the company is missing the audience that will be primary spenders in a few years. Already, the average age of Square Enix audiences increases year by year instead of getting younger. By the way, Sonic, all over Roblox. Not only 600 Sonic fan games, there are official licensed Sega Sonic things in Roblox. They're going where the young people are. Square is not. We're cool. People come to us, okay? Okay? They come to us. Traditional game company way of looking at film and television was a licensed IP division. This is something, by the way, Sega's been absolutely killing it with recently. Their transmedia strategy is brilliant. They formed a new division just to focus on expanding IPs outside of video games, TV, movies, comics, whatever else. They have a whole division of their company that just does this now. What's referred to as transmedia. IP synergy across multiple mediums. They're killing it. They're making a shitload of money. Their IPs have never been more popular. They're doing a really good job. Yeah, I know, Dean, so progressive of them, right? The woke Hollywood these days, talking about transmedia. Making whole companies just to make transmedia. Go woke, go broke, I always say. This division's responsibilities were to generate revenue through the sale of licenses to others to make film and TV. Nowadays, there's a lot more collaboration with major IP holders that's seen as an asset by film studios of like, well, we actually want input from these guys. Because in the past, often going off and doing our own thing has not been rewarded by audiences. But like, for example, these days Marvel has a film studio. The people who manage the comics are the same people who are managing the movies, or at least they work, they're associated. The people managing the movies are bigger. But the point is, they're comic book guys, right? Like Kevin Feige, he was a comic book fan who produced the Sam Raimi Spider-Man movies and a few others. Like, he knows what he's doing. He likes comics. But in the late 90s and early 2000s, Marvel was like running out of money, and they were just selling their IPs to anybody, and they had no input on anything. Just, yeah, take it, because we're going underwater. Go make a Fantastic Four movie. Who cares? Go make a Punisher movie. You can do it. Which is why those things were scattered around like 700 different studios in the early 2000s and competing with one another. Square Enix did that for its IDOS properties. For example, Hitman. Sorry, no, I'm sorry. Yes, Hitman. Yes, Hitman. Yeah, I forgot there were Hitman movies. Hitman and Tomb Raider. I meant to say Tomb Raider, but I forgot they did that with Hitman as well. Division's responsibilities to generate revenue through the sale of licenses to others to make TV and film. Square did that for its IDOS properties, but decided that Square Enix itself would handle TV and film for their Japanese IP. Square produced the Final Fantasy movie itself at great expense at the turn of the century, making incredibly costly decisions based on Sakaguchi-san's own desire to live in Hawaii and putting the rendering farm literally on a roof of a building in a hot, humid place. About 10 years ago, Square Enix produced Kingsglaive, a Final Fantasy XV tie-in film that did poorly at the box office but gave work to their Visual Works internal studio. I thought that that they collaborated with an outside studio for that, but I think they probably worked with an outside studio and had Visual Works work on it. But I don't remember too much about the staff details on that movie. This dude would know. Meanwhile, many of the biggest movies of the last 2 years were video game IP. Minecraft, Mario, Sonic. These films, paired with great Hollywood directors, famous actors, skilled writers with the IP. And the results were box office hits that reinvigorated the franchises and brought young and new audiences to the games. The Minecraft movie materially improved engagement in the game. multiples beyond expectations. Nintendo made Chris Meladandri, Chris Meladandri, the founder of Illumination Entertainment that made the Minions and the Super Mario Bros. Movie, into a board member because of his importance to the company. Like I said earlier, he's on the board of Nintendo now. Companies like Netflix are making bets on interactive entertainment that will cross over with games, per their recent announcements. It is the critical opportunity. There should be a Final Fantasy land at Universal Studios. There should be a Kingdom Hearts land at Disney World. There should be big-budget Hollywood animated FF movies similar to what Illumination is doing for Mario, but with Disney or Netflix. If Square Enix is not doing this, they are not seeing the forest for the trees. And then he has a picture of himself with his family at the Oogie Boogie Bash at Disneyland a couple of weeks ago. Huge lines to meet the KH characters. Is Advent Children the only financially successful film they've ever made? Well, they've only made the 3 movies. So if it made money, then yeah. I don't know. I don't know, though. I don't actually know how much money it made. I guess I could check. But I don't care that much. Don't bother. I'm not going to bother. Nintendo got successful after the Switch era, and now the monkey's paw is curling, what with pricing and movies and stuff, man. Well, technically they made so much money from the Wii that they were fine. They would have been fine for ages. And then they made even more money with the Switch. And now they're even more fine for ages. You say that, and yet they made the Like a Dragon TV show. Oh, I mean, listen. They can't all be winners. Strategically, having a Like a Dragon show makes sense. The show then wasn't good. But, you know, they can't all be winners. Listen, the media landscape is so crazy saturated right now. Sega's taking a lot of shots. They're not all going to land, and that's fine. I just looked it up, and Final Fantasy is the 11th best-selling game franchise of all time. The fact they're in the state that they're in is kind of shocking. Yep. Poor management. Genuinely, I believe it's poor management. I don't think that any of their games have been bad enough to be, like, franchise crippling. I know people didn't like 13, but enough people did like it. I think that game was good. But bad marketing... Bad marketing, horrible mismanagement, and a failure to understand that they are not as powerful as they once were. And to reduce their budgets accordingly. Now, of course, something else that Jacob Novak talks about in that thread is that it's very hard to lay people off in Japan because of labor laws. And they have built a company where they have like 7 development teams of over 100 people. And just going, well, those 100 people are going to make a smaller game every year isn't really how video game development scales. And telling shareholders, well, yeah, we're going to make more money next year. We're going to have a better margin next year by firing a bunch of people and making a smaller game that will sell less, but our margin will be better. You can't do that with a publicly traded company. They've built themselves into a bad situation. Almost, this is not just a Square problem. Square has been suffering for the last 15 years because while there was a Call of Duty and an Assassin's Creed every year, while all these other franchises were releasing games at a regular cadence, Final Fantasy's releasing a new game a new major game every 5 years. That was a huge... The breadth of visions of Final Fantasy is the reason that the brand took off. I know a lot of people are old heads and they like the first 6, and from 7 on where they're like, this isn't Final Fantasy anymore. But the only reason the franchise is as successful as it is because 7, 8, and 9, and 10 all happened right next to each other. But that's impossible to do today. You could never do that again. You could never make games of that scale, that level of impressiveness in their time, with that diversity of vision from effectively 2 teams in 4 years. Impossible. Could never be done again. And so now, back then, it's like, oh, I didn't like FF8, but maybe I'll like FF9. Maybe I'll like FF10. Now it's like, I didn't like FF15. Wait 5 years, and a remake will come out. Maybe you'll like that. Wait another 4 years. 16 will come out. Maybe you'll like that. How many development teams? Over 100 people? At Square, I'm just guessing. The remake team, definitely over 100 people. Kingdom Hearts 4, definitely over 100 people. FF14, way over 100 people. FF16, over 100 people. There's a B team at Creative Business Unit 3 that handled the remaster Tactics Ogre Reborn and just handled Ivalice Chronicles. I doubt it's 100 people. Maybe like 30. I honestly don't know. Whatever Creative Business Unit 2 is up to, that's where Motomo Toriyama and Yoshinori Kitase are now. No way it's not a AAA team with over 100 people. There's just no way. I don't know how many people are working on Dragon Quest 12. I genuinely don't know. Don't know anything about Dragon Quest 12. I don't know how many people made Dragon Quest 11. But it's a big enough franchise. I'm going to say there's 100 people in that studio. There's also Dragon Quest spin-offs. Some of them are outsourced. Some of them are made by Square. I'm going to say 100 people in the Dragon Quest team. The team that does all the 2D HD stuff, probably not 100 people, but let's combine them with the team that just remastered Ivalice Chronicles for another 100 people. What else? Let's go have a look at that chart that somebody posted on Twitter, that Night Sky Prince retweeted, that I did not retweet, but you could go into my replies on Twitter and you'll find it, because I was asking some questions. I was asking questions. I was curious about a couple of things. Let's see here. Okay. Yeah, Creative Studio 4 is the Dragon Quest studio. Oh, yeah, there's way more than 100 people in that studio. Because they made Well, okay, no, hold on, no. Dragon Quest 7 reimagined producer and director are in there. But that was largely outsourced. Most of that was outsourced to Hex Drive. So I don't think we can count that. Oh, but they're maintaining Dragon Quest 10 online. I don't know how many people that takes. That's an old MMO. But they are maintaining it. It's probably a lot of people. Let's say 50. I don't know anything about MMO maintenance staff. Let's say 50. I don't know. Creative Unit 5 is Team Asano. They're currently working on The Adventures of Elliot and Octopath Traveler 0. Both involving outsourcing, according to this image that I'm looking at right here. This was, by the way, put together by FF Merrill on Twitter. This was a painstakingly, apparently, researched chart trying to figure out where key staff is now after Square's restructure from like a year, 2 years ago. Like I said, if you go in my replies on Twitter, you'll find it. It's from like 5 days ago. And Creative Studio 7? Oh, actually 6. We don't know anything about the studio yet. Possible they're focusing on mobile games. Creative Studio 7 seems like smaller studio, providing support so far. Has a small team credited in Romancing Saga 2 Remake. So I don't know. What did I count that up to? I'm gonna say like 6 teams with over 100 people, maybe 7. What's going on with Dragon Quest 12 right now? Nothing. We haven't seen it since whatever E3 it showed up at. I don't know which E3 it was, but it was an E3. So, it's a while ago. Oh, sweet. 13.3 music. 13.2 music. 13 has a good soundtrack, but 13.2 is on another level, dude. This soundtrack's crazy good. Oh, I'm not the only one who knows the lyrics. Context sensitive. I'm actually making my way through the numbered FF games right now at 9 at present. Are any of the numbered games sequels worth playing? Yes. If you really like 10, 10-2 might be worth playing. It's very silly, and it's very funny because, again, no spoilers. Final Fantasy X is a game about how important it is to move forward. And 10-2 is a game about how nobody wants to move forward. It is very frustrating as a continuation to 10. As a funny, goofy, wacky, woohoo pizza time about lesbians hanging out, it's entertaining. 12's direct sequel was like a DS RTS. I don't think anybody cares about it. You can safely skip that. 13 probably has, I mean, like, because not all these games have direct sequels. The compilation of FF7, like, if we count those as sequels, Advent Children is worth watching. I think it has some serious problems, but I think it's worth watching. Crisis Core, I don't know about playing it. Crisis Core may be worth watching all the cutscenes. If you get to 13 and you, like, absolutely hate 13, maybe don't play the sequels. But if you're like, oh, I mean, it's all right, or better for 13, play 13 too. And then if you really like 13 too, play Lightning Returns. I don't know much about Lightning Returns. I don't have a strong opinion on it. But I think that in terms of the games that have gotten sequels, 13.2 is the most that they've ever, like, iterated and improved on a title. Genuinely impressive how huge 13.2 is, considering it was made in, like, 2 years, and how many substantial improvements there are from the 13 formula. 15, I guess it's got all that DLC that kind of forms a sequel. And there's no more games with direct sequels after that. Yeah, so there's really not that many direct sequels. 12 had a direct sequel, but it was nobody cares about it. It might as well not exist. And yeah, 10 sequel, goofy, funny. Good? I think it's got some good stuff in it. It has a lot of individually good stuff in it. Has a really good musical number. And I don't mean the opening one, I mean 1,000 Words. There's some very effective stuff in 10.2, but there's also a lot of stuff that is very frustrating. I did forget about the After Years, Dean. Shit! Don't play the After Years. You can skip that. You can safely skip that shit. Do not play Final Fantasy for the After Years. Do not watch the Final Fantasy V sequel OVA either. If you play 14, obviously you gotta play all the expansions. But you're probably not playing that. Yeah, that's right, Dean. I beat you to that 5 OVA. I beat you to it. How could you forget the After Years? I know, guys. I'm a huge fraud. Oh, the After Years. Oh, wait, hold on. No, you gotta, to get the full FF15 experience, you gotta play, Final Fantasy 15 A New Empire, or whatever that mobile phone game was, right? And Pocket Edition. Watch FF7 Last Order. Last Order's not bad. I don't hate Last Order. People complained about continuity changes, and it is, like, stupid. Like, that they changed that, like, that last beat with Sephiroth and Cloud in Last Order, that they changed it from what it was in the game was pretty dumb. But I don't mind Last Order. I think Last Order was pretty good. It's fun. If you're a big FF fan, like, why not? It's like 15 minutes long. Watch Last Order. Don't bother with Dirge. Dirge sucks. Don't for your kids play the real 13, The Last Story. Yeah, play Last Story. Play, oh no, why can't I remember what it's called? Lost Odyssey. Blue Dragon, right? The real Final Fantasy continuations. Here on Nobusaka Gucci, the games he wanted to make. Play Fantasian. I was the only person who was into Project Rainfall for Last Story, says Ninja Bunny. Yeah, I think everybody was on that for Xenoblade Chronicles. Last Story was a fringe benefit. Lost Odyssey sucks a lot. Am I thinking of the wrong game? It's the game about the Immortals, right? It's called Lost Odyssey, the 360 exclusive. Ninja Bunny says Lost Odyssey sucks. I don't have a robust opinion on Lost Odyssey because I ain't played it. Think that there are certain people who would consider that one of Ninja Bunny's hottest takes yet. But I don't have a strong opinion. Lost Odyssey is a really bad game with a really good poetry collection. Okay, alright, yeah, that's the game. Okay, Ninja Bunny at least says the poetry's good. That is interesting, and I think more of these JRPGs should do it. Hire a real writer. If you have the money, go get a real guy. Because Lost Odyssey, for those who aren't familiar with it, has like a core story, but it also has like short stories about the main character's backstory. And they were written by like an accomplished, critically lauded Japanese novelist. And I'm like, hire Brandon Sanderson to write a Final Fantasy game. I'm not kidding. Why not, right? He likes money. He writes like 5 books a year, right? You got George R.R. Martin to do the backstory of Elden Ring for whatever the hell he contributed. Get Brandon to spend like 6 months developing a Final Fantasy game. Create the characters, beat out the whole storyline. If he won't, stick around to write the whole thing because that's a huge headache, and he's not a screenwriter. But get Brandon Sanderson, back a boatload of money up to his house. Pay him hey, just spend 5 months developing a Final Fantasy game for us. We'll go do like the hard stuff. You just like come up with it. And we'll call you every couple of months to ask questions for the next 3 years. Let's just hire Brandon Sanderson to make a Final Fantasy. I don't know what the going rate for him is right now, because obviously he's like a ludicrously successful published author, but also like, he hasn't had any success Hollywood-wise yet. I know he's been trying to get a number of adaptations off the ground, and they've all died in the pre-production phase. So he might not be too expensive yet. He did collaborate on some, like he was a spokesman and worked on, some figure painting video game recently. Some tactical game where you paint your own figures in-game, and he was involved with that. Final Fantasy can afford Brandon Sanderson. I'm not kidding. Just fucking hire him. Listen, sometimes when Final Fantasy stories hit, they really hit. But, I think 13 was a swing and a miss. What we eventually got with 15, I would consider a swing and a miss. 16's a swing and a miss. Final Fantasy 14, A Realm Reborn, swing and a miss. Heavensward, keenography, peak, as the kids say. Stormblood, pretty good. Shadowbringers, pretty good. Endwalker, I know people think Shadowbringers is the high watermark of that game. I think it's really good, but I have my frustrations with it. Minor frustrations. It's trying to do so much so fast that some of it just doesn't work. And 14's biggest problem is that it cannot get out of its own way on pacing. 1.0 was so slammed for a lack of content that every expansion they do has too much stuff. Too much stuff. Like you are at... I'll keep it vague, but for any Shadowbringers heads in the audience, you are at, like, really high stakes, dramatically. The situation's getting worse. All-out conflict between different factions, people dying everywhere. And one of our new main characters for this storyline, her emotional drama is coming to a head. Should we simply go to the place where one of the most emotionally effective cutscenes yet is going to happen? Or should we spend 3 hours helping some dudes in a desert fix a train? The correct answer is fix the train. 4 hours. It's really important. It's really, really important. It's not important. Should have cut that. Just zip right by that. We didn't need it. The trolley marinated octopus, yes. That one's particularly infamous in Shadowbringers, but you could have trimmed it in other places too. There was a lot of trimming that could have happened there. And it would have been stronger. Endwalker had talked to 15 scientists. Dawntrail had talked to the farmers. I mean, they've always got them. They're always going to have them. That's MMO design. Got to pad out the time. But, like, maybe not that padded. We can just shrink it a little more. Just a little. Just a little more. Ew. Mm. Moonbreaker is that figure combat game that Sanderson was involved in. He wrote the lore and character bios, probably cranked that shit out in an afternoon. That's what I'm saying, right? There's no way that he would say no to Final Fantasy. I know he doesn't, like, he hasn't played him in a while, but he used to be he was a Final Fantasy fan back in the day. And he loves Magic, like, he opened FF cards, and he's talked about the older Final Fantasy games. Get him on board. Get him to come up with, like, not just, like, characters and backstory, like, get him to really, like, do a treatment for a whole adventure. What are we talking about? Fire Emblem Fates? You know what video game got a renowned writer to write its story? Fire Emblem Fates. Yeah, there was that story on Brandon Sanderson's channel from a couple months ago, how Final Fantasy changed our lives. Yep. No, I'm telling you, go after him. Get him. Who wrote Fates? The Fates guy was asked to write a 10-page treatise for the general concept of the game, but then he wrote 500 pages instead. He just like me, for real, and then it devolved from there. Fates was a game that was ruined by a bunch of smart and talented people making all the right decisions on paper. That's funny. That's funny. It's a good joke. I like that. Yeah, Circo Duck, they are repeating themselves a lot in 14. That's why I like the front half of Dawn Trail better. The back half of Dawn Trail was good, but I did feel like it's like we've covered this. Like, thematically, we're saying the same thing. We're taking it from a different angle, but we've said this before. We've been here. We've done this. That last zone is genius. It's brilliant. It's making the point in a very different way, where it's kind of like, okay, Shadowbringers said this. But what if it wasn't so, like, morally straightforward? Because in Shadowbringers, it's like, well, Emmett is wrong, an evil, you know, Dawn Trail, it's like, what if, you know, what if people suffered sometimes? I really like the lesson of Dawn Trail is that Lamati is like your stereotypical anime, like, I don't see why anybody would start a war. When I become the Hokage, I'm going to protect everybody's smiles. And then, like, you know, 24 hours into her reign, she learns, I guess sometimes you do have to kill people. Sometimes protecting your country and protecting other people's smiles means that you have to frown and other people have to frown. Oh, maybe being the Hokage is hard. Which isn't very JRPG, you know? I don't know why anybody would start a war. What's Unit 731? Sometimes protecting people's smiles is in fact killing bad guys, it's true. Sometimes protecting people's smiles is that head of state over there is bad, and yeah, the civilians in his country are probably mostly just normal people trying to go about their lives. But the business of doing war means that sometimes innocent people are going to die. It's not good. Nothing about it good. It's like Knuckles said, none of this is good, Silver. That's why it's called war. I think Woke Lamont was wrong plenty. I think her entire central thesis of what it is to lead, she basically learns is wrong. I liked Woke Lamont. There's not a lot of characters in FF14 who actually get to have, like, character arcs. Because they kind of have to be static TV characters, you know? You know, a character's got to be the same from Season 3 to Season 4 because it's a TV show. I feel like I've definitely missed stuff in this chat. Somebody asked way earlier, is Gilmore Girls any good? And I think somebody said yeah, and I'm also going to say yeah. The comparison has been made, it's like if Aaron Sorkin wrote, like, a romantic comedy, basically. It's got the Aaron Sorkin, you know, West Wing, Newsroom, Social Network, rat-a-tat-tat. But what if it was just a straight comedy? And, well, I guess, you know, occasional soapy relationship stuff. That's the main beef with Gilmore Girls. It starts a little slow. I would say, like, seasons 2 and 3 are really, really good. By season, like, 5, it starts getting a little soapy for my tastes. A little soapy, but it's still funny. It's still good. You know, if you're invested in the characters by that point, it's fine. And then season 7 is mostly really bad because the lead writers left. And then the revival is mostly bad because the lead writers came back, but they said, well, even though 9 years have passed, we're just going to write the same storylines that we were going to write if we'd gotten season 7. So that was my brief answer to a Gilmore Girls question from hours ago. I also saw Dean ask earlier. If anybody else had questions that were asked earlier that I didn't answer, hit me up with them, because I'm just kind of... We're just kind of wandering around now, talking about wouldn't it be cool if Brandon Sanderson worked on Final Fantasy. But tell you what, you know what? The dude likes boobs. Final Fantasy likes boobs. Get ourselves a new Tifa boob lady if Brandon Sanderson worked on Final Fantasy. Just keep that in mind. The one thing about Brandon Sanderson doing a Final Fantasy is that he's the magic system guy, and Final Fantasy already has its magic system. But he would probably go in and just be like, you know, how does the fire spell work? Maybe a whole lore codex explaining the differences between fire and ice and thunder. Gilmore Girls is good. I mean, it's a show for girls, but I liked it. That's maybe unfair. I have very broad tastes. I really will like anything if it's good. But I think Gilmore Girls is good. I think it starts a little slow. But it's pretty funny. It's a pretty funny show. And I like the characters. Not a question I asked earlier, but I played P5 Royal earlier this year on your recommendation. It was pretty good. I think it's pretty good. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Magic system changes every now and then. Look at 13. No, this is true. This is true. But I'm saying, like, the spell names are pretty consistent. But he could still, futz with, come up with something interesting. You're right, because 13, Magic's, like, super unique in 13. Just belongs to, these special select guys. The 15 also changes the Magic system. Gotta go pull it out. It's like in FF8, how you gotta draw it out of the ground. 15 does the same thing. There's lots of options. Lots of options. I was gonna say something else. Crap, I lost it. But Dean asked, "Is there any earlier in the stream? Is there any information on waiting for the P5 video you recorded footage for like 10 years ago?" Yeah. That video, ironically, still gets clicked on a lot when people are looking for P5 UI stuff, and then they all skip out like 30 seconds in. That video still gets clicks and then no viewership. That video notes on P5's UI. Dean asked earlier in the stream, didn't know you were working on a book. Is there any info on this? There's no info on it. I talked about it a little bit when we did a Monster Hunter stream earlier this year, just that I am doing it. I don't know when you guys will read it, because I would very much like to traditionally publish a book, and that can take a while if it happens at all. And this book is not going to get published. At least not right away. Let me put it to you this way, Chad. Put it to you this way. The draft of this book, first draft, not finished. Almost finished, not. 300,000 words long. It's too long. If I was Brandon Sanderson, but I'm not. If you are a no-name, no agent is ever gonna look at that. No agent is gonna open that. Some dude wrote plus 300,000 word epic fantasy novel. Not gonna look at it. I might chop it in two. I might chop it into 2 books, rework it. Submit its intelligence systems to be made into an FE game. Be the most boringest FE game ever. There's not a lot of fighting in it. I mean, there is some action, but it's like, it's like 2 people in a room with, swords. Crossbow. A lady does shoot a crossbow at one point. Shoots a horse. And then the horse falls over and shoots a horse in a narrow alley. So the horse, trips and falls, and rider immediately behind him also, falls. 2 guys break their necks. But yeah, it's too long. It's too long, and it's not done. I hope that it's not going to be another 100,000 words. That would be insane. But it's too long. So what I'm probably going to do is I'm going to follow the advice you hear a lot from established writers, which is take a big break after I finish my first draft. Because when you take a long time away from a creative project, it's easier to come back and kill your darlings, right? This has actually been beneficial to me when cutting highlight compilations for this channel, stuff that I started working on earlier in the year. I include something, I'm like, I think this is funny. I think I should include this in the highlight compilation, and then I come back 6 months later and I'm like, this is dragging like crazy, this is gone. Sorry. So, I'm probably going to take 6 months away from this book once I finish a draft and write something else. I've got another idea for a book, hopefully much shorter. This book, I'm not going to talk about it in detail, but the one that I'm currently writing spans quite a bit of time. There's a ton of moving pieces. There's multiple perspective characters. It is huge. Huge. And it could definitely be cut down, my prose is overly wordy, and I haven't really I've edited it as I've been going, but not a ton, and I guarantee you there's places where I'm repeating myself, where I'm like, does the reader understand what's going on in this character's mind? And when I read it from start to finish, I'm going to go, oh, the reader absolutely gets it. I'm not being subtle. I don't need to have an internal monologue where I explain how they feel. But that doesn't make 100,000 spare words disappear. There's no hard and fast rules in the publishing world, obviously, but what I've read is like 200,000 is kind of the upper threshold for freshmen unpublished in epic fantasy. I'm not saying I won't query with it, but I'm not getting my hopes up. And I'm gonna take like 6 months or however long away from this book. That's the amount Stephen King recommends in On Writing. Brandon Sanderson said much the same thing in some of his writing lectures. I've heard it from other writers too, about that amount of time. So I'm gonna take some time away from it, write a much shorter book, I hope. And if that other book comes out good that's short, I might query with it first. And when I come back to the big book, and I start, I take a serious second look at it, especially after I've had some other people read it. Right now, Aidan is the only person who's read the work-in-progress draft of the book I'm working on, other than me. Joshua hasn't read it. Joey hasn't seen it. None of my other friends have seen it. None of my family's seen it. I am going to, once a few more people have read it, then I might start seriously thinking about, do I, chop this in half in the middle? I have some vague ideas of, okay, I could, conjure a lieutenant, a lesser bad guy who could be knocked down at an earlier point in the story. My thing, and this is definitely frustration with KH brained, frustration with Ruby brained, frustration with serialized storytelling in general, honestly. Those are just two that stand out and that I've complained about on this channel before. But, I do not like stories that demand you trust them, that it's going to get better next time. By which I mean, if you give me a season 1 of a show, a book 1 of a book, a game 1 of a series, and I wasn't taken on a complete emotional journey of beginning, middle, and end, you're asking me to extend you trust. I've never watched Lost, but Lost is a good example. Good first season, from everything I've heard, but ultimately asking you to trust it. Nay, demanding that you trust it. That this will make sense, this will pay off. The writers at the ending of Lost Season 1 have not proved to you that we can deliver a satisfying conclusion yet. You know what I mean? They haven't proven that to you. Star Wars, the original film, ends, and there could have never been another movie. Right? Complete emotional journey. Luke, simple farm boy, limited perspective, learns to understand a world that's much bigger than him, grasps a Zen master superpower, saves the Rebel Alliance, defeats bad guy. Even Han Solo has a character arc in that film that resolves satisfactorily. Selfish prick chooses to be hero, right? Because it has earned your trust, when Empire Strikes Back comes and says, next time, you're okay with it. Though I would argue Empire Strikes Back is satisfying on its own. It's satisfying in it doesn't, something doesn't have to be triumphant to be satisfying, right? You can have stories that end poorly and still be satisfying. Hamlet is not triumphant, but it is satisfying. Luke disregarding a warning because he is impatient, because he's overconfident, because he has achieved great things, because he is skilled, and thinking I'm skilled enough to deal with this problem, and then losing is satisfying. That is a narrative climax, with the beginning, middle, and end. The individual Lord of the Rings entries are also decent examples of this. The Fellowship maybe a little bit less, but I find The Two Towers is actually very satisfying on its own. You know? It's got a beginning, middle, and end. It has an arc. You have, you know, everything building up to the Battle of Helm's Deep. You have Pippin and Merry leading the, you know, with the trees attacking Saruman. Maybe the Sam and Frodo and Gollum stuff, maybe not quite as satisfactory. But that's yeah. The Twin Towers. God, I just said it again. 2 Towers. Somebody said 9/11 in the chat. Now I'm 9/11 brained. Did you know that the Family Foundation for the Foundation of Family Concerned Mothers got mad at the title of the 2 Towers? Because it released in 2002, the film. They were like, this is a 9/11 reference. Change the title of this book that came out in the 50s. This is real. It's like, you know, Christian Concerned Mothers for the Future of America or whatever, right? One of those 10,000 organizations. Change the name. This is insensitive. This satanic movie profiting off of 9/11. It's real. This happened. It was rather unfortunate timing, Dean says. This is true. It was unfortunate timing, but like, you know, it would have been more stupid if we were all like, let's go watch The Battle of Helm's Deep, the movie. It's an adaptation of The 2 Towers, but they changed the name because it released near 9/11. Yeah, J.R. Tolkien, notorious Islamist, exactly. Exactly. You know what you're talking about, context sensitive. Same with MGS2. Yeah. That one's pretty funny. That cutscene was finished. That game, to be fair, didn't release like the next year. MGS2 released like, I don't know, like it was like 40 days after 9/11 or something, right? Like it was right there. They barely had time to remove that cutscene before they printed the discs. It was a really narrow thing. And it was literally New York. It was unfortunate. Lord of the Rings, double buildings. It's true. It's really clear they just cut that shit out of MGS2. Yeah, because it's so confusing. You're like, what happened? Huh? And then now that we can go look it up, we're like, oh, okay. Okay, now I understand what happened. All right. Lord of the Rings Tilted Towers. Black screen, loud crashing sound effect. Arsenal gear is in New York City. Don't worry about it. Kojima and his prophetic art brain. Yeah, the Kojima accidentally predicted 9/11 right before it happened is an overlooked one. But he did do that. Yeah, Circo Duck, you need to get on that. You need to watch Star Wars and you need to watch Lord of the Rings. Come on. It's like 3 movies. I know Star Wars isn't 3 movies, but it's 3 movies. Watch Lord of the Rings. You can knock it out on a weekend. Watch Star Wars. Actually, no, don't watch Star Wars. I lied. Don't watch Star Wars yet. Unless you've got like a huge Star Wars mark friend who has the despecialized, like Harmy's despecialized edition. I don't know if you guys know this. It recently leaked that Disney may be working on 4K restoration of the original negatives of Star Wars. The original trilogy. For the first time since the Laserdisc release, there will be a high-definition version of the original 3 films. If that leak is true. So it might actually be better to just wait, like, a year to watch the original Star Wars trilogy. It genuinely is funny how I'm not as, like, upset about the special editions as some people. But I saw the special edition of Star Wars for the first time in probably like 20 years, the original film, on a big screen recently. Like a couple years ago. One of those like live music to film concerts, right? Where they have like a live orchestra performing the film score while the film is playing. And it was the special edition. And it's genuinely funny how, like, the movie just, like, has redundant scenes in it now. Because, like, in Star Wars, there was a scene in the when they originally shot it where Han, like, talks to Jabba the Hutt. And it's just said, like, hey, you owe me a lot of money. And they cut it. and they went back to a scene where Han is talking to an alien, and they just had the alien say nonsense words and put in subtitles that told you everything that you originally learned in that scene with Jabba the Hutt in a much more tense, exciting scene. And then they put that Jabba scene back in, and it's like 90 seconds later, and they just repeat the same information. Like, it just makes the movie worse. And you're like, this is boring. What's going on? I watched Fellowship of the Ring, Return of the King, and all Hobbits, but never Two Towers. You should fix that. I saw someone saying something about Lord of the Rings. Yeah, don't start with the extended editions. I was raised in a religious household. I also don't know Harry Potter. Yeah, Joey had the same thing, where they not allowed to watch Harry Potter, not allowed to watch Star Wars. I still think Harry Potter's good. I don't like J.K. Rowling, and I'm not gonna get into people who are like, I get it, like it's ruined for some people forever, right? And I get that. So I'm never gonna tell somebody like, oh, get over it. But I think people who are like, it was never good, you need to grow up if you still like it, is a little unrealistic. You guys know something interesting? For the last 20 years, top 3 best-selling games every year. The order that they were in varied, but it was pretty much always Call of Duty, Madden, and NBA 2K. With almost no exceptions cracking the top 3. Hogwarts Legacy was the best-selling game of the year that it came out. Beat Call of Duty, beat Madden, beat NBA 2K. Best-selling game. They can't all hate trans people. They can't. Everybody's not terminally online. I know it seems impossible for the people in this chat to conceive, but there are people who like Harry Potter who have no idea what J.K. Rowling has been up to for the last couple of years. And personally, I think it would annoy her way more if she knew that I like the books and don't like her. Did you guys see that stupid lady? She was fucking making noise again. Because Emma Watson took a break from acting. She hasn't acted since I think she was in Little Women, 5 years ago, right? She took a break from acting for years. She just hadn't been in anything. And I was like, oh, where'd she go? I don't know. She did an interview recently where she was like, yeah, I gotta be honest, starting with Harry Potter it skewed my expectations of what acting would be. Because I was working with the same people for 10 years, and I built lifelong friendships, and everybody there was having fun. We had a rapport. It was a big group project. And then when I went to start acting elsewhere, nobody wanted to be friends. Everybody, was there to work. They were there to shoot this movie and then go home. And so I went in, expecting a very different experience. And it was really hard for me. I really wasn't very happy acting for the last several years, so I took a break to focus on me and do other stuff. Which is sad to hear, You don't it's just sad. It's just sad. But she was asked about J.K. Rowling in this interview because obviously she has to be asked about J.K. Rowling because she talks about J.K. Rowling in the headlines, people will click on the story. The other thing was way more interesting to me. But she basically said something to the effect of it's painful for me because I still remember this person who I was good friends with 20 years ago, who did all this great charity work, who was very giving and kind, but I also obviously really disagree with her on this other thing. So it's, I still have a lot of love in my heart for her, but it's very difficult because I disagree with her about trans rights. It was a pretty charitable thing for her to say, to be honest. And then J.K. Rowling released a super long post that was she is a spoiled brat. She's rich because of my IP. And because she is rich, she has never used a public bathroom in her life. So she isn't afraid of being raped. So she could never understand. Because she's rich because of me. And thus completely out of touch with the world. She can't leave well enough alone. This is something I've noticed, and maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like even if you disagree with them, young people, like below 40, understand that if you're on the internet being opinionated about something, you don't engage heavily with accounts with no followers. Like, it's unethical on the internet to do this. If you're super famous, I mean. If you're super famous and you are like bullying somebody with no followers and you're sicking your millions of followers on them, I feel like even people that I disagree with politically or whatever who are on the internet but are closer to me in age understand one does not do this. It's impolite. Older people don't give a fuck, dude. They're like, what's the big deal? I'm just talking. They're talking to me. Why can't I talk back? And when you dedicate your life to being angry about one thing and hunting people to disagree with, even if it was over something that I agreed with, I think I still wouldn't like that person. And I don't agree with J.K. Rowling. And all she fucking does, all day, is find people to argue with. Must be exhausting. Don't understand it. That's why I stopped doing the Rigel Black videos. I still like Harry Potter, and I like those fan fictions. But I felt like every time I put out one of those discussions, Aidan and I did finish talking about book 4. We haven't talked about book 5 of Rigel Black because the author only ever released 3 chapters. She's now an extremely successful webtoon writer. She's got better things to do. She's a young mother and writing I think like the most popular webtoon. She's writing The Mafia Nanny, which I think is like one of the most popular things on the entire platform. So she's busy. But I stopped uploading those discussions because I felt like, number one, you know, there are people in the comments who are like, hey, listen, you should really like open each of these videos with saying J.K. Rowling is bad. You need to have like an asterisk in the corner saying, hey, J.K. Rowling is bad, because by making this video, you're indirectly benefiting her and platforming her. It's like, I don't think that I can convince anybody. Jesus, it's doing it again. second time in as many weeks that fire alarm has gone off for no reason. You're right, it was J.K. Rowling trying to silence me. Cross talking about, I see, I was having dinner last night with a guy losing his mind over the special edition, saying how it's the worst thing to ever happen. They're still watchable. I think what's mostly funny is that, like, it's like, Star Wars is, like, legitimately one of the most important movies ever made, like, for the current landscape of filmmaking, and, like, you can't watch it legally. It's very funny. I don't see a link from you to approve, Dean. Hold on, I think I gotta switch how this is displayed. No, Dean, I don't see a link from you to approve. I don't know, sorry, man. It's not showing up. This is what I said about Lost Odyssey that did it to him, surely. Ninja Bunny saying every generation has their one giant media franchise. Gen X has Ghostbusters, Millennials have HP, Zoomers have Avatar, Gen Alpha has Garten of Babon? I don't even know what that is. Wow, I'm really out of touch. Ghostbusters is one that's never made sense to me. Ghostbusters is one funny movie, but I guess kids watched that TV show back in the day. Ghostbusters 2 ain't even good, dude. But no, I felt like every time that I posted, like, first of all, I know I'm talking about her right now, but it's because it's midnight, and I guess why not? And I'm gonna have to address this whenever I come back and do more Rigel videos anyway. I don't like talking about politics on YouTube. Some people would say, like, oh, you got to use your platform. If you're not using your platform for social change. And I'm like, I know that I don't have the oratory powers necessary to change people's minds if they don't like trans people. I know this because I have tried and failed. With people I know, not with strangers on the internet. It's not gonna be me. And the J.K. Rowling shit bums me out. I felt like every time I posted one of those Rigel videos, she'd be back in the news for saying something head ass. And I was like, well, I don't want to, like I said, like, for some people, Harry Potter isn't fun anymore. I can still enjoy that stuff because, like, when I'm, like, not that I haven't read or watched those in years, but I'm saying if I went and reread those books or if I watched those movies again, I can divorce myself from her, I can just enjoy the thing. But when I'm putting effort into making a video, but like other people can't do that, other people, like, they'll only think about her, and it ruins it, and I get that, and that's not something I'm gonna be like, oh, get over it, because people are different. But for me, I've never really been ruined by, like, watching a movie with an actor in it who I disagree with politically, or, like, I don't know, like some people just can't watch Kevin Spacey movies anymore, and again, I get that, but that's not a problem for me. If Kevin Spacey made a new movie, I wouldn't go see it. But, like, I can still watch LA Confidential. You know what I mean? Can still watch Will Smith. Old stuff. But I get it for other people. And, like, and putting a bunch of effort in to make a video, like, you know, working for a week to trim down Aidan and I's excessively long discussion of a fan fiction, and then put it out, and then just, like, get a pit in my stomach the next day when it gets very few views, and also J.K. Rowling is in the headlines for being mean to somebody. It was like, well, this isn't fun to make right now. But I'll probably go back to them again soon. What I'll probably do is I'll just edit all of the remaining Rigel videos and just get them all done so that nothing can happen and ruin it for me, you know, and they just come out. But, like, I don't do YouTube to talk about, you know, foreign policy or tariffs or, you know, the war in Gaza. I spend most of my life worrying about these things and depressed, reading the news. I do YouTube to not think about those things for a bit. And some people will go, you use your platform. What platform? It's like, how many people are watching this stream? I know it's midnight, but it's like 22 people watching this stream. What platform? Who the hell out there is going to be like, ooh, Jacob said nuclear energy is good. I've changed my mind. I don't have not that I would spend time campaigning on nuclear energy. I do think it's good. I think that people, you know, obviously there have been bad incidents, but this is my point. I don't want to talk about it. Well regulated. When it's well regulated, when it's safe. It's the only viable alternative. We have the fossil fuels right now. We need power. None of the other stuff is ready yet. What is Sephiroth's situation on the war in Ukraine? It's 1:30 a.m. here and I'm barely functional. Go to sleep, Cross. You don't need to be in this. Go to sleep, dude. VOD will be here later. Always felt like I couldn't talk about how much I liked West Side Story 2021 with my college friends because of Ansel Elgort is in it. I haven't seen that picture, but that's another example. And it does depend. Like, maybe that one would bug me because he's specifically accused of being a pedophile. And in that movie, you know, he's like going after a younger girl. The same way that I've never seen American Beauty, but I bet that one would be hard. That would probably be a difficult Kevin Spacey movie to watch. I watched Tenet recently. The main character is played by Roman Polanski. Oh, I thought you said Christopher Nolan Tenet. I was like, what? Roman Polanski was not in Tenet, but I got it. There's a scene in which he walks up to a random child in the park and punches them, and that was maybe a bit much. Polanski's another good example. Where, like, I still really like Chinatown. I think that's a good movie. Is he a good guy? I don't know. The funniest one. I think that Alec Baldwin probably should have gotten more than a slap on the wrist for the Rust situation, but also, like, the people who are, like, conspiracy theorizing about, like, he was deliberately trying to kill that woman. It's like, I think he was a victim of circumstance on this. It could have been better. You know, you can't just say, oh, well, he gets to go scot-free. He should have gotten more than a slap on the wrist. He was treated different because he's a celebrity. But I don't think he's like a cold-blooded murderer. I don't think he plotted to assassinate somebody. He's rich. He could hire a hitman. Come on. Use your brain. But I will say, movie I really love, Hunt for Red October, does now have one very funny moment in it. And this is kind of a spoiler for Hunt for Red October. Because Hunt for Red October is a thriller with almost no action. That movie is almost exclusively about really smart people who are in this room and this room and this room, and they can't talk to each other. And they're trying to predict what the guys in the other rooms are gonna do. It's an oversimplification. 2 of the rooms in this are submarines. But it's mostly just about really smart guys trying to communicate indirectly, predict each other's moves. But it's super tense. There's basically no action in it. I distinctly remember when I watched it with Joey, how clenched up we both were. I still get clenched up watching it. But there's no action until the very end. right at the end, like 4 gunshots are fired. And when it happens, it kind of freaks you out because it feels like that wasn't a possibility for this movie. Because you're, an hour and a half, 2 hours in, whatever it is. And there have been no guns. It's just dudes talking and planning. The most exciting thing that's happened at this point was a guy jumped out of a helicopter into the ocean. And yes, exactly. There's probably some negligence on his part, Victor. Like I said, he should have got more than a slap on the wrist. But there's a very funny moment right at the end of that movie, because Alec Baldwin is the lead in that. He plays Jack Ryan in this. Best on-screen Jack Ryan ever, by the way. Very ending. He goes into a room to chase a guy with a gun. The room is full of volatile materials. By the way, the line I'm about to describe that's very funny is also followed by one of my favorite shots in all of cinema. This wonderful, pulled back, canted Dutch angle of basically a dude in a massive nuclear silo in an oversized submarine, looking down these long rows of red ICBMs with a gun. Wonderful shot. But it's there's bombs in here. Now, I don't think that ICBMs can actually be set off by 9mm fire. I don't think that's possible. But he's told by another character, "Hey, be careful. You got to watch what watch what you shoot, and be careful what you shoot in here." And then Alec Baldwin gets shot at by a bad guy and ducks and barely avoids getting hit. And this dude is just firing willy-nilly because the bad guy doesn't care. And Alec Baldwin says, in frustration, "I have to be careful what I shoot at?" That line's kind of ruined now. Good movie, though. It's one of those things you're like, oh, that's a dad movie, right? Watch Hunt for Red October. Fantastic. Fantastic film. Super holds up. The other Jack Ryan pictures you can take or leave. Sum of All Fears has a couple of cool scenes in it. Patriot Games is kind of unintentionally funny. What's the other Harrison Ford one? Clear and Present Danger. That one's okay, I guess. Has a couple decent action scenes in it. I watched WWE, which is run by the most evil people in history. Doesn't help that 90% of the characters Vic Mignogna ever played were whimsical, goofy, anime pervert-type characters. Maybe a little less whimsical now due to IRL context. That's another, decent example. I think the only Vic Mignogna character I've ever been exposed to was his character in Ruby, who... he doesn't do a lot of ass-grabbing in that show. He's just a drunk. But I don't think he really does any ass-grabbing. Was Quentin Flynn, did he have sexual harassment allegations, or was he just conservative? Because we also have a tendency to be like, oh, that guy's conservative. He's not allowed to act anymore. Sometimes that happens, which I don't think is really fair. Maybe the cancel culture there's a little overblown. Some conservatives, conservative voices are being silenced. You can't be conservative in this country anymore. Calm down. But there are also some dudes who just well, I guess I'm not going to act anymore. Tom Holland should be Jack Ryan. I've joked with Joshua a lot that Tom Holland, Andrew Garfield, Christian Bale, coming over here and stealing iconic American characters. We need an American actor to play James Bond. Reciprocal, right? We need to go over there and steal some shit from them. Vic Mignogna plays Junpei? Are you serious? I had no idea. I haven't played P3 and it's... No, I haven't played it. That's the deal with James Woods, right? He's just conservative. I can't account for every single thing the dude has ever said or expressed or believed. I'm sure he said some. I seem to recall, a while ago, I was like, oh, that's a little out there. But I'm pretty sure he's just, a very vocal conservative. And so people were like, well, I can't work with him anymore. I don't think he said the N-word or anything. But I don't know. I'm not super... I don't really care too much what Hollywood celebrities think about politics. Saying that we put way too much emphasis on, like, comedians' political opinions. Like, comedians are important vehicles for political resistance. I mean that sincerely. One of the first things you see go in any dictatorship or tyrannical government is they get rid of comedians. They are important. It's important to have guys who can be transgressive, who can speak truth to power. That's why we used to have jesters for kings, right? Somebody who's allowed to point and say, it's a little silly what you're doing there. But when we're like, oh, did you hear what this comedian said? It's like, they're not running for office. They're not asking for your vote. Like, I don't care. They're not fucking political scientists, dude. Like, what? I don't give a shit. These dudes, like, they don't have degrees in public policy. What do I care? I may sound like I'm making light of these things. Like, obviously, sometimes there are dudes who are like J.K. Rowling. She's, like, actively pursuing shit, you know? She's actively being, like, giving money to this group or supporting that group or rallying support for this, that, the other. Some of these dudes are just like, yeah, I don't know. I voted for that guy. You can't act again. Depends on what conservative means to the person, says Victor. Sure, yeah. Liberals aren't, you know, iconoclastic. Conservatives aren't. That's what I'm saying. It really depends. Like I said, I may sound like I'm making light of this sort of stuff, but I just think that, I think sometimes we ask people to pass certain morality checks that maybe aren't completely fair. I think the battery on my vest has died. I used it a lot today. That's what I'm saying, Ninja Bunny. J.K. Rowling did play a major role in policy. That's what I'm saying. There is a difference there. Like, you know, I don't think James Woods is out, you know, like, you know, stumping for Trump. J.K. Rowling is. This is a significant difference. This is what I'm saying. When people are like, I can't enjoy Harry Potter anymore, like, I totally get it. Completely get it. I guess my thing is, like, people will be like, if people just don't buy the Wizard game, because people wouldn't say Hogwarts Legacy was Wizard game. If these stupid babies, these stupid children would just let go of their nostalgia and not buy Hogwarts Legacy, then J.K. Rowling wouldn't have any money anymore. My thing is, like, if she didn't make another dime for the rest of her life, she would still be richer than you, me, or Dupree when she died. And if by magic we were able to drain every cent out of her bank account, she would go on government assistance, get a phone, and tweet from the Starbucks Wi-Fi about how the woke mob canceled her, and now she would be a martyr for the cause. I know she gets royalties, but it's like, this is also the thing is like, you know, okay, well, there's a Harry Potter land at Universal. If you just go to Nintendo Land, you still bought a gate ticket. You gave money to J.K. Rowling, right? Like I said, if somebody out there is like, I'm not buying Hogwarts Legacy, I'm not gonna engage with any of this stuff because I don't want to give her money. I completely 100% get that. I would never tell somebody that they're wrong for doing that. I think that suggesting that someone taking their kid to Harry Potter Land is like, you are actively hurting trans people is a little unfair. Now, is everybody saying that? No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. This is like, I'm talking about like super vocal, like the types of like ultra, how do I put this? The morality police part of Twitter, right? The liberals who hunt their own, like the people who canceled Lindsay Ellis, right? Lindsay Ellis, you know, that you know, conservative bulwark, had to cancel her because she said something about, I don't know, about, what was that movie even called that everybody canceled her over? Raya and the Last Dragon. Yeah, like Ninja Bunny just said, being on Twitter makes you not realize how the real world works sometimes. I'm not saying the people out there who are like, I don't like Harry Potter anymore, are like going, and you shouldn't either. There are very specific people who are allowed on the internet who are like, come on, you asshole. You played the Harry Potter game? I guess you're a bad ally. I'm like, I just don't know that that's a realistic assumption. But I'm sitting here reclined in my on my sofa, a cishet male, financially secure, not having to worry about my civil liberties, my health care. So I understand that, you know, this is why I'm saying I'm talking about this on YouTube right now, and I shouldn't be. I don't like talking about this on any, like, even in my personal life, because it's upsetting. Like, this isn't me grandstanding. I'm being like, yep, this sure is a shitty situation we all have to deal with now. Like I said, you know, I was just talking a second ago about I think people take comedians a little too seriously when they're not political scientists. I'm not a political commentator. You shouldn't be listening to me. You shouldn't take what I'm saying all that seriously. Not going to affect how you think about your life. Jacob almost said woke, but he almost said it unironically now. When did I say it right now? Oh, talking about Twitter? Like, you know, certain wings of Twitter. I was actually toying with using the word leftist, but I actually still don't really understand what the distinction means. And also, I think the distinction is different, again, in the real world than it is on Twitter. But yeah, it's fine because it's midnight, you know. So nobody's going to see me talking about this stuff. Unless they put on the tactics stream, I guess, later as a VOD. And then they'll get here. It's the most I've ever talked about politics on this show, probably. And I wouldn't even consider it politics, really. I just don't like talking about this on YouTube, you know? Like I said, I spend enough of my life talking about this with, you know, people in my normal life. It's mostly upsetting. Jacob said he didn't want to talk about politics. It's been like a half hour talking about politics. This is almost me dry running what I'm going to say whenever those Rigel Black streams come back. The other dry run part of that is that I feel bad that we didn't finish making those videos because I really like Violet's work on those fanfictions and on Forever After, which was the first webtoon that she wrote, and now Mafia Nanny. And I feel like I was unfair to those books. The first book, the first Rigel Black, is bad. But I probably spent too much time in that first podcast episode saying it's bad. Because it's bad. And she knows it's bad. She wrote it when she was, like, in college, and she said repeatedly, I really wish I'd done better on that. I think the first Rigel Black is not good. I wouldn't recommend it unless your tolerance for fan fiction cringe is pretty high. The second one is better. And then I think 3 and 4 are just, like, legitimately really good books. Like, just fantastic books, unironically. But we only got to discussion number 1 of book 3. So I had mostly been kind of, like, side-eyeing it. And I was a little nervous talking about the first couple books because I was afraid if I was too positive about them, people would be like, really, Jacob? You like this? And then we only just got to the stuff that I think was really, really good. And then I stopped making them. So if I ever come back, it'll open with, like... I feel bad because I like these books. I didn't finish talking about them. I didn't finish really praising what I think Violet has done here that's really cool and smart with these last 2 books. And then I would say also J.K. Rowling bums me the hell out. It always discouraged me from making more of these. but I powered through it. We're going to get this done because I feel like I owe it to Violet to, like, finish talking about this and finish saying these are good. Because I feel like I left this on, like, it's kind of dumb. There's some good ideas, but the execution could be better. And a lot of it annoys me. And then I didn't talk about these 2 books that I read, like, 4 times each. The last 2 Rigel Black books are... But yeah. It wasn't really me talking about politics as much as it was me talking about why I don't like talking about politics. I don't believe in my ability to change anybody's mind about anything. I've been unsuccessful in my day-to-day life. So, don't imagine I would be all that successful here. And I usually don't like talking about this stuff. I don't know, for whatever reason right now I felt like talking about it. I guess because it's midnight. Bold of you to assume KH isn't political. What is KH's political statement? If we labor under the assumption all art is political, what political statements is KH making? It's definitely saying something about ethical use of science, right? Because almost all of the villains are pursuing scientific research beyond humane standards, right? Human experimentation in the first book. Game. Xehanort's muddy because his motivation has changed 4 times. You know, his dialogue in Birth by Sleep suggests he's interested in balance. His journals suggest that he's interested in becoming a god king. And then KH3 and Remind suggest that he actually just wanted to help everybody by defeating the evil. Barnacle boy, we must defeat the evil! But there's definitely a reoccurring thing about empathy and prioritizing human life and human connection over, I guess we'll say, realpolitik. It's anti-realpolitik. Feels over reals. It's anti-science. Every scientist in the series is evil and callous, too blinded by science to learn the real truth. Japan's globalization and westernization is a force for good. Sorodon and Goofy as party members who save the world. Yeah, sure. But the friendship between, economic and military friendship between Japan and Disney after Japan and the US after turmoil in the past. KH's great man theory. More like 7 great man theory, I guess. Mickey is an absolute monarch. But we never see his kingdom. I don't think that really matters. He's just a guy, you know? He's just a guy. And listen, he started out working in a steamboat. Like, there's portraits in the castle like he comes from a bloodline. But we see him, he's a blue-collar worker. He's just a blue-collar guy. So he might have pulled himself up by his bootstraps to become the king. That might be like a... What's it called? Like a... Not a meritocracy, like a technocracy? I don't know. That might be like a... He's just the most qualified and skilled to lead. Think about the context of the market of video games trying to appeal to Western and Eastern public while being 2 big brands. Xehanort was trying to be good dictator that makes a utopia by being a good dictator. Sora, in the end, says it's up to people to decide for themselves. This is true. That is the closest they've ever gotten to an explicit political statement in one of those games. But Sora says something fucking crazy. We didn't really talk about this in the KH3 playthrough. I may have talked about it when I did all those streams rewatching that really long video, but I don't remember. Does anybody remember what Sora says when Xehanort's like, you know, I'm just gonna do it? I was going to make the world good. I was going to fix it. Do you remember what Sora says? He says, a good leader knows that destiny is beyond his control and accepts that. I don't know what he means by that. Because first of all, what is destiny? Destiny is not real. I'm religious and I'm saying destiny isn't real. Destiny isn't real. Destiny is not a thing that we can actually, like, learn about in the real world and be like, well, it's my destiny to lose this election. It's my destiny to lose this war. I should just give up. It's my destiny to roll over on this human rights issue that I believe in but that the people aren't ready for yet. It's my destiny to whatever. But the really crazy thing, to me, aside from the fact that it doesn't make any sense, is that 5 minutes after Sora says a real leader knows that destiny is beyond his control and accepts that, he literally resurrects somebody. A good leader knows when to call it quits. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm gonna go into the afterlife and find someone and bring them back. It's slop. It's just slop, dude. I think Kingdom Hearts 3 is a good game, but that ending's bad. And that's slop. That is meaningless drivel. I don't know who wrote that dialogue. I don't know if it was Tetsuya Nomura or somebody else. And maybe it's better in the original Japanese. But it's utterly meaningless. To hedge the ending of your game, the entire franchise up to that point, on a completely meaningless declaration from the main character is terrible. It's awful. It is slop of the highest order, and I do not care for it. Getting to a different kind of political, Cloud/Aerith or Cloud/Tifa? Cloud and Tifa. I've made my case in the remake playthrough. I'm a Cloud Tifa shipper, because that means I get Aerith all to myself. But no, Cloud and Tifa. Cloud and Tifa. In a perfect world, in a better world, maybe we could have seen, but we don't. The thing about Cloud and Aerith, and I guess this is vague spoilers. Not even vague. This is big spoilers. If you don't know FF7, just shut up for a second. Close your ears. Even if you think you know the thing I'm about to say, if it's the only thing you know about Final Fantasy VII, you don't know what I'm about to say. So shut your ears for a second. Aerith never met the real Cloud. And if she had, then maybe things would be different. But she never met the real Cloud. Have I ever talked about Rebirth's ending? Not on YouTube. In real life, extensively. Thought it was great. Thought it was fantastic. Fascinating. Pat Staresat, formerly of the Super Best Friends, he named... most of his streams of Rebirth are just like stream number 1, stream number 2, stream number 3. He gave his last stream like an episode title. And it was, There Is No Day But Today. And I think that's perfect. Obviously, there's a million interpretations of the ending of that game. And I'm not going to break into it because I'm sure there are people in this chat who don't know how Rebirth ends. But my interpretation, my feeling, is that it's about wishes. It's about wishing so hard that things were different. And imagining what if things were different. getting so hung up in the imagining that it consumes you, and you can't see what's right in front of you. I think that people have been unfair to the thematic intent of Remake, and obviously, you know, a lot of it happens at the very end, and we don't know where it's all going to go, but I feel that what these games are trying to say is coming into sharper relief. And I don't think it's incongruent with the original text. I think it's a beautiful elaboration on the original text. Now, we'll wait for part 3, of course. They could botch it. But I really liked the ending of part 2. Again, not to get into spoilers, I think some people have accused it of being like a Schrodinger's cat situation. I think it's pretty straightforward what's happening at the ending of that game. I think people are going out of their way to willfully misinterpret the ending of that game. But I don't know, I could be wrong. We'll get to part 3. Maybe I'm wrong. Ninja Bunny, you're also correct. I think interpreting Aerith like that. She can always, I don't like, you know, she literally says, I'm trying to meet the real you. In the original game, she says that. She knows that there's something else there that she can't get to. And I think she thinks that he's just like toxic masculinity, stanced up, I'm not letting anybody inside. And she thinks that she can get through to him. She thinks she can help him. What she doesn't know is that he has brain damage. Victor, I'm inclined to agree somewhat. So I don't have this problem with Remake. But you're talking about my problem with the ending of Remake is that it's too much the next time is going to be great. This is what I was talking about earlier, where my frustration with stories that go, I promise it'll be good next time. But to me, I felt that Remake had done a good enough job taking the beginning of that game, which has a solid beginning, middle, and end, and then fleshing it out further with, like, honest-to-God character arcs, where you really feel like Cloud and Barrett are different people than they were at the beginning of that game. And, you know, even Aerith and Tifa, you know, they haven't changed so much as their relationships have changed with, you know, with Cloud, and they've changed him. I felt sufficiently satisfied that their dramatic storytelling chops were back. So even though the ending does demand a lot of trust from the audience, I felt that the game had earned that trust. That was my take on Remake. A lot of people didn't feel that way, and I get why they didn't feel that way. But that was my feeling on Remake. Is it possible she only liked Cloud because she reminded him? Because he reminded her of... That is a question. I think that's what a lot of the Cloud and Tifa shippers will tell you, Dean. That Aerith was only ever in love with Zack. And Cloud behaved like Zack. So it reminded Aerith of Zack. And she was helpless to her womanly wiles. And she had to fall in love with him. But he doesn't behave anything like Zack. You know, like, there could have been a debate about that with, like, you know, the original game where Zack was not yet a character. But now Zack is, like, a canon character who's around, he's in Rebirth. Cloud does not behave like Zack at all. I think that Aerith is intrigued by Cloud because... And this is something, again, that I think Remake makes pretty explicit. It's not like she doesn't, like, say it out loud, but I feel like it's very direct in Remake. That her initial interest in Cloud is inspired by, this is maybe a touch point for this person that I lost. Maybe I can find out something. But she eventually comes to care for him because he's him. Maybe not completely him, but the parts of him that she can find, she likes. I think that the people who are like, she was only ever in love with Zack and she only liked Cloud because she thought he was Zack, I think that's, especially with current materials, not a fair reading. I guess if you wanted to go back and read the original that way, where Zack was not a character, maybe, but I don't think so. Cloud acts like his idealized version of Zack, which is the opposite of how Zack actually was. I feel like there's a lot of ways to interpret what Cloud's brain-damaged persona is. Some people are like, it's his interpretation of Zack. Some people are just like, he has brain damage. I think it's interesting, if you, in Rebirth especially, you'll notice, like, Cloud is less expressive than the other party members. A lot of the time. Like his facial animation is just stiffer. And I think it's because he's got, like, emotional limiters on his brain. I see several people going to bed. That's fine, guys. It's super late. It's hella late. Go to sleep. Get out of here. It's a tough break for Aerith. Zack has a type, and it's Aqua. This is true. This is true. He was a real ladies' man, is what they say, and then we don't really see that. We don't really see that in Chrono Trigger, in Crisis Core. Rebirth characterizes Cloud's brain damage as, like, explicitly violent, too, which is really interesting, yeah. I love the way the characters are written in Remake and Rebirth. There has been... Trails might be the only other series that has gotten to do this, and I'm not a Trails guy. I'm just, like, by reputation, I'm guessing. Trails might be the only other franchise that's gotten to marinate this long with characters with this much going on, other than the Remake trilogy. Genuinely impressive what they're pulling off with the Remake trilogy. With the characters, I think. Genuinely impressive. I got really distracted, like, 2 hours ago. I was starting to talk about my book, and then I got off talking about things being satisfying. That was when I was talking about, earning trust, and now we've looped back around to this. Earning narrative trust. I have a big dislike of stories that don't do this. So my book, that's currently 300,000 words long and not finished, to me, has one endpoint. That is trust earning. That is a complete narrative conclusion. There would be a sequel book in my mind, but, like, an actual dramatic resolution. There's one point. Because the book has, like, bad guys. I know that sounds so condescending, but that's what I mean. It's like, the book has bad guys. It has, like, a mystery. There's bad guys who need to be stopped. The book I'm writing is about a character who has a problem in here. And there's a point that I need to get to say what I'm trying to say with this person. And obviously this person would have other stuff going on in theoretical sequel books. But to me, I'm like, to me, and not that she's not interesting, this main character, until the end of the book. Because obviously, if she was only interesting on page 350,000, that wouldn't be good. But to me, I think the book is interesting from the beginning, hopefully. God, I hope it's interesting from the beginning. Aidan thinks it is, at least. But to me, like, to be emotionally satisfying, to take it to the end of the line, as is said in McKee's Story, which is a book that shows up a lot in screenwriting classes and stuff. To take it to the end of the line emotionally, to take it as far as it can go emotionally. I kind of have to get her to a certain point. And to get her to a certain point, a ton of stuff has to happen in this book. Now, maybe on a rewrite, I could reconceptualize it and shrink it a lot. Maybe I could cut it into 2 books and I could just have them beat a lesser bad guy midway through. And hopefully the audience will just come back for another book. Because plenty of books are, you know, are like, read the next one. But to me, like, I want the one book to be really good on its own. I want you to put it down and go, it's pretty good. And I don't know if I can do that with the book I'm currently writing if I chop it in half. Which is why I'm going to try and write that shorter book. And try to query with that. There's something about the one and done book, yeah. It won't be a one and done, this book. I mean, it could be. It could be, but it would, I'd have to rework it for it to be a one and done book. I kind of do have an idea for a sequel. When I started out with it, I was like, could this be a one and done? Like, nah, I think what I want to say, it could take a couple books. And certainly what I've set up right now, like, there's so much adventure track that I've laid for future books, it'd be weird if it was one book. But maybe. The shorter book's similarly not a one and done book. But shorter. shorter adventure. Much shorter. But I don't know. I don't know, you know. I don't know when any of these things are going to be finished. I don't know when any of you guys will be able to read them. Obviously, somewhere down the line, I could give up and self-publish. I say giving up, as if there's no honor in self-publishing. But I'd like to try and go through the traditional publishing hoops, if I can. If it doesn't work out, I'll self-publish the books. You know, not a big deal. But I'd kind of like to self-publish. Sorry, I would like to traditional publish if I can. But I don't know if I'm good enough, you know? And, you know, good enough doesn't necessarily have anything to do with it. You got to get really lucky, too. You got to write what the market wants. You got to find the right agent. There's 700 things that have to happen to get a book out. And then for it to be successful, totally, you know, it's there's a lot more than just talent in it. When you say how many words your book is going to be, I can't visualize that. Is it long? CircoDuck, look up word counts on some of your favorite books. It's long. 300,000 words is really long. Last book I read willingly was Pillars of the Earth in high school because I liked the video game adaptation. Not very in the know when it comes to novels. Come on, guys. You gotta read. You gotta read, gang. Read. Gotta read books. It's important. It exercises your brain. I'm not even being sarcastic. The exercise to have to imagine and conjure things for yourself. To really engage with text. Gotta read. Gotta read. I didn't read a lot after college. Because school made reading not fun, you know? But I've started reading a lot more recently. Gotta read. Ninja Bunny, it actually kind of depends, querying one and done versus setting up a series. Sometimes, you know, it depends on the publisher, but they don't necessarily really care if, you know, they publish the part one and it doesn't go anywhere and then they don't publish more. Sometimes like, ooh, part one, we could get lucky, could be a franchise, could be reliable, consistent revenue long term, and then if it doesn't do well, then they don't care. See ya. Gone. They will be opening a Barnes & Noble in my town literally in a few hours. Perfect time. Go read. Last thing I read was Jeanette McCurdy's autobiography, I'm Glad My Mother Died. It was really good. Really good. A little harrowing in parts, but it was really good. I quite enjoyed it. I read visual novels, which are like if books had anime people in them. You can also read light novels for that. Sometimes having multiple books is good. Like, I know the woman who wrote His Majesty's Dragons. I know that she wrote the first one and was querying it, and people were like, oh, we like this. And she's like, well, I'm glad you like it, because I've already written the next two. And they were like... And then I think that really helped them sign it, because I think they released the first 3 books of that all, like, in the same year. Promoted them pretty heavily, and boom, 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 boom. Also, those books were kind of thin. I think I've actually got the first one over here. exaggeration. Maybe thin for His Majesty's Dragons is an exaggeration. 315 pages. Not sure how many words. 317 pages in this print. Oh no, that's actually, that's a preview of the next book. So that would actually be 299 pages for the first His Majesty's Dragons. I still haven't read that. I bought that a while ago. I bought a lot of books. I buy a lot of books, and I don't always get through them fast enough. And I'm currently reading Reggie Fils-Aimé's kind of like an autobiography, also kind of like a business advice, like my story of, you know, working for these companies and what I learned and how I became good at management. I'm enjoying it, but I've been so busy the last couple of weeks, I have not touched it since the last time I was on an airplane. Any advice I would give for improving your writing? I mean, there's a lot. I will say, if you're just looking for general stuff, the central thing to do to improve your writing is read. Genuinely. Read a lot, write a lot. As with anything, the way to get better at it is to do it a bunch and to study the masters. The number one thing. There is no shortcut. There is no trick. There is no hack. There are many supporting things you can do. But the number one thing you must do to improve your writing is read a lot and write a lot. I know that's two things, but it's one thing. You gotta do both of them. Read a lot and write a lot. That is the most important thing you can do. Everything else is extra. Because all writers are different. What works for one writer is not going to work for another writer. So you kind of got to take advice with a grain of salt and test it to see what works for you and what doesn't jive with you. But number one thing you have to do is read a lot and write a lot. Do not get hung up on conceptualizing your story and thinking through exactly. Write. You gotta write. Even if it's short stories, even if it's, even if it's not good, you gotta write. This was the big breakthrough for me, was getting to a point where I could just write every day. Didn't necessarily have to be good. I could just write. There were days when I was stuck. There were days when it's like, I don't know what needs to happen next. But I didn't not work on it. And I sat down and I was like, okay, I'm going to pull up a notebook or a Word document and I'm going to write. And I'm going to say, where do I need to get? What's the thing after this? Or who's a character that I haven't explored enough? Or what do I want the audience to feel next? And I would write to solve the problem. I would talk to myself in a notebook or in a Word document until I solved the problem. And then yes, Kyle, then you push through and you come back later if you don't like it. I mean, sometimes it's impossible to push through. Sometimes you literally just don't know what needs to happen next. And you can't push through. That happens. But usually you're like, this isn't working, but it's fine. I'm going to keep going. To give you an example, this is my own work, and some people are different from this. Like a lot of fantasy writers, they're going to spend a ton of time on world building before they even write the book. They're going to know everything that ever happened in this setting. They're going to know everything about how the magic works. They're going to know every country, their political systems, their family trees of their royal families, and so on and so forth. I didn't do any of that. I know that I have a character who is going to have this thing happen to them, and it's going to make them feel this way. And then a series of experiences are going to occur that makes them feel this way. And what happens in here, those experiences, negotiable. The point is to make the character feel this way by the ending of the book, for me. So, for example, my character has some magical capabilities, and I didn't know what they were when I started the book. I invented them as I needed them. Political systems, the way that magic is passed on in this world. What the villains wanted, literally, didn't know it. Had no idea. and I knew I would figure it out when I got there. Because if I said this country has this political system, or the villains want this, or the magic works like this, and then I started writing the book, I would get stuck. I would go, wow, it'd be good if this happened right now. But I already decided the magic doesn't work that way. And that stuff isn't really as interesting to me anyway, the lore stuff. I'm interested in characters. So, like, I only figured out, so my setting has magic that exists and is around, but there's specific kinds of magic that move through. I'm way over. This isn't exactly how my book works. I'm gonna speak in trope parlance for you guys to not spoil stuff about this book. Basically, has characters who have special magic due to royal bloodlines. I didn't know how this was conferred. I didn't know how does it dilute, because obviously, like, royal families have branch families. You know, the direct descendant of the king is not the only person who technically has royal blood. How does that work? Who gets the magic? Who doesn't? I only figured that out at, like, I don't know exactly where in the book, but I'm gonna guess somewhere around the 250,000 out of currently 300,000 word mark. I didn't figure it out. I have stuff in the first section of the book that I'm gonna have to completely rewrite, because I had the characters talking in vagaries and nonsense about how the magic worked, how it was passed on, what could be done with the magic, because I didn't know. The characters were just like, I don't know, some people say it can do this, and other people say it can do this. Where I'm at now, gotten pretty explicit. I'm gonna have to go back and change it later. But I would rather get to a point and say, let me give you a good example. James Bond films. Even if you haven't seen James Bond films, you probably know this just by reputation. James Bond always goes and meets with a quirky scientist named Q, who gives him his wacky gadgets for this movie. Now, James, here is a watch. The watch can release pheromones that attract spiders en masse. And here is a ballpoint pen. If you click it 3 times and throw it, it, I don't know, it does something stupid. It will freeze any water that it lands in instantaneously. And here is a car. Your car has an ejecto seat in it. And what's always funny is that Q gives him shit that doesn't make any sense. Q gives him shit that doesn't make any sense. You're like, how would that ever be useful? Q, that doesn't have anything to do with the part of the world that he's going to, the mission that just got described. And then you watch the movie, and James will be in the perfect situation where that spider pheromone watch makes sense and solves the problem. I don't know this for sure, but my theory is that all the James Bond screenwriters leave the Q scene blank until they finish writing the movie. And whenever they get James into a situation that they are sitting there for 2 days, and they're like, this is an exciting situation I've gotten James into, and I absolutely cannot figure out how to get him out of it. What if he had a watch with fucking spider pheromones, dude? And then you just say, I'm gonna go back and put that in the Q scene after I finish writing the movie. Now, not every writer needs to do this way, but that's kind of how I operate, at least for now. Some stuff I decide early on, but I have done a lot of figuring it out as I go on, and then I'm going to go back and correct stuff in later drafts. I didn't know what the villains of my story were even trying to do until midway through writing it. And if I hadn't discovered it when I did, if I had told myself I have to figure it out beforehand, it wouldn't have been as good. Because only once I got that deep into writing the story, and I more thoroughly understood the world and the characters and really what I was trying to do, did I understand, okay, if they want this, that would mean all these other ancillary, really interesting things would have to happen. So they want that. Yoko Taro writes backwards. No, yeah, Yoko Taro starts with the sad ending first and then figures out how to get there. I wouldn't say I necessarily am doing that. In this particular instance, I did know kind of like what I want the character to do at the ending of the book. But that's partially because this book started as a novella. This 300,000 word book started as a novella. And I went, what I'm writing isn't working, but I really like that this character is going to make this decision at the end of the story. It would be more interesting if you spent the whole novel learning why she is going to make that decision. So then I reworked it but basically like the original idea for the novella drastically reworked is the ending of this book, which is pretty much the only thing I have left to write at this point. Do you just write fiction and essays or other stuff too? Like scientific papers? Like, are you asking me if I do this, or if you're just saying write other stuff? Yeah, write other stuff. Like, if you're just like the training of writing, just write. You can write other things. Scientific papers, I don't know. That's kind of like a totally different skill set of writing. But yeah, write essays, write reviews, write short stories. Absolutely. But to develop the skills, you have to practice. You just have to go more. Like, I've gotten way better as I've written the book that I'm writing. I will say the last, like, section that I wrote, pretty bad. But mostly because I was rushing. I was like, I just need to be done with this before this crazy work month happens. I need to be finished with this. I need to hit this milestone. And then I can take a break and feel satisfied. So the last pretty big chunk of what I've written right now was not good. It was really rushed. I realized that I had, like, a lot of so-and-so cried, so-and-so hugged, so-and-so had a conversation while sitting on their bed with another person in their bedroom. I was like, I'm kind of repeating myself. I'm constructing very easy scenes here. And I'm repeating myself a lot. I think I just repeated myself just there, didn't I? But I am better than I was when I started. And I'm optimistic that when I go write this other book, it'll go fast. I can write really fast now. That's the other thing. The reason you have to write a lot is that you need to get used to writing. Now, a lot of writers will be like, you gotta write. I have to write 2,000 words a day or I'm a failure, and you should try to do that too. Everybody's life is different. Everybody's speed is different. But what you should do if you're serious about writing is you should legitimately try to write every day. You should give yourself a manageable quota. And that quota might literally be 10 words. If you tell yourself, I'm going to write 10 words every day, and I must write 10 words every day, even if, maybe like, take a day off every week. If you tell yourself, I absolutely must write 10 words a day, if I get to the ending of writing day and I haven't written 10 words, I have to write 10 words before I go to bed, no matter what. If you tell yourself this, you will start writing more words. The most intimidating thing is the blank page and the needing to get started. You will find you will sit down to write 10 words and you'll write 50 and you'll write 100. I've had days where I was like, I haven't got anything in me. I've got nothing in the tank. I don't have the stamina for this, but I need to try. I'll write a page. I'll finish that scene. 5,000 words. So write a lot, read a lot, and writing a lot means if you're a hobbyist, who cares? If you're doing it for fun, who cares? If you're like, I really want to get better at writing, set yourself a quota. It doesn't have to be every day. You're a busy guy. You don't need to take it that seriously. But set yourself some kind of goal. X number of words a week. On weekends, I'm going to write X number of words a day. Every Monday and Wednesday and Friday, I will write X number of words a day. And read. And don't read stuff you've read before. Well, you can. That's not fair. That's not fair. You can read stuff you've read before to, like, really study it. To, marinate on it. Try and understand what they're doing. Because you read a book the first time and you're just enjoying it. Maybe you need a second time to appreciate what it was doing. E-Monster asked that question. Appreciate the advice. Yeah, I just saw again. I was gonna say I didn't see E-Monster talk again, but then I see now. I'd scrolled back up in the chat. I'm already taking everybody's advice for drawing because, man, I can't seem to draw recently. Drawing's the same thing. You gotta study art, you gotta draw a lot. I was starting to get decent at drawing when I drew a lot, and then I didn't draw for like 5 years. Now I'm not so good anymore. Study art. No art, kid. No art. Watch The Fablemans. What do you know about art, kid? Do that with editing. Edit 5 minutes a day. I almost always want to do more. Sometimes I stop right at 5, though. Exactly. Sometimes you've only got that 5 in you. But if you discipline yourself to always set aside 5 minutes to do it, it will turn into more eventually. How long ago did I draw? I drew in college. I took a drawing class because I took I tried to take a minor in user interface design. Not an interesting story on why I didn't finish that minor. But I took a drawing class and a design class in the course of that. Well, Circo Duck, just keep in mind that Muppets XFF9 art was not mine. There was only the sketch was mine. There was a proof of concept sketch, but most of that was done by my friend Joanna. I did a little charcoal drawing when I was in college. I've still got some charcoal around somewhere, but I haven't done it in a while. My sketch? That sketch was okay. I liked the expression I made for Sam Eagle / Steiner. I thought it was fun. But yeah. I don't know. It's very late. Should probably wrap this up. I've just been chatting forever. But, you know, we haven't done this in a bit, so kept going for a while. I probably should have made this a separate stream. This is now a chill stream, you know, at the end of the Tactics 3 hours. Plus, thank God that politics talk is buried in the middle of this and nobody will ever see it except for the 20 of you that were in here right now. 16 of you now. I can't wait until there's comments of how dare he say he still enjoys Harry Potter. I don't even enjoy it that much. I enjoy some of it. I think the very first book is like legitimately really good and cool. It's just a great children's book. I think 2 kind of sucks. I think 3 is really good. I think 4 kind of sucks. I think 5 is really good. And then I think like 6 has some cool bits in it, but mostly isn't that good. And then 7 is fine. 1, 3, and 5. And I feel pretty much the same way about the movies. I feel pretty much the same way about the movies. This is longer than the Tactics part was. Oh, absolutely, yeah. But this is like an almost 8-hour stream at this point. There's 3 hours for Tactics, if that. No, absolutely. Like I said, should have cut it off and made it a separate chill stream. But it's fine. I've been updating my resume all night, says Victor. Had to do that a little while ago as well. It wasn't even because I have a job. It wasn't even like for a job application. I shouldn't have even said that. This was a long story. I hadn't updated my resume since I got this job, which I got in like pretty shortly after I got out of college. And somebody was like, "Can I see your resume?" And I was like, "You cannot, but that's probably a good reminder to fix that." Yeah, but Ninja Bunny, you hate everything. You hate all kinds of stuff that doesn't make sense to hate. You hate Lost Odyssey. I've never met a Lost Odyssey hater before. Granted, that game was played by 5 people, so you know. But yeah, gang, I'm not sure how much more often we'll be doing streams like this. Well, just in general, definitely not like this. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe you guys would like just more chill streams to just like talk and hang out and stuff, shoot the shit. I have thought about just like doing more random faff about multiplayer streams more often. Like, you know, I used to do Call of Duty streams every now and then, but I don't think people really cared. Maybe I'll do Helldivers streams. I like Helldivers too. I enjoy it. I probably spend too much time playing Helldivers. That's often my like, I just want to play a video game, but I don't want to move over with a single player thing. I'm still very like, I can't play that. I might make content about it brained, which is bad brain damage. But yeah, I think probably like one more tactics stream. We'll try and do Undertale. And FF7 remake episodes will continue sometime in the near future. It's unfortunate. We've got like 4 shot LPs in our back pocket at this point. Uncharted 4 maybe doesn't count because we lost so much of it, but like we taped the whole thing, which lost some of it. Final Fantasy VII Remake is now done. We have 2 mystery LPs that we shot. One of them earlier this year, one of them like 2 summers ago at this point. The one from 2 summers ago was meant to release when Uncharted 4 was done. And then Uncharted 4 hasn't released an episode in like a year and a half. And then the short LP we shot this summer. But I don't know. It's, again, it's like, it's... I don't want to sound ungrateful. You know, if I was getting millions of views, it would still be a lot of work. And I'm just busy. I have a full-time job, and I'm trying to take writing seriously, so I just don't have a ton of time to work on YouTube. So I don't know how long it's going to take for me to release all this stuff. We definitely don't need to shoot any more Let's Plays anytime soon. Got 4 that I'm sitting on. That most recent one was just, we couldn't live stream it, though. You'll see why. It was a game that was better suited to taping it than live streaming it. But I don't think we'll tape anymore for a long time. I think it's going to be live streams if we do anything. I have brain damage, so I love cloud being representation for me. I think your audience is not the COD type. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, the only COD I ever did, you said haven't played since Blops 1. I think the only one I ever streamed was Modern Warfare Remastered. I guess I played Warzone like once. I will not be doing a playthrough of Hogwarts Legacy. I have no interest in that game. And if I did do it, I definitely wouldn't do a Let's Play of it. Because again, as much as we're like, you know, I'm like, I think some people blow it out of proportion, you know, I'm not going to be like, and now it's time for me to do my comprehensive review of the Fantastic Beasts movies. I felt it was different with the fanfiction. It's somebody else's work that I felt is underappreciated. Like, here is a person who I think wrote 2 legitimately great fantasy novels. Pure Blood Pretense and Serpentine Subterfuge, kind of, maybe slightly above average for fanfiction. Ambiguous Artifice and Futile Facade, love to death. Genuinely great books. And not as dependent upon, like, just copying Harry Potter as you might expect. Like, one of the things that sucks about Harry Potter 4 is that it's supposed to be a shonen tournament arc, and then it's like 3 events, and they all suck. And Harry doesn't really actually compete with the other shonen tournament characters who show up. Violet's book blows it up from 3 events to 6, and from 3 competitors, or 4 competitors, I should say, to 9. And it becomes a real fucking shonen anime arc. It's really good. And this mixed with legitimately fantastic character writing. It's got some political stuff on its mind. Good book. Good book, dude. It's so good. Hogwarts Legacy was fine. I don't think it's anything to write home about, but it's not bad. It was generally what I heard. Is like, You know, it's nice to have this type of game that we should have had 20 years ago. But, not really anything special. Reading the plot synopsis of the Fantastic Beasts movies is crazy. I haven't seen any of them. The impression I get is like that first one sounds like it's probably fun. Like it's really like the first one sounds really simple and just like probably like it would be a fun movie to watch. The other two, I'm not allowed to use the word that starts with R anymore. I'm on the spectrum, so maybe I am allowed. Maybe I get a pass, but I'm not going to do it into a microphone. The tasks in Futile Facade are 6, says Marinated Octopus. Yeah, it's really good. It's fantastic. And they're not just, and then she does it, like, a challenge, woohoo. Like, there's legitimate characterization in there. Like, we see how smart she is. She always has to do creative problem solving. My favorite is... because I love Harriet. I love Rigel. I love her as a character. She's fantastic. She's so flawed. So deliciously flawed. And I love that in one of the... when they're just doing the one task, it's just a straightforward, like, it's just an arena fight. It's just 1v1, just straight duels. Just fight. Just kill the other person. Not kill. And she's like, this person is better than me. They're going to win. I can't keep up with this person. It's the character who fights with a wand and a sword. Who comes from like a Greek all-girls school. They have like, Athenian tradition, right? She's like, I can't beat this person. But she's like so focused on winning. She manages to cut her opponent. Just get her to bleed a little bit. Just get her to bleed a bit. And then she just creates space and buys time. And then she, because of her encyclopedic knowledge of all this shit, creates runes with her opponent's blood on the ground that temporarily paralyze her opponent. Just like for a second, but just to give her the opening she needs to win. And she's like, I won! Yeah! Why isn't anybody clapping? Oh, that wasn't a good look what I just did there. Ooh, I didn't think about that in the time because I was trying to win. Compare with in book 2 of the original series, Harry's like, oh, he can talk to snakes. And everybody's like, oh, he's evil. It's like, it doesn't have anything to do with him. It's just like a thing that happens. I mean, it's fine for a children's book of just like, children feel othered and ostracized for things that are outside of their control. But, to read as an adult, it's like, who cares? I don't give a shit. But it's like, no, she had a flaw. She made a mistake. She cared about winning too much. She's so, she's so straightforward and type A and succeed, use everything. That she doesn't ever think about optics. That's one of the most fascinating things about that story is that she becomes she's caught up in a very political story, and she is not an optics thinker at all, even though she's literally spends most of those books in disguise. They're so interesting. Those books are so interesting. Not the first two. The second one's okay. Ambiguous Artifice and Futile Facade. Fantastic. I love Futile Facade. First one is pretty good, like a Pokemon movie. The second one turns Pokemon movie into a world. Oh, you're talking about the Fantastic Beasts. Yeah. No, those other two sound really bad. The first one sounds fine. Oh, Circo Duck, people didn't really get on to me. There were like 1 or 2 comments that were like, hey, you should probably say something. And they were probably right. I should have said something about J.K. Rowling and like, hey, I don't like her. But, because, I don't know, I think some people will be like, oh, if you say that at the front of is he scared of losing viewers? And, I'm like, what viewers? I don't care. But just genuinely, I made those videos. The videos were secondary. I don't know if Violet ever saw them. That's part of why I'm self-conscious about that I didn't finish it, because I feel like I said a lot of negative stuff and never got to what I really loved. And I'm like, if Violet ever saw those and then was like, oh, he kind of talked shit on my books. He made a whole video series to talk shit on my books. Which maybe I didn't really talk shit. I just remember. That's how I remember the first couple videos. Maybe that wasn't really the case. But no, I just I made those less for YouTube and more that I wanted an excuse to talk to my friend Aidan about those books. And I was like, why not turn on a mic? Why not turn it into content? And for me, fun time talking to my friend Aidan about fanfiction does not include 40-minute dissertation on how we feel about J.K. Rowling these days and navigating her legacy. So it wasn't like people weren't like mean-spirited to me. I got like 1 or 2 comments that were like, hey, you should probably say something. And they, like I said, they were probably right. But it just made it, and like I said, it wasn't so much them, it was the like the feeling of every time I put out one of those videos. Headline. J.K. Rowling says this. J.K. Rowling supports this organization. J.K. Rowling gives money to, like, and I was just like, this just makes it not fun. Like I said, I get why people can't engage with the series anymore. Third one came and went. No one talked about it besides to say it was unwatchably bad. Yeah. I heard it wasn't as bad as the second one. The second one was, like, unwatchably bad. I heard the third one was just kind of bland. But, again, I didn't see it. I don't care. I also really wish Violet split that last chapter of Book 2 into multiple chapters. That last chapter is like 70,000 words long. She's very funny with her chapters. It's insane. Her chapters are like novels on their own sometimes. She definitely should have cut those in half. It was ridiculous. She was like, I'm going to write until I hit this beat, and anything that happens along the way is collateral damage. First half of the first one's rough, yeah. I would not recommend anybody read Pure Blood Pretense. You'd be better off reading like a thorough recap of it. It's rough. It's got bits. I like some of the imagery at the ending of the first one. Like during the actual finale, there's some cool magical imagery, but like it's not worth it. It's not worth it. Okay, we definitely need to stop. Definitely need to stop. Super late. Super need to stop. We'll be back sometime. Stream more Final Fantasy Tactics. Circo Duck, it's a good fic. I think the first one's rough. You could probably watch our video discussing the first one, and then maybe read the second one. 3 and 4 are good, though. 3 and 4 are really good. Next stream this year, yeah. Next stream maybe even this week. I was talking to Aidan about timing for Tactics Part 2. I don't think Joey will be in Tactics Part 2. I think it's probably going to be Aidan and I. But yeah, probably more Tactics later this week. We'll see when Undertale happens, if it happens. 5 a.m. here, lol. Don't read it all, Circo Duck. I mean, again, it depends. If you read a lot of fanfiction, your tolerance is probably pretty high for cringe. But I genuinely don't think Pure Blood Pretense is good. I kind of enjoyed it the first time I read it. When I read it the second time to record it with Aidan, like to discuss it with her, I genuinely was not enjoying myself. I legitimately did not enjoy reading that book a second time. Every other book, fine. I've read the second one twice, once the first time and once for the discussion with Aidan, but 3 and 4 I've read like, I don't know, 3 times each. And they're really long. I did admittedly have an autistic hyperfixation for them for a minute there. So that was part of what contributed to the rereads. But I reread them both for the show with Aidan and also just for fun. Really good. Wait, one last hot take, says Ninja Bunny. One last hot take. Go. Do it. Flip the script. Change the world. My final message. Goodbye. Yeah, the tactics part was like 5 hours ago now. I like Hama Ozu more than Uematsu. I don't think that's even a hot take. Hama Ozu's amazing. I think Uematsu, so much of his work is like limited by the soundboards that he was working on, and a lot of his more recent work is actually kind of more interesting. That's not fair. That's not fair. He has a massive body of work. I think Uematsu is more diverse than some people give him credit for, but I think Hama Ozu's a genius. I was just talking earlier, I like the 13 soundtrack. I think 13-2 has a lot of collaborators on it, so maybe I shouldn't give him too much credit for like that, for him solely on that. Hama Ozu's amazing. He's a genius. Maybe some people would say that's a hot take. I think it's a perfectly acceptable take. Hama Ozu's amazing. Absolutely phenomenal work. Like, him being responsible for the 7 remake arrangements, you couldn't have asked for anybody better. Perfect guy to handle it. Uematsu's melodies and bass, Hama Ozu's finesse, his genius with building layers and layers. Amazing. Fantastic composer. Really, really good. Yeah. All right. That's it, gang. Have a good night or good morning, wherever, I think where most of us are, if we're being real. Talk to you later.